Pokémon, the Shiny Pokémon Attractor. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226. The old man was very happy. When they arrived at the bell tower, the five sisters told Wutong a different history from what Xiaoxi said when they showed him around. And this history was what Wutong knew. According to the five sisters, their clan was also closely related to Ho-Oh and Lugia. If the Xiaoxi clan was responsible for protecting Ho-Oh and Lugia, then the five sisters clan was responsible for performing the prayer dance to summon Ho-Oh and Lugia. However, now that Ho-Oh and Lugia have all left, Xiaoxi has become the gym leader, and the five sisters prayer dance has become a famous performance in Uju City. Without the existence of Ho-Oh, the bell tower is just a tourist attraction that anyone can enter for sightseeing, so Wutong and the five sisters went all the way up without anyone stopping them. There are 4 bells on each floor of the bell tower, and occasionally there will be a faint light flowing on the bells. Although there was wind blowing, these bells did not make any sound. These bells were originally used to convey the will of the Phoenix King, but after the Phoenix King left, these bells have never rang again. May pointed to the transparent bells and said, "Who knew that?" As soon as May's voice fell, a crisp bell sound came from the roof. The five sisters all showed shocked expressions, and Wutong couldn't help but raise his head, as if he wanted to see the top floor through the ceiling. The other tourists in the bell tower were also very curious, and raised their heads one after another. I don't know who took the lead, and people started to rush to the top of the tower together. Wutong wanted to fly directly from the outside, but suddenly remembered that all the Pokémon that could take him flying were not around. It was really difficult to fly with Kang Yubing's body. There was no way. Wutong and the five sisters could only walk to the top of the tower. Fortunately, although the bell tower has a long history, there are not many tourists visiting it, so the road to the tower is not crowded. When they arrived at the top floor, the imagined figure of the Phoenix King did not appear, and it was still empty. Everyone looked a little disappointed. At this time, Wutong felt his palms warm, and the unknown totem in his palms sent a thought. The top of the tower. Wutong frowned. Wasn't he already at the top of the tower? Wait, could it be that top of the tower? Wutong walked to the window and looked at the height of the bell tower, and his eyes twitched. After finding a reason to separate from the five sisters, Wutong walked to the next floor. Because of the sound of the bell, everyone in the bell tower ran to the top of the tower. So after going down, there was no one near Wutong. When he came to the window, Wutong first released the green onion soldiers, and then turned over and climbed out of the window. Under the protection of the green onion soldiers, Wutong carefully climbed to the top of the bell tower. At the top of the bell tower, the Phoenix King guard stood there staring at Wutong, who had just climbed up, as if they had known that Wutong would come. "So what are you three doing here? You also let the transparent bell of the bell tower ring, which will cause a commotion," Wutong said to the Phoenix King guards. "No, as long as Lord Phoenix King does not show up, these humans will soon disperse." A steady voice appeared in Wutong's mind. "It seems that Sukyun is talking. Okay, you are right. So what are you going to do? It seems that you know I will come up," Wutong said helplessly. "Lord Phoenix King thinks you may be the owner of the pure heart, so he wants to test you." Another very majestic voice appeared, and Yandy continued. "The Phoenix King has a good eye, and I also think I have a pure heart." Wutong nodded and said. After hearing what Wutong said, Sukyun and Entei were silent. If it weren't for Lord Ho-Oh choosing this guy, they really didn't want to talk to this shameless guy. Ha 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 ha, it's you who deserves it. Not only Lord Ho-Oh, but Lord Lugia is also optimistic about you. Or it's because Lord Lugia recommended you to Lord Ho-Oh that Lord Ho-Oh wanted to test you, Lei Gong said. "Is that so? Then what exactly is the test you are talking about? If you need to fight, you have to wait. My main force is not around," Wutong asked. "No, the test will start now, please," Sukyun said directly. Wutong wanted to ask questions when he saw a green Pokémon that looked like an alien appeared in front of him. "Fuck, silly bee, wait a minute. You don't want to. Wutong suddenly thought of something and looked at the Ho-Oh guards in disbelief. Said, "Have a good trip." X3 Phoenix guards said together. "Fuck you 3 dogs," Wutong shouted. As soon as Wutong finished speaking, Celebi had already activated his ability and a twisted vortex-like space fell and enveloped Wutong. Wutong felt a blackness in front of his eyes and a dizziness came. At the moment, when Wutong was about to disappear, the unknown totem in the palm of his hand emitted a burst of light. "Something disturbed me," Celebi said suddenly as he looked at Wutong, who disappeared on the spot. "Interference? Nothing will go wrong, right?" Sukyun asked. "It should be fine, but the destination will be offset. I'll go find him again," Celebi said. "Then I'll leave it to you," Sukyun said. "Leave it to me. I haven't encountered such an interesting thing for a long time." Celebi disappeared on the spot after saying that. Wutong, who was sent away by Celebi, regained consciousness. Looking around, Wutong found that he seemed to be in a dark cave. Without rushing to explore, Wutong first checked the items and Pokémon on his body. The Pokéball, the Pokémon inside, and the backpack were all on his body. He knocked again, and found that the Shadow Dream Demon was still inside. Wutong felt relieved that nothing was missing. "Xiaoho, Xiaobe, come out." Wutong looked at the dim environment nearby, and released Xiaoho and Xiaobe. After Xiaobe came out, he climbed directly onto Wutong's shoulder, and rubbed Wutong's cheek intimately. "Roar." Xiaoho shouted with full of vitality, and looked at the surrounding environment curiously. The appearance of 2 pure natural torches made Wutong's vision much clearer. However, just as he saw the situation nearby, a silver figure rushed out from nowhere and slashed with a sharp pink blade in his hand. "Xiaoho, Irontail." Wutong jumped back to avoid the sudden attack and quickly commanded Xiaoho to start counterattacking. "Roar." Xiaoho's tail was covered with a layer of metallic color, and it swung its tail to the silver figure. The silver figure was blown away, and Wutong saw clearly what had attacked him. A silver Pokémon with pink fluorescent embellishments, like a robot of Gardevoir and Alido, climbed up from the ground. "What is this? Iron Warrior. Damn, I'm in Area 0? Wutong said in surprise. The Iron Warrior who climbed up continued to swing the sharp blade at Xiaoho without any hesitation. "Xiaoho, Ghost Face. Smokescreen." Wutong commanded. "Roar." Xiaoho shouted, and a black terrifying face appeared above his head. Being stared at by the terrifying face, Iron Warrior felt an invisible pressure, and his speed slowed down. Xiaoho saw the opportunity, and sprayed a burst of black smoke to cover Iron Warrior. Iron Warrior, who had lost his vision, waved the sharp blade in his hand randomly. It's really a violent and warlike Pokémon. It attacks without making any sound. But it looks familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere. Wutong muttered to himself as he looked at the pink light that was faintly visible in the black smoke. "Xiaoho, belly bulge, then watch out. Use the metal claws to hit it when it comes out," Wutong said to Xiaoho. Raw Xiaoho nodded to show that he understood and looked at the black smoke seriously. Wutong thought for a moment and then tapped his palm to remember. The Iron Warrior appeared behind the light curtain opened by the silver feather in front of the ancestral hall in the oak forest. To explain why Wutong was sure that this Iron Warrior was the one he saw before, it was because this Iron Warrior was shining, and there was a small gap on the horn on the top of its head. Wutong didn't think he would encounter 2 shining Iron Warriors with the same gap on their heads. Just as Wutong was thinking, the Iron Warrior rushed out of the smoke and swung a sharp blade to slash at Xiaoho. Xiaoho saw the Iron Warrior running out, and his claws appeared metallic in color, and then the energy extended outward a little, and turned into 2 metal claws to attack the Iron Warrior. The sound of metal colliding sounded, and a few sparks appeared between the 2 Pokémon. "Xiaoho, open the fierce fire. Flame Fang," Wutong ordered, ready to fight quickly. Roar. Flame-like red energy appeared on Xiaoho's body, and his teeth were covered with flames and bit the Iron Warrior. "Spray the flame," Wutong continued to command. The flames in Xiaoho's mouth, which bit the Iron Warrior, surged, and the strong flames erupted, and directly burned the Iron Warrior's whole body. The Iron Warrior fell to the ground, after receiving continuous attacks. Wutong was about to take out the Pokéball to subdue this Iron Warrior, when he saw the Iron Warrior climb up again. "Get up again." So hard. Xiaoho, spray the flame. Wutong commanded. Roar. Xiaoho blew out another mouthful of flame, and the Iron Warrior who had just climbed up took another flame bath, and staggered to the ground. Xiaoho, Iron Tail hit again. Seeing that the Iron Warrior still wanted to move, Wutong commanded Xiaoho to finish off. Xiaoho's tail appeared metallic and hit the Iron Warrior's waist directly. This time, the Iron Warrior finally lost consciousness and his eyes turned into two crosses. Could this Iron Warrior's flash power be a double defense enhancement? This is too hard, Wutong said to himself, after throwing a Pokeball. The Iron Warrior who completely lost consciousness had no ability to struggle, and the Pokeball shook twice and successfully captured him. Picking up the Pokeball, Wutong knew that the combat power of the small pupil mode was settled. The Iron Warrior is a very good attacker. Excellent double attack and speed, although the attributes of fairy and fighting are a bit weak, but the resistance is also excellent. I just don't know how to train an Iron Warrior. After all, according to the setting, an Iron Warrior should be a machine life, and I don't know if the normal training method will work. But thinking of those strange steel Pokémon, Wutong felt that there should be no problem. Just when Wutong was about to continue exploring, Celebi appeared in front of Wutong again. Found it. After seeing Wutong, Celebi did not give Wutong a chance to speak, and directly activated his ability to send Wutong away with Xiaoho and Xiaobai. Okay, there should be no problem this time. Seeing the disappearing Wutong, Celebi nodded with satisfaction. On a piece of grass, Wutong lay there and had not regained consciousness. Xiaoho and Xiaobai stood beside Wutong and found that Wutong had not woken up. The two Pokémon licked Wutong's cheeks together to try to wake him up. However, Xiaoho and Xiaobai's actions had no effect at all, and Wutong was still sleeping. Just when Xiaobai and Xiaoho were at a loss, Wutong's shadow squirmed, and the Dream Demon flew out. Dream. Blue light flashed from the Dream Demon's eyes, and invisible waves covered Wutong. Wutong frowned, his limbs began to twitch, and then he sat up suddenly. How can there be so many Flash Mother monsters? It's terrible. Wutong, who woke up, panted and said. Dream. Seeing Wutong wake up, the Dream Demon proudly called Xiaoho and Xiaobai. Xiaoho and Xiaobai cast a respectful look at the Dream Demon and raised their claws together. Next time you wake me up, use a normal nightmare, okay? This is too terrible. Wutong saw the Dream Demon and knew what happened and said helplessly. Dream. The Dream Demon responded perfunctorily and flew back to Wutong's shadow. Come back first, Xiaoho, Xiaobai. Wutong stood up and took back Xiaoho and Xiaobai. Looking around, Wutong felt that the scenery in front of him was a little familiar. Rotom, is the navigation still working? Wutong called the mobile Rotom. Trying Lotto. The mobile Rotom flew out and began to spin on the screen. After a while, the mobile Rotom came up with the result. Now in Lottonia Pallet Town in Kanto region, the mobile Rotom gave the answer. It seems that, although it is not the same time and space, the signal has not changed. It is actually near Pallet Town. Could it be that I was sent to Professor Oak's childhood? Wutong said in confusion. Wutong thought for a moment and decided to go to Pallet Town to take a look. Now he didn't know what the test that the Phoenix Guard said was, so he could only take it one step at a time. Under the navigation of the mobile Rotom, Wutong came to Pallet Town. The Pallet Town in front of him still looked the same, but it made Wutong feel a little strange. Is it really not the same time and space? Feeling that strange feeling, Wutong walked into Pallet Town. Without any hesitation, Wutong went straight to Professor Oak's research institute. It doesn't matter whether Dr. Oak recognizes me or not. With Dr. Oak's personality, he will definitely not refuse if I tell him that I want to visit. Arriving at the entrance of Dr. Oak's research institute, Wutong saw Dr. Oak watering the flowers. Seeing Dr. Oak, Wutong knew that the time now should not be the same as before. Just as he was about to say hello, a figure in green pajamas ran past Wutong and headed straight for Dr. Oak. Stupid thing. Wutong couldn't help but say after seeing the figure clearly. Chapter 227. The old man was very happy. Wutong was more and more confused when he saw Professor Oak taking Xiaozhi, who was wearing pajamas, into the Oak Research Institute. It was the time when Xiaoxi just started his journey. Could it be that the King of Phoenix wanted him to go through the Kanto journey again? Wutong approached the Oak Research Institute with doubts. No matter what, it was most important to get to know Xiaoxi and Professor Oak here first. After all, Professor Oak here didn't know him yet. If he went in directly, he might be invited to have tea by Miss Junsha, so Wutong honestly rang the doorbell. Who is it? The voice of Professor Oak came from the speaker next to the door. Hello, I'm Wutong who started my journey today. I passed by Pallet Town and wanted to visit Professor Oak. Wutong said. Oh, you are a newcomer to the trip. Come in directly. Professor Oak said. With the consent of Professor Oak, Wutong entered the Oak Research Institute. Because he had been here many times, Wutong went directly to the laboratory where Professor Oak often stayed. At this time, Xiaoxi and Professor Oak were also here. Please give me that guy, Xiaoxi said to Professor Oak excitedly. But there is a problem with the remaining Pokémon. Professor Oak put his hands in the pockets of his white coat and said slowly. It doesn't matter. I'm late, because I have a problem, Xiaoxi said. After hearing Xiaoxi's words, Wutong almost couldn't help but applaud. There is nothing wrong with this logic. Is there a problem with a problem child matching a problem child? Question mark? Absolutely no problem. At this time, a yellow-skinned mouse ran over the stairs above Xiaoxi and Professor Oak's heads. It seems that is Pikachu. Wait, shouldn't Professor Oak take out a Pokeball with a lightning mark to release Pikachu? Wutong fell into thought again. This plot seemed to be different from what he knew. In that case, Professor Oak said, looking up at Pikachu. Xiaoxi also looked up with Professor Oak and saw a tail shaking left and right like lightning. That's it. My Pokémon. Xiaoxi became very excited and ran up directly. Hello, Professor Oak. I'm Wutong who just started traveling. I'm from Viridian City. I hope you don't mind my sudden visit. Wutong also came over and said politely to Professor Oak. Oh, it doesn't matter, but if you want to receive the initial Pokémon, you need to apply first, and you have to wait until tomorrow after applying. Professor Oak said. Although most children can go to the research institute to receive the initial Pokémon when they are 10 years old, they also need to apply in advance. You can't take one away for every child who comes. That will cause chaos. I already have my own initial Pokémon. Come out, Xiaobai. Wutong decided to tell the lie to the end and released Xiaobai directly. Kana Xiaobai called out in a baby voice and climbed onto Wutong's shoulder. Oh. This is a shiny Charmander. And it's a rare shiny form. Professor Oak immediately became interested when he saw Xiaobai. At this time, the sound of something falling to the ground interrupted the conversation between the two. Pikachu ran to Professor Oak's feet and looked at the direction of the stairs with a smile. And the thing that just fell to the ground was Xiaoxi who rolled down the stairs. Seeing Xiaoxi jump up without any problem, Wutong had to sigh again at the physical fitness of the super newbie, who could still be alive, and well after rolling down such a high staircase. This is just a Pokémon called Pikachu. Professor Oak also turned back into the appearance of a newbie guide, and said to Xiaoxi, so cute. Isn't this great? Hello, my name is Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi lifted Pikachu up, and introduced himself happily. Seeing Xiaoxi's actions, Wutong secretly said that it was not good and silently stepped back a little. Please give me some advice, Pikachu. Xiaoxi didn't realize the seriousness of the matter and held Pikachu and turned around twice. Pikachu. Pikachu didn't indulge Xiaoxi at all and directly gave him a wave of lightning baptism. Pikachu is also known as the electric mouse. It is very shy and it is difficult for people to get close to it. This is what will happen if you touch it casually. Professor Oak, who also pulled away in advance, continued. However, this did not make Xiaoxi give up, and he firmly chose Pikachu. Then, this is Pikachu's Pokeball. Professor Oak did not dissuade too much, and took out the Pokémon with a lightning mark. The ball was handed to Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi. After Xiaoxi took the Pokeball, Xiaoxi's mother Hanako appeared, carrying Xiaoxi's clothes and backpack. Xiaoxi finally changed his pajamas and turned into the familiar look of Wutong. Okay, Pikachu. Let's go, Xiaoxi said with full of energy. Pikachu turned his head to the side and didn't want to pay attention to Xiaoxi at all. Don't Pokémon usually stay in the Pokéball? Hanako asked. Yes, Pikachu, come in. Xiaoxi took the Pokéball and tried to put Pikachu in. However, Pikachu still looked disdainful. Xiaoxi tried for the third time, and Pikachu was obviously a little annoyed. He flicked his tail and slapped the Pokéball on Xiaoxi's face. Not all Pokémon like to be in the Pokéball. If you are too tough, it will make Pokémon uncomfortable. Wutong said aloud. Is that so? I understand. Pikachu is my friend. I won't make it uncomfortable, right, Pikachu? Xiaoxi said, lifting Pikachu up again. Wutong's eyes twitched, and he ran back quickly. Xiaoxi's action was too sudden, and Hanako and Professor Oak didn't have time to escape, so Wutong appreciated the excellent breakdance of the three. Outside the pallet town, Wutong and Xiaoxi walked on the road together. After a period of chaos, Wutong introduced himself, and Xiaoxi also invited Wutong to travel together. Wutong gladly accepted it. After all, the specific test is not clear now, and there is no problem following Xiaoxi, the protagonist. Only Professor Oak seemed a little regretful. It seems that he really wants to study Xiaobai. Xiaoxi dragged a rope in his hand, and the end of the rope was tied to Pikachu's body. Xiaoxi dragged Pikachu forward. Your Charmander has a good relationship with you, Xiaoxi said enviously as he looked at Xiaobai on Wutong's shoulder. You and Pikachu will be like this sooner or later. Pikachu is just too shy now. Wutong comforted. After hearing Wutong's words, Xiaoxi was full of confidence again, and turned to look at Pikachu. Are you going to keep this state? Xiaoxi asked Pikachu. Pikachu turned his head and looked proud. Do you hate me? Xiaoxi squatted in front of Pikachu and asked. Pikachu nodded. But I like you. Anyway, I want to get along well with you. Xiaoxi continued. Pikachu turned his head away again, and didn't look at Xiaoxi. It's really a headache. This is not necessary. Let's get along well. Xiaoxi untied the rope on Pikachu and said. Looking at the interaction between Xiaoxi and Pikachu in front of him, Wutong felt that he remembered something. Xiaoxi's words made him feel familiar. At this time, the appearance of a Pidgeot attracted everyone's attention. It's Pidgeot. The first capture is the first step towards becoming a Pokémon master. Xiaoxi said happily as he took out an empty Pokéball. I suddenly have a bad feeling. Wutong couldn't help but say as he saw Xiaoxi picking up a stone after failing to capture a Pokémon. After seeing Xiaoxi throw a stone, but it didn't hit the flying Pidgeot, Wutong ran without hesitation. You know, he didn't bring any of his main weapons with him. Wutong, run faster. The next second, Xiaoxi holding Pikachu caught up, and then surpassed Wutong, and ran away with a large group of Spearows in Wutong's shocked eyes. Fuck, how can you run so fast? Wutong was shocked. For some reason, this group of Spearows ignored Wutong, and chased Xiaoxi and Pikachu desperately. Wutong had no choice, but to run forward after the Spearows. Then Wutong witnessed Xiaoxi holding Pikachu, and jumping off the cliff, and then staged a passionate scene. Pikachu exploded on the spot, and transformed into Pikachu, bursting out lightning that soared into the sky. Wutong finally caught up with Xiaoxi, and looked at Xiaoxi and Pikachu, who were covered with scars but snuggled together, with a complicated expression. Sure enough, no matter which time and space, the turning point of Xiaoxi and Pikachu's relationship was here in the Spearow group, but Wutong still couldn't figure out why Xiaoxi could run so much faster than himself while holding Pikachu. And after everything was over, the photographer Ho-Oh also appeared, carrying a rainbow, flying through the sky facing the sunset. Xiaoxi also stood up with Pikachu, and looked at the Ho-Oh flying away in the air. The Ho-Oh in the air flapped its wings, and two rainbow-colored feathers slowly fell down, as if there was something guiding them, and fell in front of Wutong and Xiaoxi respectively. After catching the rainbow feather, Wutong finally knew which time and space he was in now. He should be in the same place as the 20th anniversary movie of Pokémon Time and Space, and the Xiaoxi in front of him is the rainbow brave Xiaoxi with a pure heart. My test is not to defeat the Phoenix Guard all the way, and then challenge the Phoenix King. By the way, is this feather really not the compensation left by the Phoenix King? Wutong whispered while looking at the rainbow feather in his hand. However, as soon as Wutong finished speaking, the light of the rainbow feather in his hand dimmed a little. Wutong was startled and began to apologize quickly. I didn't expect the Phoenix King in this time and space to be unexpectedly narrow-minded. Xiaozhi and Pikachu, holding the rainbow feather, stared blankly at the Phoenix King going away and only came back to their senses when they knew that the Phoenix King's figure was completely out of sight. Pikachu, let's challenge it one day. Although he didn't know what Pokémon it was, Xiaozhi still said to Pikachu firmly, Pikachu called out in response, and the bond between Xiaozhi and Pikachu was officially established. Wutong, who was standing next to him, finally restored the original light of the rainbow feather in his hand after apologizing. Wutong breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I'll treat you too. Remember not to provoke Spearow next time. They are one of the 3 major evil forces in Kanto. Wutong put down his backpack and took out the treatment supplies and said to Xiaozhi and Pikachu. After hearing what Wutong said, Xiaozhi touched his head embarrassedly. Pikachu nodded in agreement. After giving Xiaozhi and Pikachu a simple treatment, Wutong and his party continued their journey. They did not meet Xiaoxia and did not attract Xiao Gang to join them in Nibi City. In this way, Wutong, Xiaozhi and Pikachu were the only ones traveling along the way. Wutong, who had no need to challenge the gym, simply turned on the male mother mode. He took care of Xiaozhi's food, clothing, housing and transportation along the way and Xiaozhi's sparring work. In addition to daily training, he would watch Pikachu act cute and occasionally abuse Xiaozhi when he was in a good mood. It was quite relaxing. Xiaozhi was also surprised that Wutong had so many shining Pokémon and was completely impressed by Wutong's skills. During the trip, Wutong also found that Xiaozhi was not favored by the god of Lost and he actually knew the way. ? So without the interference of extra straight lines, Wutong and Xiaozhi only took 1.5 months to travel through 3 big cities, obtain 2 gym badges, and came directly to Yuhang City. The first thing Xiaozhi did when he arrived in Yuhang City was to go straight to Yuhang Gym. With the excellent performance of Pikachu, Xiaozhi easily obtained the rainbow badge. Wutong, who hadn't fought seriously for a long time, was also a little itchy, and it happened that Yuhang Gym was a grass-type gym. So Wutong also proposed to challenge the gym to let Xiaobei experience the feeling of gym battle. Although Xiaobei has been training for more than a month, he is still in the growth stage, so he was defeated by Smelly Flower after defeating Ligia's walking grass. After Xiaobei left the stage, Wutong directly sent the Onion Ranger to complete a string of 2 and won the rainbow badge. After challenging the Jade Rainbow Gym, Xiaozhi took advantage of the time to recover Pokémon to finally contact Hanako after a month and a half. As expected, Hanako seemed very angry and nagged Xiaozhi for a long time. I know, Mom, I'm very good. Wutong is very powerful and can do everything. Wutong, you can also help me prove it. Xiaozhi tried to pull Wutong to attract firepower. Wutong is here too. Xiaozhi has caused you a lot of trouble, right? Hanako also saw Wutong and said, no, Aunt Hanako, Xiaozhi is very good, except that he is a little picky about food occasionally. Wutong replied with a smile. What? Wutong, how can you betray me? Xiaozhi said in shock. Sure enough, after hearing what Wutong said, Hanako started nagging Xiaozhi again, and Xiaozhi could only quickly explain to prove that he was not picky about food. Not only because Wutong's cooking skills were good, but also because he thought that if he was not picky about food, Wutong would become very scary. At this time, the door of the Pokémon Center was knocked open, and a trainer holding Vaporeon rushed in. Excuse me, Miss Joy, please treat my Vaporeon. The trainer ran to Miss Joy and said excitedly. The Vaporeon in his arms looked seriously injured, with many burn marks on his body. Let me see, it's a serious injury. What happened? Miss Joy asked, after checking the injury of Vaporeon. Entity appeared. I wanted to capture it, the trainer said heavily. After hearing the words of the Vaporeon trainer, all the trainers in the Pokémon Center gathered over. Xiaozhi also hurriedly said hello to Hanako and hung up the phone. Wutong looked at the gradually gathered trainers and knew the first test finally appeared. Chapter 228. The trainers at the Pokémon Center all ran out after learning that Entei was in the forest. Xiaozhi was also very excited and rushed out with Wutong. Although they knew that Entei was in the nearby forest, the forest was not small, and the trainers at the Pokémon Center all dispersed and tried their luck to find Entei. Wutong followed Xiaozhi and was not worried about not finding Entei. After all, he was the rainbow warrior chosen by the King of Phoenix, and he had the aura of the protagonist. As long as Wutong followed Xiaozhi, he could find Entei, even if he ran with his eyes closed. Wutong and Xiaozhi ran and searched in the forest for a while, and finally saw the figure that looked like a lion on a protruding boulder. The sunlight that fell from the sky fell on Entei, giving Entei's pressure a sense of holiness. Found it. X33 different voices said the same words. Wutong and Xiaozhi looked to the side, and a girl with a strange hairstyle also looked at them in surprise. Wutong immediately looked back at Entei and rushed over, and the girl rushed towards Entei almost at the same time as Wutong. Ah. Wait for me, Wutong. Xiaozhi, who was a beat slower, saw that Wutong and the girl had run out and hurriedly followed them. Pikachu also shouted and chased after them. Pokémon. Please. The girl threw the Pokéball and called out her Pokémon. Poga. The released Pokémon tossed his two short legs and followed the girl to run towards Entei. Wait a minute. I found it first. Xiaozhi was a beat slower, but caught up easily. Pikachu next to Xiaozhi also shouted in agreement. It was obviously me first. The girl retorted unyieldingly. Ah. Poga. Pokémon ejected a long string of bubbles. Entei dodged the attack again and jumped onto another boulder. Entei, looking down from above, looked at the humans and Pokémon below who started to attack him as soon as they saw him. As if he was annoyed, Entei opened his mouth and blew out a strong flame that burned several people. Hold on. Wutong hid directly behind Ditto and commanded. Ditto in swamped mode crossed his arms to protect himself, and the light green energy enveloped his whole body to resist Entei's flame. When Xiaozhi and the girl saw the burning flame, they immediately turned around and ran. Xiaozhi, who fell, was ignited by the flame, which made him run a little faster. Kangarbing, sneak attack the vital point. The flame dissipated, and Wutong's voice appeared again. From behind Ditto, the Kangarbing rushed out, and two scallion blades wrapped in black mist crossed and chopped at Entei. After several attacks in a row, he finally succeeded in attacking Entei. Little Turtle, High Five Surprise Attack. Little Fire, Ghost Face. Little Frog, Parasitic Seed, Poison Powder, Sleep Powder. Wutong sent out the three little ones without any hesitation to start debuffing Entei. If Crowhead was not around, Dream Demon would not normally participate in the battle. Wutong would definitely let Entei feel what a trainer's excellent character is. Although he had fought against other mythical beasts before, it was the first time that he relied entirely on his own strength, although not completely, and it was a head-on battle. So now Wutong is in a very excited state, and the high fighting spirit makes Wutong feel as if his blood is burning. Kana, Xiaobai, who was released because of excessive excitement, tilted his head cutely and called to Wutong. It seemed as if he was asking me what to do. Xiaobai, just give the brothers come on. Wutong rubbed Xiaobai's head and said, Kana, Kana, Kana. The obedient Xiaobai immediately started to shout, and his tail swung left and right in a regular manner with the shouting. With the support of the cute sister, the three little ones all exploded, and the energy of corresponding attributes appeared on their bodies. These three guys actually opened up fierce fire, rapids and flourishing directly because of Xiaobai's support. Kami. The little turtle rushed directly to the face of Entei as the first control and slapped him in the face. Entei was already a little slow to react because of the attack of the green soldier and was slapped by the little turtle again. The effect of the high five surprise attack is to make the opponent shrink, but after all, reality is different from the game. How can a lion be afraid of being slapped by a turtle? However, the shrinking was replaced by the self-doubt and confusion caused by being slapped by a turtle. While Entei was stunned, Xiaohou also took action, and a dark ghost face appeared on his head, making Entei's movement slow down a little. Finally, Xiao leaned down and shot several seeds from the seeds on his back and fell on Entei, and then the powder mixed with two colors floated out and covered Entei. The seeds that fell on Entei exploded instantly, and countless vines burst out to tie up Entei. Sure enough, Wutong is so powerful. Pikachu, we can't lose either. Xiaoxi couldn't help but say as he watched Wutong's smooth operation. Pikachu nodded and shouted. Damn it. Are we going to be overtaken? The girl said unhappily. It's useless. Come back. However, after a series of restrictions, Wutong did not continue to attack, but let all his Pokémon retreat. Roar. Just as the Kangaibing and the three little ones retreated, the Entei and the powder mist roared, and a strong flame burst out. The powder mist and the vines tied to his body were instantly burned to ashes. This is interesting, Wutong said as he looked at the Entei who had basically not changed. What Wutong didn't know was that as his fighting spirit became more and more high, the light of the rainbow feathers he held in his arms gradually became brighter. Lucario. Wave missile. At this time, a new voice sounded. A ball-shaped energy projectile was shot at Entei and successfully attracted Entei's attention. The sudden attack greatly reduced Wutong's interest. He had no interest in hunting with other trainers. Entei, who had become a little irritated by the series of attacks from Wutong's Pokémon, stared at the direction where the wave missile came from. A mushroom-headed boy commanded a Lucario to launch the attack just now. Roar. Entei, who found the target, spit out a fireball and hit Lucario directly, making him hit the trunk of a giant tree behind him. Okay, Pokémon. Bubble beam. The girl on the side seemed to see the opportunity and threw the Pokémon in her arms upwards and commanded, Poga. The Pokémon who flew into the sky spit out a series of bubbles and shot them at Entei. Oh, I'm not in the mood anymore. Come back. Seeing that there was another old sixth, Wutong sighed and left only Swampert formed Ditto to collect the other Pokémon. As for not worrying about Entei being captured by others, don't be ridiculous. If Entei is so easy to capture, will it be someone else's turn? Do you really think everyone is a water dog who can only whimper? After Wutong gave up fighting, the light of the rainbow feather in Wutong's arms gradually calmed down, but if you look closely, the rainbow feather is now brighter than at the beginning. Roar. After being harassed again, Entei leaped forward and let out a deafening roar. A wave of air appeared and blew down all the people and Pokémon present, except Wutong and Ditto. Wutong had predicted Entei's actions long ago and leaned behind Swampert formed Ditto in advance to escape. After that, Entei looked at a few people and turned away. Really, you made it escape? The girl who stood up saw that Entei had disappeared and complained to Xiaozhi. Poga. Pokémon stood beside the girl and shouted, what? It's because you were in the way that I didn't capture it. Xiaozhi immediately retorted. Pikachu climbed on Xiaozhi and shouted at the girl. The mushroom-headed boy on the other side was checking Lucario's injury. It must be said that the boy who dared to let the steel-type Pokémon withstand the attack of Entei must have learned the master of reverse attributes. Xiaozhi and the girl were unwilling to give in and decided to rely on their strength to have a Pokémon battle. I'm Xiaozhi from Pallet Town. Let's fight. Xiaozhi said. I accept your request for a fight. I'm Chengzi from Futaba Town. The boy over there, if you beat this guy, you'll be the next one. Chengzi said, turning to look at the boy with mushroom hair. I'm Soji from Vale City. I don't accept a fight. Besides, it's you who are causing trouble for that guy over there. Soji said, taking back Lucario and preparing to leave. What did you say? Are you going to run away? Chengzi said dissatisfiedly. That's right, come and fight me. At this time, Xiaozhi's mind was only about fighting. I'll give you a piece of advice. The storm is coming soon. Find a place to shelter from the rain. Soji ignored the two and left after leaving a word. I said I'm the one who's causing trouble, but I haven't said anything yet. Why are you guys going to fight on your own? Wutong walked over and said. What? I only continued to fight after seeing you give up. If you are not satisfied, just come and fight me. Chengzi looked at Wutong and said. Wutong was a little helpless. This Chengzi was a flat-headed brother. He really didn't accept it. Forget it, I'm not in the mood now. Xiaozhi please, if you want to fight me, you have to defeat Xiaozhi first. Wutong patted Xiaozhi on the shoulder and said to Chengzi, leave it to me. Xiaozhi was full of fighting spirit and didn't feel anything wrong at all. Humph, I will deal with this guy soon. By the way, do you want to call your mother before you fight? Xiaoxi taunted Xiaozhi. Obviously, she saw Xiaozhi being nagged at the Pokémon Center. Roadless race. Let's start. Xiaozhi said unhappily. I wish for it. Xiaoxi said. The two of them pulled away and didn't send out other Pokémon. Pikachu directly fought against Pokémon. You go first. It is unknown whether Xiaoxi has awakened the soul of a gentleman or simply confident that he let the other party attack first. You will regret it if you try to be cool. Pagoda, drill. Xiaoxi gave the command without any hesitation. Pagoda. Pagoda jumped on the spot and turned into a drill and rushed towards Pikachu. Pikachu. Iron-tail. Xiaoxi played his usual style and chose to go head to head. Pikachu jumped high and turned its tail into a metal state and slapped Pagoda. On the other side, Wutong directly turned Ditto into a lazy chair and lay on it, then took out the rainbow feather from his arms and checked it. Sure enough, it seems to have become a little brighter. I felt a little hot in my chest just now, and it was not an illusion. But do you really want me to beat all the Phoenix guards? Wutong said to himself while looking at the rainbow feather. Pagoda. Water cannon. Xiaoxi wanted to end the battle in one wave. Pikachu, get out of the way. Xiaoxi shouted loudly, shouting out the momentum of his ultimate move. Pikachu nimbly dodged Pokemon's water cannon and was about to fight back when he heard a roar from behind. Roar. Arresting Onix, that was accidentally injured, climbed up and roared angrily at Pokemon. Pokemon was directly shocked. Onix rushed directly towards Pokemon. Xiaoxi rushed forward to save the shocked Pokemon and handed him over to Makoto, then started to run away with Pikachu. Alas, it's really troublesome. Ditto. Hey? Wutong planned to carry out the male mother mode to the end. Just when he wanted to command Ditto to suppress Onix, he felt that someone grabbed his collar. Run. Xiaoxi had already run behind Wutong with his inhuman physical fitness, and then grabbed Wutong's collar and ran away with him. Mao? Ditto looked confused. What should it do? Fortunately, Wutong reacted in time and put Ditto back into the Pokeball. Several people fled frantically under the pursuit of Onix, passing through the forest, entering the canyon, and climbing over the boulders. Xiaoxi finally felt that he could not go on, so he resolutely stopped in front of Onix and tried to appease Onix. Alas, you are such a fool. Dream Demon, please help me with hypnosis. Wutong said helplessly. If it were an ordinary person, Onix would have been run over by him directly. Dream Demon showed his head and released hypnotic waves. Pokemon, Tide Whirl. Xiaoxi was also moved by Xiaoxi's honesty and stopped to let Pokemon help. Roar under the dual suppression of hypnosis and Tide Whirl. Onix stopped and saw Xiaoxi standing in front of him with a serious face. After looking at Xiaoxi for a moment, Onix turned his head and drilled into the mountain wall next to him, leaving a hole. Chapter 229. After Onix left, Xiaoxi breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the hole left by Onix. Xiaoxi walked to Xiaoxi with Togemon in his arms, looked at the deep cave, and said to Xiaoxi, you are really messing around, but it makes me change my mind about you a little bit. It's nothing. Xiaoxi said indifferently. It's not nothing. You really think you are the new Superman? Wutong walked to Xiaoxi and gave him a slap. Hey, Wutong, why are you nagging like my mother? Xiaoxi rubbed his head and said. Hearing Xiaoxi's words, Wutong's eyes twitched and gave Xiaoxi another slap. PFFT. What? You two are so funny. Xiaoxi laughed while holding Pokemon, while watching the interaction between Wutong and Xiaoxi. It's not funny at all. Wutong said helplessly. Ah, it's raining. Xiaoxi raised his head and said, and the rain began to fall while the three of them were talking. That boy really got it right. Xiaoxi replied. Hurry up and find a place to shelter from the rain. Wutong said. The three of them immediately started running to find a place to shelter from the rain. When the three of them ran all the way and passed a fork in the road, Xiaoxi suddenly turned his head and looked at a rock on the side of the road. On the rock, there was a Charmander with a very weak tail flame sitting there aggrievedly. Wutong and Xiaoxi saw Xiaoxi's action and looked over and found the Charmander. This may be a destined look back. After all, Wutong and Xiaoxi didn't see the Charmander at all. Fated look back, the aggrieved Charmander. The three of them ran over immediately. It's Charmander. Xiaozhi said. It doesn't look very energetic. Xiaoxi said as he looked at the autistic Charmander. It's not in a good condition. The flame at the tail of Charmander symbolizes its vitality. It's very weak now. Wutong said as he took out a cardboard to help Charmander keep out the rain. Hey, Wutong, there are a lot of strange things in your backpack, but no umbrella? Xiaoxi said strangely. Hey, don't pay attention to these details. Wutong said awkwardly. Charmander, what are you doing in the rain? Xiaoxi squatted down beside Charmander and asked. Charmander just glanced at Xiaoxi and continued to be autistic aggrieved. Just when Xiaoxi wanted to say something, Charmander saw something and suddenly regained his spirits. He hurriedly ran out again. Wutong and the other two also looked in the direction where Charmander ran out. I saw a boy with a hairstyle that looked like he was good at playing cards, followed by a nighttime lycanthropy. Charmander ran directly to the boy and hugged his thigh intimately, looking very happy. So there is a trainer. Seeing Charmander's look, Xiaoxi said with relief. However, Wutong just wanted to say that she was relieved too early. The boy looked at Charmander hugging his legs with disgust and kicked Charmander to the ground. Are you still here? Get lost. The boy looked at Charmander lying on the ground and said coldly. Seeing this scene, Xiaoxi and Xiaoxi ran over immediately. Wutong silently threw away the cardboard and showed a kind smile. People who are familiar with Wutong know that an angry Wutong is not scary, but a Wutong with this smile is scary, because this is when he is really angry. Generally, this basically proves that someone is going to be unlucky. Are you the trainer of this child? Xiaoxi asked angrily. Xiaoxi squatted down and helped Charmander up. What do you want to do? The boy asked back. Answer our questions. Xiaoxi shouted angrily after hearing the boy's indifferent tone. What are you excited about? Ah, so it is. The boy said a little puzzled. So it is. Xiaoxi said. Because it is too weak, I abandoned it. I can have as many Charmanders of this level as I want. The boy said nonchalantly. Wutong also came over at this time. After hearing what the boy said, Wutong's forehead veins bulged and the smile on his face became brighter. I can have as many Charmanders as I want. Do you know how long he envied Charmander when he saw it, but couldn't subdue it? But it shamelessly followed me, so I ordered it to wait here. The boy continued. What did you say? Xiaoxi said angrily. That's right. If you tell the captured Pokémon wait here, it will wait here until it dies. Xiaoxi also said angrily. So what? The boy seemed to be too lazy to pay attention to the two, and walked over and left a light sentence. Wait a minute. Xiaoxi saw the boy was about to leave and immediately followed him and grabbed the boy's shoulder to prevent him from leaving. The Lycan rock next to the boy directly hit Xiaoxi and knocked him away. Wutong came forward to catch Xiaoxi, helped him stand steadily, and then stood in front of Xiaoxi. Pikachu saw Xiaoxi being attacked and rushed over to stand in front of Xiaoxi. Lightning appeared on his cheek and made a threatening cry. The strength of Pokémon is everything. If you don't want to die, you have to become stronger. The boy said as if teaching. What did you say? Xiaoxi said unhappily. Isn't it the trainer's responsibility to help Pokémon become stronger? Xiaoxi also retorted. Really? Then do you have any good suggestions? The boy asked. Become friends. Xiaoxi stood up and gave a kingly answer. Hearing Xiaoxi's words, Charmander trembled as if it was touched. It's ridiculous. Friendship will only make Pokémon weaker. My name is Cross. I want to be the strongest Pokémon trainer. Cross said and turned away. Charmander wanted to catch up with Cross, but it was too weak and fell to the ground and lost consciousness after running one step. You two take Charmander to shelter from the rain. I will go back to find you later. The rest is my business. Wutong said after seeing Charmander lose consciousness. The reason why Wutong didn't attack was because Charmander was still conscious. If Wutong attacked Cross, Charmander might fight Wutong out of loyalty. And it might also make Xiaozhi miss the chance to fight Charmander. So Wutong has been suppressing his inner anger. Now that the plot is basically over and Charmander is unconscious, he can finally attack without restraint. After hearing what Wutong said, although he didn't know what Wutong wanted to do, Xiaozhi still picked up Charmander and ran away because he was worried about Charmander. Khan garbing, a flash of lightning. Wutong threw the Pokeball towards Cross's receding back. The Onion Ranger appeared with a white light and rushed straight towards Cross. The Wolfman heard the voice behind him, and a light appeared on his claws. He turned around and stopped the Onion Ranger. The Onion Ranger, who was stopped, retreated to Wutong, pulled out 2 onion blades from his back, and waited for Wutong's order to attack. "Do you want to fight me?" Cross turned around and shouted to Wutong. "It is the responsibility of a mother to protect her children," Wutong said. "Huh? What are you talking about?" Cross looked puzzled after hearing Wutong's words. "You said that being strong is all Pokémon has. If you don't want to die, you can only become stronger, right?" Wutong asked. "Yes, so what? Do you want to make a joke about becoming friends?" Cross said disdainfully. "No, I just want to ask you, are you ready to risk your life?" Wutong asked with a kind smile. "What?" Cross said in confusion. Cigar Soldier, a flash of lightning, split the tiles. Wutong did not explain, and directly commanded the Cigar Soldier to start the attack. Gaga. Cigar Soldier rushed towards the main rock werewolf with a burst of white light again. Main rock werewolf. Tear Claw. Cross commanded. Woo. Main rock werewolf's claws were covered with white light and grabbed into the air. The Cigar Soldier, who rushed in front of Main rock werewolf, raised 2 cigar blades and chopped straight down. Main rock werewolf swung out his claws and was directly opened by Cigar Soldier's cigar blade. Cigar Soldier kicked Main rock werewolf in the stomach. However, compared with Cigar Blade, Cigar Soldier's duck paw seemed to have no lethality, which would only make people want to eat duck goods. Dancing and hitting. Wutong commanded. Gaga. The Cigar Soldier's 2 cigar blades were entangled in black mist and hit Main rock werewolf crazily. Main rock werewolf. Attack with sharp rocks. Cross tried to resist the command. The Wolfman jumped back, and several sharp rocks appeared around him and stabbed the Green Soldier. "See through," Wutong said. The Green Soldier's eyes flashed, and he swayed his body left and right to avoid the sharp rocks, and came in front of the Wolfman. 2 swords to cuts climbed the tower. Wutong commanded. Gap. The Green Soldier held the green blade in reverse and directly lifted the Wolfman up and flew into the air. 2 swords flow, 2 cuts should climb the tower. Wutong continued to command without intending to let the Wolfman go. Gap. The Green Onion Soldier jumped up directly, and the 2 green onion blades slashed down from above again and knocked the Wolfman down. The fallen Wolfman flew towards Cross under the control of the Green Onion Soldier, intentionally or unintentionally. Cross was unable to dodge and was directly hit by the Wolfman and fell to the ground. The Wolfman on Cross's body tilted his head and lost his ability to fight. 2 sword flow crab claws. Wutong still did not stop commanding. At this time, the light of the rainbow feather in Wutong's arms began to flicker, as if it was in a tangle, perhaps because it didn't know how to judge Wutong's pure heart. The Green Onion Soldier received the command and held the 2 green onion blades at the same time. The 2 green onion blades crossed and stabbed the Wolfman and Cross under it like crab claws. "What?" Cross couldn't help but exclaimed. However, the imagined stinging pain did not come, and the crossed onion blades pierced into the ground on both sides of Cross's head. The rain flowed along the bushes onto Cross's face, making Cross feel a little cold in his heart. "So, didn't I ask you? Are you ready to risk your life?" Wutong walked across and leaned over and asked calmly. "You bastard." Cross shouted unhappily. "No, you are the bastard. I'm just a male mother who protects my shortcomings. To be honest, I'm quite disappointed. When your lycanthropy attacked Xiaozhi, I thought I could have an interesting wild fight, but you were too weak." Wutong shook his head and said. "What did you say?" Cross said angrily. "I said you are too weak. Although your philosophy is very similar to that of a close friend of mine, you are far behind in both strength and character. Although that guy is strict, he will not abuse Pokémon." Wutong looked at Cross with pity. "It's so boring. Let's go, Onion Ranger. Guys like you don't need me to take action. Xiaozhi is much stronger than you." Wutong looked at Cross and felt a little bored. He called out to Onion Ranger and turned away. Before leaving, Wutong did not forget to help Xiaozhi attract a wave of hatred. After Wutong left for a while, Cross recovered from the soreness caused by the shock of Onion Ranger's attack. "I must defeat that bastard. Xiaozhi, right?" I won't lose to a guy who speaks ridiculous words. Standing up and taking back the Lacan rock, Cross said while gritting his teeth as he looked at the direction where Wutong left. Walking back, Wutong discovered a serious problem. As a person favored by the god of lost, he could get lost even with clear marks. It was raining heavily now, and there were no marks or navigation. How could he find Xiaozhi and the others? Even if he asked Rotom to come out, it would not work. Would he let it navigate to the nearest cave? Wouldn't that make things difficult for Rotom? Just when Wutong was struggling, a majestic figure appeared beside him. Huh? Entei? Wutong was a little surprised and didn't know why Entei suddenly appeared. Gap. Seeing the sudden appearance of the Flame Emperor, the Onion Ranger drew out his onion blade and made a gesture to fight. Raw, the Flame Emperor was very cold and seemed not to want to communicate with Wutong. He just called out to Wutong and asked Wutong to follow him, and then he started to walk forward on his own. It was only then that Wutong realized that there were several small looking Pokémon following behind the Flame Emperor. They were Paras, Nidoran, Sandshrew, Rattata and Karakara. Several Pokémon lined up and followed behind the Flame Emperor very obediently. Wutong thought about it and lined up and followed behind him honestly. Don't ask. If you ask, it's the guidance of the god of lost. The green onion soldier tilted his head in confusion, put the 2 green onion blades back on his back and followed Wutong. Under the leadership of Yandy, Wutong came to the entrance of a giant cave. The entrance of the cave faintly emitted the light of fire, and it was obvious that someone was already taking shelter in the cave. Yandy walked in directly with the Pokémon, and Wutong followed in, and saw Xiaozhi and Xiaoxia who had just separated. Xiaozhi was holding Charmander in his arms, as if to keep it warm. There was also a Xiaoxi beside the 2 of them. The 3 of them looked at Yandy who came in, and they were all surprised when they saw Wutong following behind. Yo, I'm back. Wutong waved to the few people and said, if you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230. The 2 of them were so angry that they had to face each other. Thank you, Emperor Yan, Wutong said as he walked a few steps quickly and slapped Emperor Yan on the butt. Emperor Yan, who was originally very cold and full of style, was stunned by Wutong's sudden attack. Finally, he stared at Wutong in disbelief, and his eyes clearly said that you kid is a little disrespectful to me. Xiaozhi and the other 2 took a breath of cold air when they saw Wutong's behavior and marveled at Wutong's courage. Wutong did not look panicked at all and walked to Xiaozhi and the others very naturally. The feel is unexpectedly good. Sure enough, the lion is just a big cat, Wutong said to himself. Entei snored unhappily and came to the stone platform on the other side with several Pokémon and lay down. Those Pokémon all gathered closely around Entei to keep each other warm. Entei glanced at Wutong, closed his eyes, and began to rest. How is Charmander? Does it smell like it was fed with herbs? It seems that I don't need to do anything. Wutong walked to Xiaozhi and looked at the Charmander in his arms and said, thanks to Xiaozhi, he gave Charmander medicine, and I'm helping it keep warm now. Xiaozhi nodded and replied, what did you do in such a heavy rain? Xiaoxia asked curiously. I went to teach a child with a twisted personality a lesson, and then set a small goal for him. Wutong said easily. What are you talking about? Xiaoxia looked strange. Well, don't worry about it. You look much cuter after letting your hair down. Wutong changed the subject. Huh? Really? Xiaoxia obviously believed it. Really? If you don't believe me, ask Xiaoxi. You haven't eaten yet, right? You won't grow taller if you don't eat well. Wutong said, standing up and preparing to make dinner. Great, my stomach has been growling with hunger for a long time. Are you hungry too, Pikachu? Xiaoxi said happily. Pikachu rubbed his stomach and nodded. It's late, let's just make a simple one. Onion Ranger comes out to help. Xiaobai, go play with Pikachu and the others for a while. Wutong said, releasing the kitchen helper and daughter, and the other Pokémon will be released when it's time to eat. What a cute little Charmander. Xiaoxi was instantly conquered when he saw Xiaobai. Rare shining color. I saw it when I fought with Entei before. Xiaozhi, who had been silent, was also attracted by Xiaobai. Sure enough, cuteness is justice. Wutong moved quickly. Because it was late, Wutong chose a simple omelette rice, and with the help of Onion Ranger, it was quickly finished. If you don't mind, let's eat some together. Just consider it as a thank you for treating Charmander. Wutong said to Xiaozhi. It's so cute, I can't bear to eat it. Makoto couldn't help, but says she looked at the omelette rice arranged in the shape of a baby bear on the plate in front of her. Wutong's cooking is delicious. It would be a waste if you don't eat it. If you don't want to eat it, I can help you. Xiaoxi didn't care about the dish, and he had already eaten half of it very quickly. God knows how this guy can eat so fast with only one hand while holding Charmander. I don't need your help, Makoto said immediately. Not only Xiaoxi, Makoto and Xiaozhi each had a portion, but also a plate of omelette rice was placed in front of Pikachu, Pokémon, and Lucario. Wutong, who knew Pikachu's preferences well, poured a lot of ketchup on Pikachu's portion. At this time, Pikachu took a bite and covered his cheek and cried out, looking very happy. It tastes really good. Lucario, what do you think? Xiaozhi asked Lucario after taking a bite. Lucario silently gave a thumbs up after taking a bite. On the other side, Xiaobai was lying on Wutong's shoulder, and Kang Yubing followed him to the side of Yandy and the others. Feeling Wutong's arrival, Yandy opened his eyes and looked at Wutong vigilantly. Feeling Yandy's vigilance, Wutong was a little helpless. It was just a pat on your butt, so what? Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. I just came to give you some food as a return gift, to thank you for bringing me to the cave. Wutong said and put down the plate in his hand. Kang Yubing also put the plates he was holding in front of Yandy and the others. Yandy smelled the omelette rice in the plate, and after confirming that there was no problem, he growled at the Pokémon around him. Looking at the Pokémon eating the Pokémon, Wutong did not stay for long and turned away. Kang Yubing turned around coolly and called out to Entei before leaving, meaning that he was looking forward to the next battle. After seeing Wutong leave, a figure emerged from Entei's shadow and looked curiously at the omelette rice that Entei and the others were eating. Entei called out, indicating that there was another plate and that guy should have discovered you. The next second, the extra omelette rice was taken away by a black shadow. Looking at Wutong's actions, Xiaozhi and the Pokémon gathered around Entei said, sure enough, in the face of natural threats, humans and Pokémon are the same, but that guy is really amazing. He can actually contact the legendary Pokémon without any care. Maybe it's because Wutong is brave? Xiaoxi guessed. That kind of thing can't be done by being brave. Xiaoxi complained. Legend has it that Entei's life was given by the Phoenix King. Xiaozhi, who had finished his meal, seemed to be in high spirits and said actively, Ho-Oh. Xiaoxi asked curiously. Xiaozhi nodded and began to tell the legend of Ho-Oh and the Ho-Oh guards, and found a picture of the Ho-Oh guards to show Xiaoxi. I like Suicune the most, Makoto said while looking at the picture. And Ho-Oh, who is said to control the lives of Pokémon. Xiaozhi swiped the screen and the picture of Ho-Oh appeared on the screen. X2 Xiaoxi and Pikachu shouted at the same time. Then Xiaoxi ran to his backpack. Xiaozhi and Makoto looked at Xiaoxi strangely. Do you know? Makoto asked curiously. I saw it with Wutong on the day when I started my journey, Xiaoxi said while searching his backpack. Really? Xiaozhi asked. Well, this fell down at that time. Xiaoxi found the rainbow feather and took it out and said, Rainbow feather? Xiaozhi said in surprise when he saw what Xiaoxi took out. Yes, it's a rainbow feather. I got one that day, too. Wutong also came back and took out a rainbow feather from his arms. But Wutong's rainbow feather looked brighter than Xiaoxi's. Rainbow feather? Xiaoxi obviously didn't know when rainbow feather asked the question. On the other side, Entei, who was eating, also noticed this side, but he seemed a little unbelievable after seeing that Wutong also had a rainbow feather. Behind Entei, the little black shadow appeared again. It was the phantom Pokémon Machado. At this time, Machado also stared at the direction of Xiaoxi and Wutong, but there was a grain of rice on the corner of Machado's mouth, which made it look a little stupid. Although the Phoenix King rarely appears in front of humans, it is said that it will give rainbow feathers to very few Pokémon trainers who are favored. Xiaozhi explained. Hey, so I was favored by the Phoenix King. After hearing Xiaozhi's explanation, Xiaoxi said a little proudly. But what is the rainbow feather used for? Xiaoxi continued to ask. Legend has it that the person who is guided by the rainbow feather to see the King of Phoenix will become the Rainbow Warrior. Wutong said. The Rainbow Warrior? Although I don't quite understand it, it seems very powerful. But Wutong, if you know it, why didn't you tell me? Xiaoxi said. Because you didn't ask, and if I tell you, you will definitely get carried away. Wutong said as a matter of course. I won't do that. Xiaoxi said. After chatting for a while, the few people felt sleepy and fell asleep leaning against the rocks. Xiaoxi still held Charmander in his arms to keep it warm. While everyone was asleep, a black shadow came near Xiaoxi. So you don't choose me? Just as Machado was looking at Xiaoxi curiously, a voice suddenly sounded, and Machado was frightened by the sudden voice. Machado looked around and found that Wutong, who was obviously asleep, opened his eyes and was looking at him. Don't mind it, I'm just joking, good night. Wutong said and closed his eyes again. Machado looked at Wutong and then at Xiaoxi, then slowly shrunk into Xiaoxi's shadow. The next day, as the sun shone into the cave, Wutong and his friends woke up. The few people who woke up found that Entei and several other Pokémon on the stone platform opposite had disappeared. Have Entei and the others left? Xiaoxi said. Of course, after all, they just came to take shelter from the rain. Wutong stretched and said. Charmander, are you feeling better? After a night's rest, the flame on Charmander's tail became strong again. Kana. Charmander responded energetically. Look, you've recovered well. Wutong looked at Charmander and said. Well, the flame on the tail has returned to normal. It's fine now. Xiaozhi looked at the flame on Charmander's tail and said. Great, Charmander. Xiaoxi said to Charmander happily. Kana. Charmander responded again. Charmander, are you willing to go with me? Xiaoxi knelt on one knee in front of Charmander and asked seriously. Wutong on the side looked a little speechless. If Xiaoxi had treated Charmander like this when he treated Serena and the others, he would probably be married. After hearing Xiaoxi's words, Charmander looked hesitant. Be friends with me. Xiaoxi continued. Pikachu also ran over and shouted. Charmander lowered his head and thought about something. Xiaoxi asked again. Kana. Charmander was finally conquered by Xiaoxi, gave up the cross who abandoned it, and nodded to show his willingness. Do you agree? Xiaoxi happily confirmed again. Kana. Charmander shouted firmly. Great. Then, let's go. Xiaoxi took out a Pokeball and said. Put the Pokeball gently on the head of Charmander, without any obstacles. Charmander was captured. I captured Charmander. Xiaoxi shouted happily after succeeding. Congratulations. Wutong said. That's great, Xiaoxi, Pikachu. Xiaoxi also said happily. After solving the problem of Charmander, the four packed up their belongings and left the cave. Walking out of the cave, a brilliant rainbow hung in the sky. It's a rainbow. Xiaoxi said happily at this time. It's so beautiful. Xiaoxi said. It is said that the Phoenix King lives under the rainbow. Xiaoxi said. Ding. X2 crisp sounds appeared. Wutong and Xiaoxi took out their respective rainbow feathers. The rainbow feathers emitted a dazzling light after being taken out. It seems that the rainbow feathers want to guide us somewhere. Wutong said. Is there anything over there? Xiaoxi asked. Xiaoxi left and checked the electronic map. That direction is the Uniying Mountains, where steep peaks are connected to each other. Xiaoxi said while looking at the map. It's decided. I have to fight with the Phoenix King after I see it. Xiaoxi shouted excitedly. I also want to meet the Phoenix King. Xiaoxi said. Me too. Xiaoxi also said. Under the light, Xiaoxi's shadow was very long, and a small head poked out from the shadow. However, before Machado could observe carefully, he saw Wutong smiling at it. Machado immediately went back into the shadow. The smile on Wutong's face froze. Is it so scary? Wutong rubbed his face and said to himself. What's wrong? Wutong, what are you talking about? Xiaoxi asked curiously. Nothing, I just think I shouldn't look scary. Wutong said. Really? Could it be that you caught a cold when you slept yesterday and your brain is not good? Xiaozhi asked. Your brain is not good. Wutong gave Xiaozhi a slap and said. Anyway, let's act together. I also want to witness who the legendary Rainbow Warrior is. I want to see it with my own eyes. Xiaoxia said. Okay. Let's go to see the Phoenix King together. Xiaozhi shouted with full spirit. On the other side, Xiaozhi's true fans, the Rocket Team, who can change the heroines, but not the teammates, can change the Linoop, heroines, and companions in any time and space, but they will never change the Rocket Team trio, staring at Wutong and others in the dark. I heard the good news. Musashi said happily. Although we didn't find entry. Kajiro continued. But we conquered Ho-Oh. Meowth also said. What a great feeling. Meow. The Rocket Team trio said together. In this way, the team of the Rainbow Hero expanded a little bit. From the original 2 people to 4 people. Wutong, as a male mother, did not feel the pressure. After all, it was just 2 more people and 2 Pokémon, which was completely incomparable to the time when there were more than 10 Pokémon. On the way, Makoto and Xiaozhi felt more and more that Xiaozhi was lucky to travel with Wutong. Chapter 231. The journey with many people is always lively and joyful. After Xiaoxi and Xiaozhi joined the team, the speed of progress slowed down a bit, but it was more fun. The group headed towards the direction of the Rainbow Feather, the highest peak of the Uniying Mountains, Shining Mountain. However, along the way, the Phoenix Guards did not appear again, and the wild Pokémon could not arouse Wutong's interest in fighting. So Wutong entered the male mother mode again, and concentrated on logistics, and Xiaozhi, who was originally the male mother in the plot, willingly became Wutong's assistant. For a while, Wutong's life returned to the days of eating, sleeping, and practicing Pokémon, and occasionally torturing Xiaoxi and Xiaoxi when he was in a good mood. What made Wutong a little pity was that Xiaozhi had no intention of fighting with Wutong, unlike Xiaoxi and Xiaoxi who were so stubborn and would be tortured in various ways. So during this period, Wutong was more focused on improving as a breeder, and then his tacit understanding with Ditto became higher and higher. The other Pokémon entered a period of accumulation and their progress began to slow down. The only one who improved a lot should be Xiaobai. With Xiaoxi and Xiaoxi as opponents, Xiaobei's practical experience improved rapidly. As for the fact that Wutong actually had so many shiny Pokémon, Xiaozhi and Xiaoxi were very surprised, but as they spent more time together, every time they ate, they would be released by a large group of shiny Pokémon, and they were not so surprised after watching for a long time. But as an assistant, Xiaozhi felt that every time he prepared food, it was a big challenge, and he admired Wutong more and more in his heart. Dividing line, green caterpillar, it's you. After encountering a Karis, Xiaozhi decisively sent out his new partner, Kalo. Karis saw that the caterpillar seemed to feel humiliated, and the horns on his head emitted white light, and rushed towards the caterpillar. Caterpillar, spit silk. Xiaozhi commanded. The caterpillar jumped up flexibly, spit out silk in the air to tie Karis. After landing behind Karis, he shook his head hard and threw Karis directly out. This kid is so scary, he will definitely be a big trouble in the future. Wutong, who was watching the battle, said while touching his chin. Gaga, why don't we take the initiative and give it to Onion Yubbing, came to Wutong and shouted softly. Wutong, what are you doing? Xiaoxi looked at Wutong in confusion and asked. Kana? Xiaobei, who was playing with Pokémon, also tilted his head and shouted. Can you please finish today's little drama quickly? The food is about to burn. Xiaoxi said while busy. Hey, Onion Ranger, cut these vegetables. I'll go check on the vegetables. Wutong coughed and said. Gap. Onion Ranger nodded, and then the onion blade in his hand flew back and forth. Of course, the onions for cooking were new onions that Wutong specially found. After all, no one knows what the onion blade of Onion Ranger has pierced when it fights. At this time, the group is still moving towards Shining Mountain, and now they have found a place by the water to prepare for camping. Wutong and Xiaoxi are preparing dinner, while Xiaoxi is playing with Xiaobei and Pokémon. As a battle maniac, Xiaoxi immediately greeted Karis after seeing him appear. After the caterpillar threw Karas away, the light of evolution appeared on his body. As the white light dissipated, an iron pupa appeared in the original place. Evolved. Great. Congratulations on your iron pupa. Xiaozhi happily ran over and hugged the iron pupa and said. Karas ran away. Xiaoxi said as he watched Karas staggering and running away entangled by the silkworm. It doesn't matter. Metapod is more important to Xiaozhi now. Xiaozhi said. After a while, Wutong and Xiaozhi prepared dinner. Everyone, come out. Crystal Onyx, Ditto and the three little ones were all released. Because there is no need to worry about hiding their identities in this world. Wutong always releases them all. But for some reason, Wutong always feels like he has forgotten something. Iron Warrior and Percent. The four of them and a large group of Pokémon finished dinner lively and the sky darkened. Everyone who had nothing to do fell asleep early, except Makoto. When everyone fell asleep, Makoto sat on the shore by herself, scrolling through the album on her phone, looking at the photos taken along the way. There are scenery, there are delicious food, cute Pokémon, and of course, friends like Xiaoxi, Xiaoxi, and Wutong. As he swiped, a different photo appeared. In the photo, a woman with only her back was feeding Pokémon, and there was a regal Napo standing next to them. Xiaoxi was a little dazed looking at the photo. Is that your mother? A voice suddenly came from behind Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi was startled and turned around to see Wutong leaning down and standing behind her. Don't talk behind someone's back suddenly, it's scary. Xiaoxi said. Sorry, I just got up to drink some water and I saw you sitting here alone, so I wanted to come over. Wutong made up a reason and said. Yes, this is my mother. Xiaoxi said. Oh, really? Wutong said and sat next to Xiaoxi waiting for something. After a moment of silence, Xiaoxi couldn't help but ask, don't you want to ask me something? What? I don't have the habit of asking about other people's private affairs. If you want to say something, you will tell us, right? Wutong said as a matter of course. Strange guy. Xiaoxi whispered after hearing Wutong's words. There was another silence, and Wutong looked at the water quietly. A dead leaf was blown to the water by the wind, causing ripples. Is it coming? Wutong raised his head and murmured to himself when he felt the wind blowing. Xiaoxi also raised his head and looked at the other side. Under the moonlight, Shujin stood there with the breeze. Shujin also saw Wutong and Xiaoxi and watched the two silently. Finally we meet again. Wutong stood up and said it was worth asking the Dream Demon to keep an eye on Xiaoxi, and he finally met Shujin. Sujin, come and fight with me. Wutong said to Shujin. Hey, Wutong, are you going to subdue Sukyun? Xiaoxi asked. No, I just want to have a fight with it. You won't refuse, Sukyun. Wutong took out the rainbow feather and said to Sukyun. Sukyun looked at the rainbow feather in Wutong's hand, which was emitting rainbow light, and nodded, indicating that he accepted Wutong's invitation to fight. Let's go a little further, it would be bad to disturb their sleep. Do you want to come and see? Wutong looked around and said. Yes, I'll go. Xiaoxi said without hesitation. Sukyun did not refuse, turned around and began to lead the way. Wutong and Xiaoxi followed Sukyun to an open space. The moon was very bright tonight, so the vision was very clear. Sukyun standing opposite looked at Wutong calmly. His long hair moved without wind, and his ribbon-like tail was slowly floating beside Sukyun. Ditto, please. Wutong did not choose the onion soldier, and decided to let Ditto fight this time. Now around Ditto, that looked like a blue slime appeared on the field. Hey, is it okay to let Ditto on the field? Xiaoxi couldn't help but say when she saw Wutong's choice. After all, after she joined the team, Wutong had never fought against her, except to abuse her and Xiaoxi. Even when he abused them, he always used Xiaobe and the three little ones, and occasionally let the green soldiers guide them. So Xiaoxi's impression of Ditto was more that it was very comfortable to rub. It's okay, my Ditto is very strong. Wutong said. Mao Ditto changed its shape very cooperatively, pinched its muscles, and made several bodybuilding movements. But, the opponent is Sukyun. As a fan of Sukyun, Xiaoxi was still a little worried. Ditto, you are underestimated. Let's show her our strength. Wutong didn't expect to win from the beginning. No matter what, the opponent is the leader of the Phoenix Guard, Suicune, the incarnation of the North Wind. Wutong is confident that he can train Ditto to be as good as Suicune, but that is a matter for the future. Now it is enough to threaten Suicune. Mao. Ditto cried out. It thought that Suicune on the opposite side looked very handsome and worthy of being included in its collection. Wutong's eyes emitted a faint blue light. Without any hesitation, he went all out. Swampert form, arm hammer. Ditto jumped towards Suicune, and his body shape changed. The pink muscular Swampert appeared. His thick arms emitted white light and punched Suicune. Suicune jumped lightly to avoid Ditto's attack. Beedrill form, high speed movement, double needles. Ditto jumped towards Suicune with all four limbs, and transformed again in mid-air. The green Beedrill double needles appeared with a cold light. Ditto's speed increased suddenly, and he came to Suicune with a residual image, and the double needles pierced directly into Suicune. Suicune felt a pain in his waist and growled, stamped his foot on the ground, and a circular stream of water shot out from the center of his body in all directions. The variety monster was directly knocked away. Fossil pterosaur form, dragon dance, moving at high speed. Wutong's eyes flashed with blue light, commanding the variety monster to change its form and continue to stack buffs. The body shape of the kaleidoscope that was knocked away changed again. After the white light passed, the pink fossil pterosaur spread its wings and began to rotate on the spot. Suicune still watched calmly, as if he was waiting to see how far Indigit could do it. Really, we have been underestimated, Wutong said helplessly. Seiko had no idea what was happening. From her perspective, Wutong had no command from beginning to end, and the variety monster kept changing its appearance to attack Suicune. This attack mode was completely beyond Chengzi's imagination, and now Wutong said that they were underestimated. Chengzi was completely confused now. While speaking, the variety monster's dragon dance has been completed. Its attack power has been significantly improved. Another burst of light flashed on its body. Its high-speed movement has been activated, and its speed has increased again. Variety monster, ghost face, wing attack. Wutong saw that Suicune actually gave him a chance, so he reduced the consumption of mental energy and returned to normal verbal command. Roar. A ferocious grimace appeared on the head of the fossil pterosaur mode variety monster and stared at Suicune. Then its wings were covered in white light and hit Suicune. The deceleration effect of Ghost Face didn't seem to have much impact on Suicune. Suicune once again jumped lightly to avoid the wing attack of the fossil pterosaur. But it's just a cover-up. Thunder teeth, bite into pieces. Wutong's eyes flashed again. At this time, the variety monster and Suicune were very close, and their speed was very fast thanks to the high-speed movement. The monster's sharp teeth were entangled with lightning, and then bit Suicune. Without stopping, the variety monster continued to bite hard, and intense pain stimulated Suicune's whole body. A storm rolled up around Suicune, and after breaking free from the bite of the Dirk, the strong storm knocked the Dirk away again. Suicune finally decided not to be beaten passively, so he opened his mouth and fired a thick water cannon. Lapis form. White light flashed across the body of the variety monster that was blown away, turning into a purple Lapras. The water cannon hit the variety monster, but it first restored some physical strength to the variety monster, and then seemed to have exceeded its limit before causing damage. Sure enough, it's not that my own characteristics are not that effective, Wutong said to himself. This Lapras form was obtained after Variety absorbed the shell of a Lapras with water storage properties that he acquired while wandering by chance. But after all, it's just a false water reserve obtained by the dire monster after its transformation. If it's an ordinary Pokémon, it won't be a problem, but when it comes to a Pokémon with high enough strength like Suicune, it's not enough. Unless Wutong can obtain the body material of the stronger Laplace. After all, the variety monster is not the real Xiaoxia, and its strength after transformation is still limited by the target. After transforming into Lapras, the variety monster lost the ability to fly and fell directly to the ground. Without Wutong's command, the variety monster changed back to its original appearance and took less fall damage. There is no other way. Variety monster, prepare for the final blow, Wutong said to variety monster. Moo. A serious look appeared in the two beady eyes of the variety monster. While training the variety monster's transformation ability in the past 2 or 3 months, Wutong discovered that the variety monster absorbs a portion of the energy in the corresponding materials each time it transforms. As the number of transformations increases, the materials that originally contained energy will eventually become complete collections. However, this does not mean that the dictionary can no longer transform into the corresponding Pokémon. On the contrary, it is proof that the dictionary has completely integrated that transformation into its body. As he absorbed more and more, coupled with constant exercise, variety monster's physical fitness also continued to improve. After learning about the ability of the variety monster and recalling Xiaomeng's advice, Wutong conducted targeted training. Now, the variety monster has something that can truly be regarded as a sure kill move. After using it, you will either finish it on the opponent or yourself, and you will truly be able to kill with every move. The blue light in Wutong's eyes swelled, and a bright green light appeared on his body, all linked to the variety monster. The beady eyes of the variety monster also emitted a faint blue light, and there was a faint hint of silver in this blue light. Sukyun felt a familiar, yet unfamiliar aura suddenly appear on the variety monster, and couldn't help but become serious. The body of the variety monster suddenly expanded, and then emitted a dazzling light. The light dissipated, revealing a creature with silver white feathers all over its body and wings. A huge bird-shaped Pokémon appeared with wings like palms and pink fins on its abdomen and body. When Sukyun saw this figure, he was stunned. Because Ditto turned into Lugia, the sea god of the same level as Ho-Oh. Cyclone attack. Wutong didn't have time to pretend to be cool and directly commanded the attack. Ditto flapped his wings, and twisted and rotating air currents appeared on both sides of his body and shot directly at Sukyun. After launching the attack, Ditto lost consciousness and turned back into a blue slime and fell to the ground. Sukyun, who was still in a state of surprise, was hit directly by the cyclone attack. Sukyun felt a sharp pain, and then there was nothing else. Although this attack was very powerful and reached the level of injuring it, it was not enough to make it lose its combat ability. Sukyun suddenly felt as if he had been deceived. P.S. The fighting power will not collapse. Don't worry, this special move is not as strong as imagined. After all, Benkui likes to grow stronger step by step. Also, Benkui has bad luck. He was infected with influenza A and experienced the feeling of having one side positive. He goes to work in the morning, gets injections in the afternoon, and writes at night. His mind is always groggy. When I was writing this battle, I knew I was writing about Sukyun, but when I read it, I always felt like it was Taijin Point. I was so sick. Chapter 232. After the death of Ditto, the two sides finally came to an end. Wutong took back the unconscious Ditto, looked at the Sukyun opposite, who was confused and a little angry, and shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, although the castrated version of the transformation is still powerful, it is not as invincible as imagined. After further understanding the power of Ditto's flash, Wutong began to deliberately let Ditto try to transform into Lugia. Of course, it is not a complete transformation, but a castrated version. To put it simply, it becomes a state of simply having racial values but no power. It's like the difference between the ordinary 3 gods and the 3 gods of fire, thunder, and ice with divine duties on Asia Island. One is that, although it is difficult to meet, as long as the strength is strong enough and the luck is good enough, you can capture it as your own Pokémon. The other is a god who will destroy the world for you if you dare to mess around. Although the two are of the same species, their powers are very different. As for the power of the divine beast, Wutong said that he didn't want it at all. It would be too scary if he could destroy the world if he didn't do it well. So Wutong referred to Mutuo's suggestion and tried to let Ditto transform into a castrated version, that is, a castrated version of Lugia that felt like the wild 3 sacred birds. This kind of thing is easy to say, but difficult to do. Wutong and Ditto have been working hard for 2 months before finally letting Ditto successfully control himself and turn into a castrated version of Lugia. Although it only lasted for 1 second. After that, Wutong let Ditto try to transform into a castrated version of Lugia whenever he had something to do. Although it fainted every time it was 1 second, it was slowly absorbing the power of the silver feathers. Now, with the dual assistance of Wutong's superpowers and the power of Changpan, Ditto can finally transform into a castrated version of Lugia for 5 seconds. These 5 seconds may seem very fast, but they are enough for Ditto to use Lugia's exclusive skill, Cyclone Attack. After 5 seconds, Ditto will lose consciousness, so it is a real ultimate move. Of course, this time will definitely increase with continued training. Wutong feels that, as long as Ditto can completely absorb the power of Lugia in the silver feathers, it can maintain the castrated version of Lugia for more than 3 minutes. You know, 3 minutes is enough, and 3 minutes is enough for Ultraman to fight small monsters. So Wutong has very high expectations for Ditto. Assuming that there is no upper limit to Ditto's growth, Wutong even thinks that Ditto can compete with Alpaca for the position of the god of creation. Of course, these are just delusions. Even if Ditto can really grow infinitely, it needs enough power for it to absorb. In summary, Ditto's current ultimate move is the 5-second castrated version of Lugia. Although it still cannot win against the mythical beast, it is still very good for scaring people. On the other side, Xiaozhi, who was watching the battle, was already in a state of =deg. Although she didn't know the Pokémon that Ditto transformed into at the end, she could feel that it was a being similar to Ho-Oh. Who would have thought that Ditto, who was still held in her arms and needed before dinner, could turn into such a terrible state. Xiaozhi was now in a bad state, and she felt like she was dreaming. Okay, don't look at me like that. My Ditto is a little special, and it just so happens that I have a good relationship with Lugia, so it gave me a silver feather, Wutong said to Sukyun. After hearing what Wutong said, Sukyun seemed to understand and regained his calm. The calm Sukyun's ribbon-like tail stretched out in front of Wutong and pointed in the direction of the rainbow feather. Wutong looked at the rainbow feather hanging on his chest and found that it became brighter. Wutong had an inexplicable feeling that, if the rainbow feather became brighter, it would break through to the next stage. At this time, Sukyun seemed to understand Wutong's pure heart. If Xiaoxi's pure heart comes from his love for Pokémon from the heart, then Wutong is purely yearning for Pokémon battles, and has a pure heart for Pokémon battles. So Wutong will make the rainbow feather brighter after the battle. After confirming that Wutong is indeed a trainer with a pure heart, Shujin decided to leave. Hey, wait a minute. Wutong saw that Sukyun was about to leave, and hurriedly stopped him. Sukyun stopped and looked at Wutong in confusion. Look, you have seen my Ditto's ability, so do you mind giving me some of your hair, or your tail? If you really don't have it, it doesn't matter if it's teeth or nails, as long as it contains your power. Wutong tried to ask for it. Seeing Wutong's look, Sukyun felt that he must have been wrong, and this guy in front of him could not have a pure heart. Without any hesitation, Sukyun jumped away directly, otherwise if he stayed any longer, this guy might want something. Hey, why did you run away? You're so stingy. Wutong shook his head a little regretfully when he saw Sukyun leave. Then a ball of purple hair on the ground attracted Wutong's attention. What is this? Question mark? Wutong immediately went over and picked up the purple hair. Could this be the material that Sukyun dropped because of Ditto's cyclone attack just now? Although the power of Sukyun contained in it is very rare, it is enough as long as it can make Ditto transform. And Sukyun is not a first level god like Lugia and Mewtwo. Maybe if Ditto works hard to train, he can switch freely to fight like other ordinary forms. Wutong thought so and immediately put the purple hair away. He must fight Sukyun again next time he has a chance and try to get more materials. Sukyun, who was running on the water, suddenly felt a chill and his steps became faster. Wutong stretched and prepared to go back to sleep. Just after taking a step, Wutong seemed to think of something. Sukyun is gone too. Let's go back. Wutong said to Xiaozhi. Just now, the Pokémon that Ditto transformed into was it called Lugia? Siko asked. Yes, Lugia is the counterpart of Ho-Oh, the god of the sea who symbolizes the ocean, cyclones, silver, and a soul as pure as the ocean. Wutong said. The god of the ocean? I always feel that you, Wutong, seem to have a lot of magical experiences. Xiaozhi said. Don't you always encounter various things during the journey? Well, let's go back quickly. We have to get up early tomorrow. Wutong said. After breakfast the next day, Wutong and his party continued their journey. On the way, Xiaoxi talked about what happened last night. Sukyun? Question mark? Xiaoxi said in surprise. Yes, I saw it last night, and Wutong also fought with Sukyun. Xiaoxi said. Yes, although there was no chance of winning. Wutong continued. Why didn't you wake me up at that time? I also wanted to fight with Sukyun. Xiaoxi said with great regret. Because children need to sleep well to grow taller. You see, I'm half a head taller than you. Wutong said after comparing the height difference between himself and Xiaoxi. Damn it, I'm not a child. And I will definitely grow taller than you in the future. Xiaoxi said unyieldingly. That's not necessarily true. Wutong said with a smirk. After all, Xiaoxi is a guy who can grow backwards. He looked like a passionate boy when he was in the unmarked stage, but he became a boy later. It's so lucky to meet Sukyun after entry. Xiaozhi on the side ignored Wutong and Xiaoxi's quarrel and said to Makoto. Yes, my mother will be happy for me, right? Makoto said. After hearing Makoto's words, Wutong and Xiaoxi also quieted down. After all, this beginning must be a story. My mother is a famous trainer in the local area. Because she is particularly nagging, I haven't contacted her once since I went on a trip, said Seiko. Although Seiko's tone was relaxed, judging from her state, the real reason should not be because of nagging. Your mother will definitely be happy for you. Xiaozhi comforted. Yes, it must be like this. Xiaoxi also said. After 2 days of traveling, the group came to a city. There was no gym in this city, but there was a battle park where Pokémon trainers gathered. Knowing that such a place existed, Xiaoxi certainly could not let it go, and rushed to the battle park as soon as possible. Xiaoxi won several battles in a row, and Charmander successfully evolved into Charmeleon after one of the battles. The continuous victory made Xiaoxi feel a little proud, and the pride in his words overflowed. Wutong was a little helpless to see Xiaoxi like this. Even Xiaoxi from the Rainbow braved time and space with Xiaoxi after all, and it was inevitable that he would be proud and complacent at the beginning. Wutong actually wanted to abuse Xiaoxi once, to get him out of this period as soon as possible, but perhaps because he was abused too much, Xiaoxi no longer cared about losing to Wutong. But even if Wutong had no way, Xiaoxi's first test should be coming soon. Xiaoxi, who had been winning all the time, was at night he contacted Hinako again, and introduced Seiko and Xiaozhi to her. Of course, Xiaoxi couldn't avoid being nagged by Hinako for a while. After that, Xiaozhi went to the library to continue collecting clues about the Rainbow Warrior. In the library, they found an autobiography called The King of Phoenix is My Life. It says in this book, the King of Phoenix felt the waves of happiness emitted by people and Pokémon from high altitude, and gained energy from it. On the contrary, the power will be taken away by the evil waves, and when the rainbow feather touches the evil heart, it will lose its luster. Evil heart? Lose luster? There is no problem with my rainbow feather. Xiaoxi took out the rainbow feather to confirm. TSK. After Xiaoxi took out the rainbow feather, a boy who was watching them in the dark made an unhappy sound and turned away. Well, Xiaoxi, you are just simply reckless, and you don't have any evil heart. Seiko, who was holding Pokémon, said. That's right. I'm not inferior to anyone in innocence and recklessness. Xiaoxi said confidently. Hearing Xiaoxi's words, Makoto and Xiaozhi laughed. Alas, that's not praising you, silly child. Wutong covered his forehead helplessly. You too, don't laugh at me. Xiaoxi also found something wrong and said. The next day, still immersed in the glory of yesterday's winning streak, Xiaoxi ran to the battle park early in the morning to fight. Today's Xiaoxi is still in a hot state, and defeated one opponent after another. Xiaoxi won, so who is the next opponent of the winning Xiaoxi? The host announced after Xiaoxi won again. Pokémon, let's go. Makoto, who is also a battle maniac, said to Pokémon beside him. I'll do it. However, a voice interrupted Makoto's thoughts, just as she stood up. A familiar person walked out from behind the crowd. Cross. Xiaoxi said when he saw the person walking to the battlefield. Is he the one who abandoned Charmander? Xiaozhi said. Yes, it's this guy. Xiaoxi said with gritted teeth. It seems that I didn't wake this guy up last time. That's right, if it's that easy to change, it won't be like this. Wutong said with his arms folded in front of him. You seem to have subdued that useless Charmander. Cross said to Xiaozhi. There is no useless Pokémon. Come out. Charmeleon. Xiaozhi was stimulated by Cross's words and released Charmeleon directly. Evolved. But even if it evolved, the weak Pokémon will still be weak. Cross said disdainfully while looking at Charmeleon. That's not the case. Charmeleon will become stronger if I work hard together. Xiaozhi retorted. Humph, come out, my strongest fire Pokémon. Blazing roaring tiger, 2 arms. Cross snorted and sent out his Pokémon. Ah. A muscular tiger appeared. I'll let you know how ridiculous your idea is. And the guy over there, just wait. When I defeat him, you'll be next. Cross pointed at Wutong and said. Are you being targeted? Come on, Xiaozhi, don't let me take action. Although he already knew the result, Wutong still said to Xiaozhi. Charmeleon and I will definitely defeat this guy. Xiaozhi said confidently. Humph, come on. Cross said provocatively. Charmeleon. Spray flames. Xiaozhi was provoked by Cross again, and his blood instantly got hot. Roar. Charmeleon spit out a mouthful of flames. Blazing roaring tiger did not dodge, and directly swallowed Charmeleon's sprayed flames with his arms in front of him. How is it? Xiaozhi said proudly when he saw the attack hit directly. Blazing roaring tiger, who was hit by Charmeleon's spray of flames, looked a little painful. Charmeleon, you split. Xiaozhi continued to attack. Charmeleon received the command and rushed directly to the blazing tiger, slashing it with one claw. Cross still did not give any command, allowing the blazing tiger to be attacked. Blazing tiger once again protected itself with its arms in front of it and took Charmeleon's attack head on, but was beaten back a lot this time. Charmeleon, use Earth Throw. Xiaozhi continued to give the command before the attack was over. Charmeleon rushed to the blazing tiger, protected its legs and jumped high. He spun the blazing tiger twice in the air and then smashed it hard to the ground. The blazing tiger left a long mark on the ground and then stood up shakily. Almost done, blazing tiger. Cross finally spoke. Blazing tiger also smiled. It's over. Xiaozhi is going to lose. Wutong said. But Xiaozhi's advantage is obvious. Chengxi said puzzledly. Charmer, spray flames. Xiaozhi continued to command the attack. Roar. Charmer spit out flames again. Spitfire, let's use spray flames too. Cross commanded. Ah. Spitfire roared and also used spray flames. Charmer's spray flames were suppressed instantly, and the flames rushed towards Charmer one-sidedly. Charmer. Xiaozhi shouted. So that's it. The Spitfire was deliberately attacked in order to trigger the fierce fire and increase the power of the flame. Xiaozhi said. Charmer, spray flames. Xiaozhi was obviously in a rage and continued to command Charmer to attack. Charmer wanted to spray flames, but because it had just evolved and had not adapted yet, and because of the continuous fierce attack just now, it only sprayed a few sparks. Flame Fang. Cross shouted. The blazing roaring tiger rushed to Charmeleon, bared its fangs, and a giant flame appeared out of thin air and bit Charmeleon. Health Thrust. Cross continued to command without stopping his attack. Black and purple energy appeared in the hands of the blazing roaring tiger, and it grabbed Charmeleon's throat and slammed it to the ground. Charmeleon, who was continuously injured, climbed up, his eyes full of dissatisfaction. HMPH, blazing roaring tiger, cross chop. Cross commanded. The blazing roaring tiger continued to attack Charmeleon. How can I lose to you? Charmeleon. Spray flames. Xiaozhi shouted. Charmeleon opened its mouth and wanted to spit out flames, but the same scene was repeated, and Charmeleon only spit out a few sparks at this time. The blazing roaring tiger's attack had arrived, and in Xiaozhi's unbelievable eyes, Charmeleon lost its ability to fight. Chapter 233. The best time to write a good story. It's Binkuo's birthday today, so I went out to play with friends, so I don't have much time to write. This is the only thing I'll write more tomorrow. Wutong looked at Xiaoxi holding Charmeleon and knew it was his turn to play. Although he was very grateful to Cross for letting Xiaoxi suffer a loss, he still had to fight. The victorious Cross walked in front of Xiaoxi and looked down at him. You are too naive. relying on cheap friendship, and letting your Pokémon taste the humiliation of defeat because of bad command. You are the worst Pokémon trainer. No, you are not qualified to be a trainer at all. Cross said coldly. I'll leave Xiaozhi in the hands of you two. I'll take care of this guy. Wutong stood up and said to Xiaozhi and Xiaozhi, I know. Xiaozhi nodded and said, come on, you must make this guy look good. Xiaozhi also said to Wutong, don't worry, I have enough experience in dealing with naughty kids. Wutong said and walked to Xiaozhi. Wutong, am I not a qualified trainer? Xiaozhi raised his head and asked. Maybe, but so what? If there is a problem, just fix it. Go and restore Charmeleon quickly. I'll take care of this guy. Wutong said. Xiaozhi, who was a little lost, left the battle park accompanied by Xiaozhi and Xiaozhi. Wutong stretched and looked at Cross on the opposite side. So, as you wish, I'm here. Are you ready to fail? Wutong asked calmly. Humph, you can only be proud for a while now. Cross snorted coldly. I don't want to bully people. You can change your Pokémon. Wutong said. HMPH, no need, my blazing roaring tiger is in good condition now. Cross said. Ah. Blazing roaring tiger roared to the sky to prove that Cross was right. Oh, is that so? In that case, Xiaoho, please. Wutong replied perfunctorily. Roar. With grey-black skin and white flame-shaped patterns, Xiaoho stared at the blazing roaring tiger opposite with full fighting spirit. Blazing roaring tiger, bodybuilding. Cross took the initiative and commanded. Ah. Blazing roaring tiger's muscles bulged and posed one bodybuilding pose after another. Xiaoho, belly drum. Wutong was not in a hurry and asked Xiaoho to add a buff first. Roar. Xiaoho patted his belly with his claws, and a drum sound appeared. Blazing roaring tiger. Flame fang. Cross shouted. Ah. The blazing roaring tiger rushed towards Xiaoho, and a fierce flame appeared in the mouth of the blazing roaring tiger. Xiaoho, open the fierce flame. Flame fang. Wutong also commanded without giving in. Roar. Red flame-like energy appeared on Xiaoho's body, and the blazing flame burned in his mouth. Without any thought of giving in, Xiaoho also rushed towards the blazing roaring tiger. The blazing roaring tiger and Xiaoho collided with each other, and the two Pokémon bit each other at the same time. The flames rose up instantly and wrapped around Xiaoho and the blazing roaring tiger. As the flames dissipated, Xiaoho and the blazing roaring tiger both retreated. Today's sun is very good. It's a sunny day. Xiaoho, spray the flame. Wutong glanced at the sky and commanded. Roar. The red flame-like energy on Xiaoho's body glowed with orange light, and the flames in his mouth surged, and a thick column of fire sprayed towards the blazing roaring tiger. Fiery roaring tiger, jet flame. Cross seemed to have sufficient confidence in his own fiery roaring tiger, or he did not believe that Xiaoho's flame could be more ferocious than the fiery roaring tiger, so Cross still chose to fight head-on. The familiar scene reappeared, but this time the party that was completely suppressed was the fiery roaring tiger. Xiaoho's jet flame directly swallowed the fiery roaring tiger's jet flame and hit the fiery roaring tiger. How is it possible? Fiery roaring tiger. Health rust. Cross couldn't believe that the fiery roaring tiger's jet flame was completely suppressed. Ah. The fiery roaring tiger rushed out of the flame, and purple-black energy appeared on its claws, and grabbed Xiaoho's neck. Jump up and chop. Wutong commanded. Xiaoho jumped towards the fiery roaring tiger, and his claws became a hand knife, emitting white light, and chopped at the fiery roaring tiger. The sharp claws collided with each other, and in the pure strength contest, Xiaoho was at a disadvantage this time, and was directly bounced into the air by the reaction force. Now, dragon dive. But all of this was in Wutong's plan. Xiaoho twisted his body in midair to adjust his position, and a bright blue aura began to form around his body, covering Xiaoho's whole body. After it wrapped Xiaoho, it transformed into a dragon-shaped energy, and rushed towards the blazing roaring tiger with Xiaoho with amazing momentum. Blazing roaring tiger. Jet flame. Cross made his last struggle. Ah. I don't know how many times the blazing roaring tiger used jet flame today. The flame shot at Xiaoho, who was wrapped in the blue dragon-shaped energy, but did not stop Xiaoho's attack. The dragon-shaped energy hit the blazing roaring tiger, and the strong impact directly knocked it out and hit the wall behind Cross, stirring up smoke. As the smoke dissipated, the unconscious blazing roaring tiger collapsed in the rubble. The blazing roaring tiger has lost its ability to fight. The winner is Wutong. The referee announced the result in a timely manner. It's indeed a little stronger than last time. At least it aroused my interest. Keep working hard, otherwise you will soon be surpassed by Xiaozhi. Wutong took back the little fire and said to Cross calmly, sure enough, in a battle, even if it is not a battle of equal strength, at least there must be some pressure to be interesting. The rare and interesting battle made Wutong happy. The rainbow feather in Wutong's arms became brighter, as if it would break through to the next stage at any time. Why? Why would such a strong trainer like you associate with that kind of guy? Cross seemed to lose his composure and shouted at Wutong. Wutong's eyes twitched when he heard what Cross said. This tone was not right. There is no reason. If you don't find the strength of that guy, it only means that you are too young. What you said to Xiaozhi also applies to yourself. Wutong simply turned on the bluff mode and said, what? Cross shouted in disbelief. Wutong ignored Cross and turned away directly. I will never lose to that kind of guy. I should be the one chosen to be the rainbow hero. Cross was obviously stuck in a dilemma and whispered while gritting his teeth. Chapter 234. The old man was very tired. Arrived at the Pokémon Center, Charmeleon was being treated. Xiaozhi sat on the side a little depressed, with Xiaoxia and Seiko accompanying him. Pikachu also lay on Xiaozhi's shoulder and looked at him worriedly. Wutong walked over and accompanied Xiaozhi silently without saying a word. It was already evening when Charmeleon recovered. Xiaozhi took Charmeleon back and walked out with his head down without saying a word. Cheer up, Seiko said when she saw Xiaozhi like this. Seeing Xiaozhi like this, Wutong shook his head helplessly, knowing that Xiaozhi was going to have a childish temper. That guy's absolutely wrong as a trainer, so there is no reason for me to lose. But, after walking out of the Pokémon Center, Xiaozhi suddenly stopped and said, but we can't completely deny his belief. In fact, he and Blazing Roaring Tiger came together because of the belief of getting stronger. Xiaoxi said. Even so, it's too strange that guy can win. Xiaozhi retorted angrily. First of all, you have to honestly admit the fact that you lost. Xiaoxi still said calmly. It's because you are unwilling to lose that you think you must win next time and work hard. Makoto tried to comfort Xiaozhi. Of course I know this kind of thing, but Xiaozhi lowered his head and walked forward again. When he walked into the shadow, Xiaozhi stopped again and whispered, maybe he won on Pikachu. Do you think so? Wutong asked aloud. Although he knew the plot a long time ago, when Wutong really heard Xiaozhi say this, he was still very unhappy. Even if he knew that this was a growth process he had to go through, he was still unhappy. Xiaozhi still lowered his head and said nothing. If this is what you think, then I think Cross may be right. As a trainer, you don't think about whether there is a problem with your command and training, but blame your Pokémon for being too weak. Even if you think the Pokémon is too weak, shouldn't it be that there is a problem with your training as a trainer? If you dislike Charmeleon so much, don't use the lie of becoming friends to trick it to your side. Wutong said sternly. While Wutong was saying these words, the rainbow feather in his arms became brighter. What do you know about you, a guy who has never lost? Xiaozhi suddenly burst out and yelled at Wutong, and then ran out directly after yelling. Wutong was also stunned when he heard what Xiaozhi said. It seemed that this was indeed the case. From the beginning of the journey to now, except for facing opponents with too much strength gap like the King Champion, he has never failed once, and even a draw has not occurred. Xiaozhi. Seeing Xiaozhi running away, Chengzi chased after him. Do you think I said too much? Wutong asked when he found that Xiaoxi had not caught up yet. No, I just didn't expect that you, who always consider yourself a male mother, would have such a strict side. I thought you would only be a kind mother. Xiaoxi chased after him. This guy. Wutong said helplessly when he saw Xiaoxi running away. Wutong sighed and chased after him and caught up with Xiaoxi. There was no other way. If he were to go, he would not go to find Xiaoxi, but to get into trouble. Then it would not be Xiaoxi who would be found, but him. amid the plot where Xiaoxi's autism hurt Pikachu's heart, and then Machado took advantage of the opportunity to enter the dream and cause the rainbow feather to blacken, and then he suddenly realized and repented. When Xiaoxi woke up, he found that Pikachu, who was hurt by him, and Wutong, Makoto, and Xiaozhi were all gathered around him. Pikachu, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Xiaoxi looked at the Pikachu in front of him and picked it up and said with a crying voice, "Okay, here, Xiaoxi." Chengzi picked up the rainbow feather next to Xiaoxi, which had regained its light, and handed it to Xiaoxi. "Everyone, I'm sorry." Xiaoxi took the rainbow feather and apologized. "Do you want to win all the battles? Losing is the real test of the trainer, that's what I think," Xiaozhi said. "Xiaoxi, come and fight with me," Wutong suddenly said as he looked at the harmonious scene in front of him. Xiaoxi was a little surprised, because usually Xiaoxi pestered Wutong to fight him, and this was the first time that Wutong took the initiative to ask to fight him. It seems that Wutong is angry and wants to teach Xiaoxi a lesson. Chengzi teased. "That's fine, come out. You can choose your opponent yourself and have a 1v1. Wutong said he released all 6 Pokémon in his second echelon. As for whether Xiaoxi would deliberately choose the weakest Xiaoxi would definitely not do such a thing with his personality. Even if he did, Wutong would be a little disappointed at most. Moreover, Wutong has been training Xiaoxi for more than 2 months, since he came to this time and space. Even if he is not as strong as his brothers and sisters, he is not a baby who can only act cute and cheer. Although I don't know what's going on, I know it. I want to choose Onion Ranger. Xiaoxi was still stubborn and directly chose Wutong's current strongest combat power, Onion Ranger. Originally, Onion Ranger was the most powerful combat power in the second echelon, until Ditto had the ultimate move of 5-second Lugia, coupled with the increasingly sophisticated continuous transformation skills. It was difficult for Onion Ranger to take advantage of Ditto. The selected Onion Ranger calmly drew out the 2 onion blades on his back and shouted at Xiaoxi, "Not bad, I didn't disappoint you. Let's start." Wutong took back the other Pokémon and said, "Pikachu, please." Xiaoxi said to Pikachu in his arms. Pikachu nodded and jumped out of Xiaoxi's arms and looked at the green soldier seriously. Wutong didn't ask to fight Xiaoxi to vent because he was really angry. It was because Wutong knew that he was leaving. After he said those words to Xiaoxi, the rainbow feather in Wutong's arms really recognized Wutong. At that time, Celebi's voice appeared in Wutong's mind, and Wutong knew that it was time for him to leave. It's just that Wutong had to say goodbye to Xiaoxi and the others before leaving, and this was the way Wutong came up with to say goodbye. The battle didn't last long and ended soon. Although Pikachu didn't turn on the Pikachu mode, he played normally, but he still couldn't beat the green soldier and was defeated by the green blade. "Sure enough, I still can't beat you, Wutong, but I will definitely work hard, and I won't complain about Pikachu and Charmeleon anymore." Xiaoxi, who lost the battle, said firmly, "Really? It seems that you have figured it out, but I'm leaving, Xiaoxi." Wutong said calmly. Why? Xiaoxi asked in surprise. "Wutong, you are not angry, right?" Chengzi asked. "No, Wutong should have something to do, right?" Xiaozhi said. "Yes, I have something to do, and I found that my existence may not be good for you, Xiaoxi, or it should be said that the disadvantages outweigh the advantages." Wutong said. "How could it be, Wutong? You are so powerful, you can do everything, and you are also very strong in battle." Xiaoxi still wanted to keep Wutong. "It doesn't matter, as long as we continue to travel, we will meet again. When you become stronger and have the confidence to defeat me, we will meet again, so work hard." Wutong said. I know." Xiaoxi nodded and said, "I'll leave this guy in your hands, Xiaozhi. You'll have to work hard on your own from now on." Wutong said to Xiaozhi and Siko, "Don't worry, I'll take good care of Xiaoxi, and you too, be careful." Xiaozhi said even though he didn't know where Wutong was going. "Yes, come back when things are done." Siko also said. Wutong said goodbye to the 3 again and left with the Onion Ranger. Xiaoxi's eyes became more determined as he watched Wutong leave. He must become stronger. After walking a long way, Wutong made sure that there was no one nearby, so he put away the onion ranger and called Celebi. I'm here, then let's go home, Celebi said as he activated his ability. Wutong's eyes went black in an instant, and the familiar dizziness hit his brain, and then Celebi and Wutong disappeared on the spot. Chapter 235. The sun was shining brightly, and the sky was full of stars. Under the setting sun at dusk, Wutong slowly opened his eyes, and saw the 3 heads of the Phoenix King's guards. Where is this? Am I back? Wutong, who was still a little dizzy, looked around and said uncertainly, yes, you have completed the test, Sukune said. Really? It's me after all. Wutong woke up and said, it's incredible that this guy can pass the test, Yandy said. The rainbow feathers of the Phoenix King have recognized him. As long as he passes the next test, he will become a true rainbow warrior. Lei Gong continued. Wait a minute. What do you mean? The test is not over yet? Wutong found the key in Lei Gong's words and asked. That's right, you just completed the first stage of the test, and got the approval of the rainbow feather. Sukune said. No way. This is too troublesome. Wutong covered his forehead helplessly. The Phoenix Guard ignored Wutong's complaints, and turned around to leave. Wait a minute. Are you leaving just like that? Don't you plan to take me down? Wutong shouted hurriedly. However, the Phoenix Guard didn't pay any attention to the words of Wutong, the future rainbow warrior, and still left. Damn it. I can only climb down by myself. Wutong looked at the sky nearby, which had already darkened. Carefully climbing back to the top floor of the bell tower, Wutong found that the crowd gathered here had all disappeared. Wutong was a little panicked. He traveled with Xiaozhi in that time and space for nearly 3 months. Could it be that 3 months had passed here too? Wouldn't he be in trouble? He still had 3 badges to get. Rotom. What time is it now? Wutong called out the mobile phone Rotom and asked. Connecting to the network, Rotom mobile Rotom flew out and said. After a while, mobile Rotom said the date and time. Wait a minute, what day was it when I left? After Wutong learned the date and time, he suddenly realized that he had forgotten when he left. There was no way, so he had to find someone to verify it. Wutong ran directly to the home of the 5 sisters of Yuanzhu. After knocking on the door and waiting for a while, Yinghe opened the door. Wutong, you are finally back. My sister and I are still worried about whether you are in trouble, Yinghe said happily after seeing Wutong. Sorry that something happened suddenly. Wutong was relieved to see Sakura's appearance. It seems that he has not been missing for a long time. After walking into the house, Wutong learned through indirect methods that he had only been missing for more than 3 hours. Wutong was completely relieved. Back to the room, prepared by the 5 sisters, Wutong prepared to wipe his Pokeball, just like a battle-hardened warrior would wipe his weapon. As an excellent Pokémon trainer, Wutong would also regularly maintain his Pokeball. When he touched a Pokeball, Wutong was stunned. He remembered what he had forgotten. Iron Warrior, come out. Wutong quickly called out the Iron Warrior who had been locked in the Pokeball for 3 months. As soon as the Iron Warrior appeared, he stared at Wutong. Because he had been subdued by Wutong, the Iron Warrior did not chop him directly, but his mechanical eyes were filled with a trace of resentment. Sorry, I didn't mean it. Wutong quickly comforted him. Fortunately, Pokémon and the Pokeball will not be a problem, even if they don't eat or drink for 3 years. Otherwise he might be the first trainer to starve Pokémon to death in his Pokeball. In order to better comfort the Iron Warrior, Wutong took out the energy cubes that fighting Pokémon and fairy Pokémon like to eat. After all, Wutong has not customized an exclusive energy cube for the Iron Warrior, so he can only use this to deal with it first. Seeing the Iron Warrior eating energy cubes obediently, Wutong breathed a sigh of relief. He almost lost his Pokémon in the pupil mode. Even if Pokémon cannot actively leave the Pokeball, they can still refuse to fight without listening to commands. So it is a completely stupid idea to think that you can do whatever you want after catching Pokémon. You should know that even in the game, Pokémon will not obey, so the relationship with Pokémon is also very important. After comforting the Iron Warrior, Wutong also felt a sense of fatigue. He simply packed up and went to sleep. After all, there was a performance to look forward to tomorrow. I want to see it. The next day, Wutong came to the theater, where the performance was held. As a guest invited by the 5 sisters, he sat in the first row of the audience. Next to Wutong were Sangai, the owner of the Yuanzu dojo, and his Jenga. Sangai saw Wutong sitting down, and smiled at him as a greeting. When Jenga saw Wutong, he immediately looked around him. After not finding the trace of the dream demon, Jenga seemed a little disappointed. Wutong also smiled back, but after seeing Jenga's look, Wutong was a little helpless. It seems that it really likes its own dream demon. After waiting for a while, the lights in the entire theater were all turned off, and the next second the stage was illuminated by a beam of light. A circular pattern formed by Ho-Oh and Lugia slowly rotated in the center of the beam. As it rotated, the pattern of Ho-Oh and Lugia gradually dissolved and spread like ink. The curtain was also pulled horizontally, and the performance officially began. Behind the curtain, there were 2 thick pillars on the stage that went straight to the roof. The light on the pillars was like a screen. Between the 2 pillars, under the spotlight, Yuxu, wearing a gorgeous black kimono with gold patterns and a black elf ball with a moon mark on her head as a decoration, stood there, dancing softly to the rising music. Red maple leaves were falling in the sky, and it was unknown whether they were real maple leaves or the product of some energy condensation. The next second Yuxu spoke. A long time ago, the people of Yuanzu built 2 towers, one of which was the 9-story tower that still towers into the sky today, the Bell Tower. Yuxu said as she raised her hands to the pillar on her right, and a 9-story tower pattern instantly rose on the pillar and the Bell Tower. Then Yuxu raised her hands to the pillar on her left, and a 9-story tower pattern also appeared on the other pillar. One day, 2 legendary Pokémon from afar appeared here. Yuxu turned around and made a very respectful worship gesture. The god of rainbow, Phoenix King. Yuxu raised his voice, and the Phoenix King appeared on the big screen behind him, singing to the sky. In the picture, Phoenix King gave a cry and flapped his wings to fly away. At the same time, the pillars on both sides of Yuxu also moved sideways to both sides and left the stage. This mechanism is really amazing. Wutong muttered to himself when he saw the performance on the stage. The picture on the big screen behind Yuxu continued to change, and 2 9-story towers appeared out of thin air. After circling for a week, Phoenix King flew straight back, as if it was going to break through the screen. As Phoenix King filled the entire screen, the moving lights on both sides of the stage threw out colorful rainbow-like lights from bottom to top. Waves of crystal light spots also fell from the top of the stage, and the whole stage became dreamy. This seems to be the scale powder on the wings of butterfly-type Pokémon. There should also be powder on grass-type Pokémon. Wutong touched his chin and began to analyze the stage. The god of the sea, Lugia. Yuxu continued. In the picture behind Yuxu, Lugia appeared with its wings flapping and roaring. Like Ho-Oh, Lugia circled and crashed directly into the screen. The moving lights on both sides threw out blue lights like the sea this time, and crystal powder was still falling from the stage. Ho-Oh descended on the Bell Tower, and Lugia descended on the Bell Tower. Yuxu's voice had just fallen. The figures of Ho-Oh and Lugia appeared on the top of the tower on the 2 pillars that had been moved back secretly. People tried to communicate with these 2 Pokémon, and finally the 2 sides established a deep friendship, which never stopped until that fateful night 150 years ago, when the moonlight shone. Yuxu continued to narrate, and his figure danced with the words. After another turn, Yuxu had an extra Pokéball in her hand, which opened by itself, and Yuxu's Moon Eevee appeared in front of her. After Moon Eevee appeared, the golden markings on her body glowed, blue energy appeared, and a full moon appeared in the air above the stage. Fuck, isn't this moonlight? Wutong saw it at once, but is it really okay for a Moon Eevee from the Johto region to use moonlight so skillfully? The stage darkened in an instant, relying only on the full moon to maintain its light, as if it had really entered the night. Yuxu looked behind her, and Mei was already standing there. Along with the sound of drums, a spotlight fell on Mei. At this time, Mei was wearing a yellow kimono and had a golden Pokéball on her head as a decoration. Mei walked away, and the spotlight followed her all the way and shone on her. Mei and Yuxu passed by, and Yuxu retreated to the back. The stage was officially handed over to Mei. As Mei walked to the front, Lugia appeared on the big screen. 150 years ago, Lugia's peaceful time was taken away. May began to continue telling this story, and a Pokeball was raised by her one hand. The Pokeball opened, and Jolteon appeared in the air. Strong lightning burst out from Jolteon, and Jolteon used 100,000 volts. In coordination with Jolteon, bursts of lightning also fell on the stage. Obviously, there were other Pokémon behind the stage, who were silently working hard for this performance. Thunder. Strong wind. This storm swept through Yuansu City, and finally the sharp lightning suddenly hit the bell tower. May said in a sad tone. Along with the thunder on the big screen, a lightning fell from the sky and hit the tower where Lugia landed. Lugia flew away, and the bell tower also caught fire, because of the lightning. Another spotlight fell, and Xiaomi, wearing a kimono with flame patterns and a Pokeball with the same flame patterns on her head, slowly rose from under the stage. At her feet was Florian, who had been prepared long ago. The flames from the thunderbolt engulfed the towering tower, burning, raging, and burning everything. Xiaomi said. As Xiaomi spoke, Florian took 2 steps forward, and flame spread from its body to the surroundings, forming circles of flame rings. It looks like a use of hot air, Wutong whispered. Lugia flew high into the sky, causing strong winds, but the fire was still there, and even began to spread. Xiaomi said loudly. As Xiaomi finished speaking, another spotlight shone on the back of the audience. Under the spotlight, Teo, wearing a kimono with water ripples and a blue patterned Pokeball as a decoration, stood there. Lugia brought a heavy rain down in the sky above Yuzu City. Teo, holding a fan to cover the lower half of her face, walked slowly to the stage, and said as she walked. After walking onto the stage, Teo took out a Pokeball, which opened Vaporeon, and appeared in the center of the stage. The torrential rain and the raging fire started a fierce battle. Teo continued to narrate. A blue light appeared on Vaporeon's body. Vaporeon turned its body, and raised its head to make a cry, and it began to rain on the stage. The screen also showed Lugia trying to put out the fire with rain, until everything disappeared. Teo said. Vaporeon and Florian stood opposite each other on both sides of the screen. As Teo finished speaking, Vaporeon and Florian spit out water and fire columns respectively, which collided in the center in front of the screen, and produced bursts of white smoke. The music changed again, and thick smoke poured into both sides of the stage. The 4 people and 4 Pokémon on the stage all fell to the ground. The theater was shrouded in darkness again. As the music progressed, a ray of light that seemed like hope appeared. The big screen lit up, and the light of sunrise shone on the stage. However, only one of the 2 9-story towers that originally stood was left. The terrible long night will eventually pass, and the morning sun will still rise in the morning, and a new day has begun. A girl raised the fan in her hand while telling the story. As the light gradually became stronger, the audience also saw the girl's appearance. It was the last of the 5 sisters, Sakura, wearing a pink kimono. However, there was no Eevee next to Sakura. Lugia, who lost his bond with humans, was hit hard, depressed, and left. Sakura said sadly. On the big screen, Lugia flew away with the rising sun. Then the picture on the big screen changed, as if it fell into the deep sea all of a sudden. It is said that he sank into the deep sea, and is still waiting for people with pure souls. Sakura continued. The other 4 sisters also returned to the stage from both sides. On the big screen, Lugia curled up, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. 5 spotlights fell, and shone on the 5 sisters. The music changed again, all the lights came on, and the light on the stage flowed. The 5 sisters danced with their fans. Several Eevee evolutions with different attributes also danced back and forth. As the dance ended, the 5 sisters stood in a row, with their right hands raised above their heads, holding a bell in their hands. In order not to forget everything they had lost, and not to let the tragedy happen again, Sakura said. The bell tower was preserved. Yuxu continued. As Yuxu's voice fell, the 5 sisters shook the bells in their hands together. The 5 bells bloomed together with a burst of brilliance. Jinga was already in tears at this time. Tears welled up on their faces, and it seemed that they were moved by the story. As the music stopped, the 5 sisters bowed at the same time, and the performance ended. Chapter 236. The 2 sisters were very happy. In the tea room where the 5 sisters received guests, Wutong and Sangai sat here and accepted the hospitality of the 5 sisters. Today's performance was wonderful, Sangai said with teacups in both hands. Yes, the dance was beautiful, and the cooperation with Pokémon was also tacit, but Sakura seemed to be missing something when she appeared at the end. Is it because Ibrahimovic has not evolved yet and I haven't figured out how to cooperate? Wutong said. Yes, it's best to use morning light to end when Sakura appears at the end, but it's Ibrahimovic can't learn morning light. The eldest sister May said. At this time, the 5 sisters have all changed back to their regular clothes. After all, the gorgeous kimono looks very inconvenient. I will definitely be more perfect when my Ibrahimovic evolves, Sakura said confidently. That's hard to say. After all, isn't this the first time that Sakura didn't make a mistake? Teo teased. Sister Teo. Sakura said immediately in shame and anger. Sakura has also worked hard, Sister Teo. Don't always bully her, Yuxu said. The 5 sisters gathered together, and Wutong and Sangai had no chance to interrupt, so they could only drink tea honestly on the side. After the 5 sisters finally calmed down, Wutong spoke. However, the history of the burnt tower in today's performance is different from what Sangai told me. Sangai's family is the family that protects the Phoenix King, and Sakura's family is the family that serves and summons the Phoenix King. The history shouldn't be so different, right? And what about Lugia? It won't be alone, right? Of course not. We actually serve both the Phoenix King and Lugia at the same time, and you should be able to see it in today's performance, Wu said. As for the historical issues you mentioned, it's actually not important. 150 years ago, our 2 tribes had different perspectives, so the recorded history was also different. In addition, 150 years have passed, and it has become what it is now. But no matter what, it was humans who did something wrong. We just need to remember and correct it, Sangai said. Wutong nodded and didn't ask any more. Perhaps for Sangai and the 5 sisters, this history is more of a warning. Where are you going next, Wutong? You haven't collected all the badges yet, right? Sakura asked curiously. I should go to Xiaozhi city, but my progress should be quite fast, so I'm thinking about finding a suitable place to train Pokémon first. Wutong thought for a while and said. With your strength, you should be able to easily get other badges. After all, that fossil pterosaur is still fresh in my memory, Sangai said. Well, if I use the fossil pterosaurs, there is no problem, but unfortunately, they were just sent back by me, so there are only some little guys on me, and they all need to be trained, Wutong said helplessly. Of the remaining 3 gyms, let's not talk about Ami, the gym leader of the Xiaozhi gym, whose main force is the electric dragon. The remaining 2, whether it is Liubo, an old friend of his grandparents, or Xiaochan, Adu's cousin, are not easy opponents to defeat. With his current second echelon, it is barely enough to deal with Xiaochan, but it is completely asking for abuse to want to compete with Liubo. Although he was very aggressive when competing with Xiaoxia, he will definitely not be soft when he meets himself. Wutong has seen through these elders and is really caring for him, but when training him, he is really killing. Absolutely merciless. So Wutong feels that he must train his second echelon before challenging Liubo, otherwise he can only cry. Then you might as well ask Sangai to help you find a suitable training place. After all, Sangai's clairvoyance is very powerful, Sakura said. Wutong suddenly realized what Sakura said. Yes, Sangai is a clairvoyant. Sangai, can you help me find a place where I can train my Pokemon's ability to resist ice? Wutong immediately said to Sangai. Okay, I'll help you, Sangai said with a dark purple glow in his eyes. In Wutong's expectant eyes, Sangai said, you can go to the White Snow Mountain on the way to Xiaozhi city. There should be what you need there. White Snow Mountain? Yes. Thank you, Sangai, Wutong said with a tap on his palm. Where can you train your ability to resist ice better than the Snow Mountain? After determining the destination, Wutong said goodbye to the 5 sisters and Sangai embarked on a journey to the White Snow Mountain. Under the guidance of the mobile phone Rotom, Wutong walked for a week and finally saw the White Snow Mountain. After entering the area on the edge of the White Snow Mountain, the temperature dropped sharply, and Wutong had to change into thicker clothes. That's the little brat, right? Just after Wutong entered the area of the White Snow Mountain, a proud female voice came from a small snow bag somewhere. Yes, I met him again. Damn, this mission can't fail again. A male voice came from the small snow bag next to him. Stay away from him this time. If the mission fails again, there will be no salary this year. The small snow bag that made the sound at the beginning shook for a while, and then a woman with a blonde drill head climbed up. I hope this guy is just passing by, otherwise it will be troublesome again. Another small snow bag also moved, and a green-haired man climbed out. It was the opponents of Musashi and Kochiro, self-proclaimed Yamato and Kosaburo. But Dr. Rambo is really something. It's just an uncertain legend, but he still wants us to come and look for it. Amado complained. However, just as Amado finished speaking, Xiao Sanlang's communicator rang. Did I say it wrong again? Amado looked at Xiao Sanlang and asked. Xiao Sanlang nodded, then handed his communicator to Amado with a serious face. Amado swallowed a mouthful of saliva, took the communicator with trembling, and then carefully put the communicator to his ear. I'm Nanbo. Nanbo. Don't think about next year's salary if you can't remember it. A very irritable voice came from the communicator. On the other side, Wutong, who continued to move forward into the depths of the White Snow Mountain, looked around and felt that he seemed to have heard some shouting just now. When he reached the foot of the White Snow Mountain, Wutong looked at the long mountain road in front of him and decided to take a rest first. The cold environment made Wutong prepare some warm soup for lunch. Wutong released all the Pokémon. Onion Soldier usually helped Wutong, taking the green onions that Wutong prepared for it to cut ingredients and processing the ingredients. Crystal Rock Snake, who liked the snowy mountain environment very much, rolled happily in the snow and splashed snowflakes. Ditto, on the contrary, crawled onto Wutong's body and turned into a blue scarf. The three little ones took Xiaobai to play. The new Iron Warrior seemed a little confused. After all, his daily pastime was to fight with various Pokémon. Usually, the first thing he did when he met other Pokémon was to chop them with a knife. Now that he was captured by Wutong, there were a group of creatures called family, which made Iron Warrior a little uncomfortable. Wutong didn't care when he saw the stiff look of Iron Warrior. As long as he got used to it after a long time, it would be fine. After all, the biological characteristics of Pokémon like Iron Warrior were like that, and it always took time to change. On the other side, the three little ones played hide and seek with Xiaobai. Although it was unknown how they decided who would be the ghost, Xiao was obviously unlucky. Covering his eyes with two vines, Xiao waited for other Pokémon to hide. Xiaobai and Xiaoho quickly found their hiding places. Xiaobai was also looking for a hiding place, but a Pokémon attracted its attention. Poorly a chubby Jigglypuff stood there holding a microphone, as if looking for something. Kana? Xiaobai walked over and called to Jigglypuff, as if inviting it to play together. Poorly Jigglypuff shook his head after accepting Xiaobai's invitation, indicating that he still had things to do. Why don't you leave, little devil? Amado said impatiently under the shadow of a big tree, looking at Wutong who was cooking at the foot of the mountain. Could it be that his goal is the same as ours? Xiao Sanlang guessed. Damn it. Did this guy come for Articuno as well? Said Amado with gritted teeth. It seems that we have to find a way to make him leave first. Hey, the little devil's Charmander seems to be alone. Xiao Sanlang said when he saw Xiaobai with Jigglypuff. Alone. In that case, let's catch that Charmander. Then he will be busy looking for Charmander and won't bother us. Amado thought of a good idea and said, then let's act quickly. There is a wild Jigglypuff next to it. Let's take it away together, said Xiao Sanlang. The two people who made a plan immediately started to act. Wutong, who was busy cooking, did not notice Amado and Xiao Sanlang. Xiaobai also left Wutong and them for a certain distance because they were playing hide and seek, which gave Amado and Xiao Sanlang the opportunity to commit the crime. They sneaked into Xiaobai and Jigglypuff's nearby. Yamato and Kosaburo each took out a special sack. Kosaburo took out a mechanical hand from nowhere, aimed at Xiaobai and Jigglypuff, and pressed the start button. The mechanical hand suddenly jumped out and grabbed Xiaobe and Jigglypuff. While the two Pokémon didn't react, Yamato and Kosoburo each put a sack on one, put it in the bag, sealed it, carried it and ran away. They ran a long way and Wutong didn't notice it. However, the two Pokémon in the sack kept struggling, but this sack might be a special device made by Dr. Tanbo. At this time, Bing's mobile phone, which was typing, suddenly rang. Correction. This sack should be a special prop made by Dr. Nanbo. No matter how Xiaobe or Jigglypuff struggled, they couldn't destroy this sack. Jigglypuff stopped struggling first, and the next second, a burst of singing came from the sack where Jigglypuff was. Poo 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 poo, the hypnotic song reappeared. Listening to the song, Amado and Kosoburo's eyelids began to fight up and down, their steps became slower and slower, and finally they both fell asleep on the ground. Jigglypuff slowly crawled out of the sack, and looking at the sleeping Amado and Kosoburo, Jigglypuff instantly became angry. He opened the back cover of the microphone to reveal the black pen, and began to paint on Amado and Kosoburo's faces. After a mess of painting, Jigglypuff calmed down and looked at the sack where Xiaobe was, who had also become quiet. After opening the sack and seeing that Xiaobe was also asleep, Jigglypuff became angry again. But seeing Xiaobe so small, Jigglypuff looked at Amado and Kosoburo again. After expressing his irritability again, Jigglypuff decided to wake up Xiaobe, and a burst of white light appeared on his claws, and the awakening slap, 1% power version, was used. Kana? Xiaobe opened his eyes and saw Jigglypuff's big face, then looked around. It was an unfamiliar environment, and there was no sign of Wutong. Kana? Xiaobe panicked instantly and shouted anxiously. However, no one or Pokémon responded to it. Tears gradually accumulated in Xiaobe's eyes, and it seemed that he was about to cry. Pooley. Seeing that Xiaobe was about to cry, Jigglypuff instantly felt a headache, and hurriedly comforted Xiaobe, saying that he would help it go back. The two Pokémon embarked on the journey of going home, and Amado and Kosoburo, who were sleeping in the snow, were gradually covered by snow. May there be no Jigglypuff in heaven. Fat Gate. Under the leadership of Jigglypuff, Xiaobe successfully got further and further away from Wutong. When the two Pokémon passed by a big tree, an accident occurred. One of the Pokémon evil forces in the Kanto region and Chengdu region, Spearow, appeared. The two Spearows played the spirit of villains well, and immediately harassed Xiaobe and Jigglypuff when they saw them passing by. As an excellent Pokémon taught by Wutong, although they will not bully other Pokémon, they will definitely not be polite when encountering guys who take the initiative to provoke. Kana? Xiaobe spit out a mouthful of flames and directly heated up the two Spearows. The two Spearows were immediately furious, and a shrill cry sounded, and a large group of Spearows responded to the call and flew out. Xiaobe and Jigglypuff were shocked, and immediately began to run away. Chased by the group of Spearows, Xiaobe and Jigglypuff ran to the depths of the snow mountain. The deeper they went into the snow mountain, the heavier the wind and snow became. Xiaobe and Jigglypuff, who were only concerned with running away, did not notice that there was a cliff in front of them. When they noticed it, it was too late. Xiaobe and Jigglypuff stepped on the air and fell directly. The group of Spearows who lost their target also turned and left. While falling, Jigglypuff took a deep breath and swelled up, like a balloon, slowing down the speed of falling. With two claws holding onto Xiaobe, the two Pokémon barely made it to safety. However, there was another gust of cold wind, and Jigglypuff couldn't hold on and let out a breath, and the two Pokémon lost their whereabouts again. At this time, a large ice blue bird appeared, grabbed Xiaobe and Jigglypuff and flew up. On Wutong's side, Xiaoxia started to search, and soon found Xiaoxia in the middle of several boulders, and found Xiaoxia who had buried himself in a snowy field. It can only be said that Xiaoxia really cared about the head, and not the tail, and buried his body, but his tail with flames was still exposed. The three little ones started to look for Xiaobe together, but after searching for a long time without finding Xiaobe, the three little ones felt a little strange. Come back, it's time for dinner, Wutong shouted. But Xiaobe still didn't show up, and the three little ones were completely panicked, and hurried to Wutong and shouted, "What did you say? Xiaobe is gone." Wutong shouted in shock. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237. The snow was so cold, and the snow was so cold. In a cave on the snow mountain, a giant bat with ice blue feathers flew in, holding a white Charmander and a Jigglypuff in its claws. This giant bat with ice blue feathers is the legendary Articuno of the snow mountain, and the ones held in Articuno's claws are Xiaobai and Jigglypuff, whom it rescued. After entering the cave, Articuno put Xiaobai and Jigglypuff down. Kana. After being put down, Xiaobai looked around and shouted at Articuno. Looking at Xiaobai's anxious look, it is obvious that he wants to go out to find Wutong. Sure. Articuno stopped Xiaobai and pointed at the snow outside the cave with his wings to indicate that it was not the time to go out. Pooley. Jigglypuff also came to persuade Xiaobai. However, Xiaobai just wanted to return to Wutong as soon as possible. Looking at the heavy snow outside, Xiaobai, who had no way to go out, was anxious and turned around in circles. Looking at the anxious Xiaobai, Articuno was a little helpless and wanted to ask Xiaobai to stop turning, but seeing Xiaobai's eyes full of tears and a grieved look, Articuno didn't know what to do. Pooley. At this time, Jigglypuff volunteered to stand up. Sure. Articuno immediately asked Jigglypuff to start the show. Jigglypuff's little claws reached behind him and took out a microphone from somewhere. Poo 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 poo, Jigglypuff immediately sang. Xiaobai, who was already very tired from running for his life, fell asleep quickly after hearing Jigglypuff's singing. Seeing that Xiaobai fell into a deep sleep, Articuno breathed a sigh of relief. Pew 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 poo. However, Jigglypuff continued to sing without any intention of stopping. Articuno's eyelids began to become heavy, and he was about to fall asleep. Articuno felt that something was wrong and immediately wanted to stop Jigglypuff, but Jigglypuff, who was singing too much, didn't want to stop at all. Articuno had no choice but to spit out a blue energy beam from his mouth and shoot it at Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff was instantly frozen and turned into an ice ball. Unfortunately, it was still a step too late. Articuno fell forward and fell asleep due to sleepiness. The fallen Articuno just hit Jigglypuff, who was frozen into an ice ball. Under the effect of the force, Jigglypuff's ice ball rolled out of the cave, and then rolled down from the snowy mountain. Only the sleeping Articuno and Xiaobai were left in the cave, snoring. On the other side, Wutong, who learned that Xiaobai was missing, didn't care about the food he had just prepared, and immediately took all the Pokémon to look for Xiaobai's trace. Onion Ranger flew into the air to search from the sky, and Ditto turned into a crow-headed appearance and searched from the air in the opposite direction of Onion Ranger. Crystal Rock Snake drilled into the ground, and the three little ones also scattered, and all Pokémon began to work hard to find Xiaobai. As the big sister, Dream Demon did not continue to be a homegirl, and flew out of the shadow to sense the direction of Xiaobai beside Wutong. As a useless Pokémon who can't do anything except fighting, Iron Warrior can only follow Wutong to protect his safety. Xiaobai, where are you? Wutong called loudly while walking, but there was no response nearby. After passing two snow piles, Wutong finally found a clue. Several Spearows chirped and flew through the air, and Wutong heard clues about Xiaobai from their mouths. Iron Warrior, shoot down those Spearows. Spirit Blade, Wutong ordered without hesitation. The pink energy blades on the Iron Warrior's arms popped out and connected to form a double-headed sword. The blue energy covered it, and the Iron Warrior jumped up and slashed at the Spearows fiercely. Two Spearows were knocked down directly, and the other two Spearows that dodged found that someone dared to fight them and immediately wanted to shout to get rid of them. Dream Demon, Hypnosis. Wutong had already predicted the actions of the Spearows and ordered in advance. Blue light appeared in the eyes of the Dream Demon, and invisible waves were emitted. The two Spearows that were not attacked instantly fell asleep and fell down. Iron Warrior, Magic Shine. Wutong continued to command. the front of the weapon in the Iron Warrior's hand. A rainbow-colored light ball appeared in the center of the weapon, and then a strong colorful light shot out and hit the two Spearows that were still awake on the ground. The two Spearows lost consciousness directly. Wutong took out the hemp rope and walked over calmly. After tying up all 4 Spearows, Wutong woke one of them up. Spearow. Under coercion, Spearow confessed honestly. Wutong frowned after hearing this. His family's favorite was actually bullied? And fell off the cliff? Wutong let the Spearow lead the way with a dark face. Feeling the pressure, the Spearow became very honest and took Wutong to the edge of the cliff. Looking at the deep cliff below, Wutong's heart sank, and then he glared at the Spearow fiercely. However, before Wutong could do anything, a rumble came. Wutong looked up and found a huge snowball rolling down from the snowy mountain. Wutong immediately took the Iron Warrior and the Dream Demon to hide. However, where else could they hide nearby? Iron Warrior. Fight. Spirit Blade. Dream Demon. Magic Flame. Wutong said with gritted teeth. The Iron Warrior obviously didn't know what fear was and rushed up with a double-edged sword in his hand. The gem in front of the Dream Demon flashed and a flame spun out. However, the two Pokémon were not strong enough to destroy the snowball. A cry appeared at this time. The Green Onion Soldier descended from the sky and 2 green onion blades slashed from top to bottom. 2 swords flow, took cuts, and should ascend the building. The snowball was directly cut into 3 pieces, losing its ball shape and unable to continue rolling, and finally stopped in front of Wutong. Green Onion Soldier, you are just in time. Xiaoxia seems to have fallen down. Please fly down and take a look. Wutong said to the Green Onion Soldier. Gag. The Green Onion Soldier shook his head and shouted to Wutong. You said you heard other Pokémon say that Xiaoxia and a Jigglypuff were rescued by a big blue bird when they fell down. Wutong said. The Green Onion Soldier nodded and shouted. Big blue bird? Could it be Articuno? Wutong thought of the plot and muttered to himself. The Dream Demon floated over and asked Wutong to take a look at the snowball. Wutong looked over and saw an ice ball coming out from the middle of the snowball. Inside the ice ball was a Jigglypuff holding a microphone. Jigglypuff? Dream Demon. Magic Flame. Let it out. Wutong recognized the Jigglypuff who loved to sing and said to Dream Demon. Dream Demon used the magic flame again and the ice gradually melted. Puff. Jigglypuff yelled angrily after being released and became very happy after seeing Wutong. Long time no see Jigglypuff. Have you seen a white little fire dragon? Wutong asked. Puff. Jigglypuff nodded and shouted to Wutong. Is it really saved by Articuno? In that case, there is no need to worry too much. Wutong said with a sigh of relief. But weren't you and Xiaoxia rescued by Articuno together? How come you were frozen in the ice and rolled down the mountain? Wutong asked again. No. After hearing Wutong's question, Jigglypuff instantly became angry. He wanted to sing to comfort Xiaoxia with good intentions, but the big blue bird stopped him and froze him. After hearing Jigglypuff's story, Wutong couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. Sure enough, the pink devil is a pink devil wherever he goes. Chapter 238. After the trip, the search was over. Knowing where Xiaoxia was, there was no need to search like a headless fly. Wutong returned to the place where he had camped just now, and while packing up, he waited for the other Pokémon to come back. Soon, as promised at the beginning, the other Pokémon all returned here after searching for a while. The news that Xiaoxia was fine was told to the other Pokémon, and the other Pokémon were relieved. Wutong collected all the Pokémon and prepared to go up the mountain. After all, according to Jigglypuff, Xiaoxia should be in the Articuno cave on the mountain at this time, so Wutong must go up the mountain if he wants to find Xiaoxia. Only a small fire was left to help keep warm, and Wutong began his mountaineering journey. As a matter of course, Jigglypuff, who hadn't seen Wutong for a long time, followed Wutong to start climbing the mountain. After climbing for a long time, Wutong arrived at the entrance of the Pokémon Center of Snow Mountain. As he was getting closer to the top of Snow Mountain, the wind and snow became stronger. The Pokémon Center of Snow Mountain is a small wooden house. There is a wooden sign at the door of the wooden house, which reads the highest Pokémon Center in the Johto area and the last recovery location of Snow Mountain. Wutong, who had consumed a lot of physical strength, decided to go into the Pokémon Center to rest first. After all, Xiaoxia was also tired. If he continued like this, he and Xiaoxia would collapse before finding Xiaobai. After entering the Pokémon Center of Snow Mountain, Miss Joy and Miss Junsha, who were resting in the wooden house, smiled when they saw Wutong coming in. "Oh, a distinguished guest has arrived," Miss Junsha said after seeing Wutong. "I haven't come to the trainer's house for a long time. Welcome, welcome." Miss Joy also said. "Excuse me, I want to rest here," Wutong said. Miss Joy and Miss Junsha were very friendly to Wutong, the guest, and prepared hot drinks and a heater for Wutong to warm up. Miss Junsha, "Miss Joy, do you know where the Articuno on the Snow Mountain lives? I may not believe it, but one of my Pokémon got lost, and the wild Pokémon here told me that it was rescued by Articuno." Wutong said. "Articuno? Speaking of Articuno," Miss Junsha said, "we don't know the exact location, but there has always been a legend that people in distress were rescued by Articuno." Miss Joy continued. "So, it seems that I still have to find it myself," Wutong said. In fact, he didn't have much hope that someone knew where Articuno lived. If someone really knew, a large group of trainers would have come here to try to capture Articuno. But it is said that Articuno will build a nest on a mountain with snow for thousands of years in addition to the arrival of winter. Miss Junsha said. There is also snow on the top of Snow Mountain for thousands of years, so people also believe that there is a nest of Articuno on the top of Snow Mountain. Miss Joy continued. So that's the case. Thank you very much. Wutong thanked. It seems that Wutong must find a way to climb to the top of Snow Mountain no matter what. But it's not easy to climb to the top of Snow Mountain. Miss Joy said. Yes, you must be fully prepared. Miss Junsha also advised. I understand. I will be careful. Wutong replied. After drinking the hot drink and resting for a while in the Pokémon Center, Wutong left with Xiaoxia and Jigglypuff. No matter how difficult it is, Wutong must climb to the top of Snow Mountain. After all, his lovely daughter is at the top of the mountain. Wutong can't give up anyway. After walking the last section of the mountain road, Wutong looked at the mountain wall in front of him and knew that he would have to rely on equipment to climb the mountain next. After taking back Xiaoxia and releasing the green onion soldiers, Wutong took out 2 sets of mountaineering equipment. Wutong put on thick warm clothes and mountaineering equipment, and then helped Kangaibing put on mountaineering equipment. Although Kangaibing can fly, Bexu Mountain is not a small mountain after all, and it is hard to say whether there is any place to rest in the middle. So in order to prevent Kangaibing from having no place to rest when he is tired of flying, he let him wear mountaineering equipment. If he is tired, he will hang himself on the mountain to rest. Looking at the Jigglypuff beside him, Wutong didn't know what to do. It would definitely not work to subdue him, and it would be inconvenient to carry a load directly. Looking at Jigglypuff's short arms and legs, it is unlikely to let him climb the mountain by himself. Seeing Wutong's expression, Jigglypuff seemed to know something, and took a deep breath. Jigglypuff instantly swelled up, and floated in the air. Okay, I forgot Jigglypuff could do this. Wutong said to himself. In this way, just tie it to yourself. If you can't hold it anymore, hang it on yourself to rest for a while. Wutong can also hold it for a while. He took out a strong hemp rope and tied it to Jigglypuff's feet. After all, Jigglypuff was swollen. If tied to the body, Jigglypuff would be tied in vain once it deflated. Wutong, who was fully prepared, set off for the top of the Snow Mountain. After experiencing the harassment of the slugs, the baptism of the blizzard, and the strong wind, Wutong finally reached the top of the Snow Mountain before dusk. It's not entirely correct to say it's the top of the mountain. It should be in a cave close to the top of the mountain. According to Jigglypuff's limited memory, this is where it turned into a Jigglypuff ice ball and rolled down. As the sky gradually darkened, the cave seemed a little dark. Wutong exchanged Pokémon again. Kangaibing and Xiaoxia exchanged, and Xiaoxia, the natural light, came online again. Led by Xiaoxia, Wutong and his group walked into the depths of the cave. Snoring came from the depths of the cave, and Wutong knew that he had found the right place when he heard the sound. Speeding up, Wutong and Xiaoxia finally saw a big bird with ice blue feathers. It was Articuno. But for some reason, they didn't see Xiaobai. Xiaobai! Wutong shouted. Roar. Xiaoho also roared. Swoosh. Articuno was awakened by the sound in his sleep and opened his eyes in confusion. After seeing Wutong, Xiaoho and Jigglypuff, Articuno shook his head and stood up. Kana? After Articuno stood up, a familiar cry appeared. Under Articuno, Xiaobai rubbed his eyes in confusion. After seeing Wutong and Xiaoho, tears welled up in his eyes and he ran towards Wutong and Xiaoho. Great, Xiaobai, I finally found you. Xiaoho, you. Wutong picked up Xiaobai and looked at Xiaoho happily and found that Xiaoho seemed very angry. Roar. You scumbird. Do you know how old Xiaobai is? Xiaoho looked at Xiaobai who seemed to be bullied and crying, and then looked at Articuno who had just woken up, and roared angrily. Sep, what are you talking about? Articuno looked confused. Wutong looked at the angry Xiaoho, and always felt that it seemed to have misunderstood something, although the scene just now was indeed easy to cause misunderstandings. Chapter 239. The two of them were in a mess. Xiaohuo had a ferocious look on his face, baring his fangs, and glaring at Articuno. Wutong felt that, if he hadn't been here to restrain Xiaohuo, he would have attacked Articuno at this moment. Sure? Articuno looked at the angry Xiaohuo with a puzzled look on his face. He didn't understand why the child in front of him was so angry. Forget it, I wanted to fight Articuno. Xiaohuo, get ready to fight. Wutong said, touching Xiaobai's head in his arms. Roar. Xiaohuo spit out a mouthful of flames, ready to rush up and beat up the blue-haired bird at any time. Sure. Articuno didn't bother to think about it. Since he had come to the door to fight, he definitely couldn't be timid. Xiaohuo, ghost face, spray flames. Wutong directly commanded to start the attack. Roar. A black ghost face appeared above Xiaohuo's head, showing its fangs to Articuno. Articuno suddenly felt a pressure, and its movements became stiff. After seeing Articuno being affected by Ghostface, Xiaohuo sprayed a column of fire at Articuno. Swoosh! Articuno cried, and a blue-white energy ball appeared in its mouth, followed by a ray of light shooting out from the blue-white energy ball. The frozen beam and the sprayed flame met in midair, and for a while they fought evenly, and neither could suppress the other. Wutong was not surprised to see this scene. Even if there was an advantage in attribute restraint, Articuno's hard power was much stronger than Xiaohuo. Even if there was no advantage in attributes, Articuno could still suppress Xiaohuo. Xiaohuo, turn on the fierce fire, belly drum. Wutong knew that Xiaohuo's chance of winning was very small. Only by pulling out all the energy in one breath and catching Articuno off guard would there be a hope of winning. Roar. Xiaohuo roared, and red flame-like energy appeared on his body. His two claws hit his abdomen and made a series of drumming sounds. As for whether Xiaohuo's true characteristic, the power of the sun, was turned on or not, it didn't matter. Anyway, Xiaohuo mainly relied on physical attacks. Swoosh! Articuno didn't care about Xiaohuo's fancy appearance and spit out small rotating snowflakes from his mouth. Xiaohuo, get out of the way, Irontail! Wutong shouted. Xiaohuo rushed to Articuno immediately after hearing the command and ran in a zigzag shape to avoid Articuno's fine snow attack. When he came to Articuno, Xiaohuo jumped high, twisted his body, and a metallic color appeared on his tail, as if it had turned into steel. The iron gray tail lashed at Articuno fiercely. Perhaps because it had just woken up and its body had not yet fully awakened, Articuno was unable to dodge and was hit in the face by Xiaohuo's tail. Swoosh! Articuno cried out in pain, and its wings vibrated and flew up. Although it was in a cave near the top of the snow mountain, the space in the cave was large enough for Articuno to fly without any hindrance. Although Xiaohuo's tail caused a lot of damage, it also successfully woke up Articuno. Xiaohuo, keep going, don't let it pull away. Metal claws. Wutong shouted hurriedly. Roar. Xiaohuo's claws appeared iron gray energy and extended outward and jumped up again to grab Articuno. Swoosh. The awakened Articuno would definitely not let Xiaohuo attack, and its wings flapped, and a blizzard appeared and blew towards Xiaohuo. Xiaoxia was baptized by the blizzard before he approached Articuno. Xiaoxia's arms blocked in front of him and struggled to resist the blizzard of Articuno. Swoosh! Articuno had no intention of letting up and used the freezing beam again. Xiaoxia, get out of the way. Wutong had no choice but to hope that the magic skill would work quickly. Xiaoxia dodged left and right and struggled to avoid the attack of Articuno. Xiaoxia tried to resist, but Articuno was determined to occupy the high altitude advantage and did not give Xiaoxia a chance to get close. If he dared to rush up, he would be washed by a blizzard, and the freezing beam would be fired from a distance, which made Xiaoxia very frustrated. If it was a battle of the same level, the air advantage could be compensated by tactics, but it was the weaker side in terms of hard power. Without the air advantage, it could only run away. Xiaobai, who stopped crying, didn't understand why Xiaoxia suddenly fought with Articuno, but his brother must cheer for him. So Xiaobai cheered Xiaoxia up in a baby voice. Roar. After receiving Xiaobai's encouragement and feeling wronged by Articuno, Xiaoxia wanted to win for the first time and wanted to fly up and beat up the blue-haired bird. Under the influence of his strong will, a dazzling white light appeared on Xiaoxia's body. It actually evolved. Wutong said in surprise. Chapter 240. The old man was very happy. Originally, according to Wutong's prediction, it would take some time for Xiaoxia to evolve, although there would be no side effects if he evolved now. However, with the side effects brought by Wutong's 10 years of experience as a breeder, he always wanted his Pokémon to be trained to the limit at each stage before evolving. It's just that plans can't keep up with changes, and the will of Pokémon itself is also an important factor affecting the evolution of Pokémon. As the white light faded, Xiaoxia, who evolved into Charizard, appeared in front of Wutong. When Xiaoxia was a Charmeleon, his skin was dark gray with white flame patterns. Now that he has evolved into Charizard, the color of his skin has deepened further, turning into a deep black, with some bone white flame patterns on his body. The pupils are very deep dark blue, the body muscles are well proportioned and strong, and the flame at the tail has also changed, which is different from the normal yellow-red flame at the tail of the general fire-breathing dragon. The flame at the tail of Xiaoxia is pure red, very charming, like the blood-red color of blood. After the evolution, Xiaoxia is as oppressive as a dragon from hell. So handsome, my team is finally going the route of appearance, Wutong said with emotion. Thinking about the first tier match opening team, Wutong was upset. Fortunately, the style of the team finally began to normal after Beedrill. Roar. Xiaoxia, who had evolved, roared at Articuno, flapped his wings and flew directly. Now, I can fly too, and I must beat you, the blue-haired scumbird today. Xiaoxia, fierce fire, jet fire. Wutong knew that evolution could not restore physical strength, so he decided to make a quick decision. Roar. Xiaoxia was covered with flame-like red energy again, and a mouthful of blood-red flames spurted out. Swoosh. Articuno responded with a freezing beam without thinking. This time the situation finally reversed, and Xiaoxia's jet of flames had a slight advantage. According to the second law of the Pokémon world, as long as the skills of equal strength collide, an explosion will occur. An explosion occurred in the center of Articuno and Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia, rush up, Fire Fang. Wutong commanded. Xiaoxia's wings shook and rushed directly in front of Articuno. This time there was no disadvantage in air defense. Xiaoxia finally approached Articuno, and the blood-red flames in his mouth surged and bit on Articuno's neck. Swoosh. Articuno cried out in pain, flapped its wings, and a strong blizzard appeared, giving Xiaoxia a snowstorm. After the evolution, Xiaoxia has the attribute of flying, and the original double ice resistance has become normal. After being hit by the blizzard of Articuno, the flame at Xiaoxia's tail became weaker. Xiaoxia, don't let go, metal claws. Wutong shouted. Xiaoxia's claws extended with metallic energy and grabbed Articuno's body. Blue-white energy appeared in Articuno's mouth, and it hit Xiaoxia with a freezing beam combo. Xiaoxia finally couldn't hold on and let go, and Articuno took the opportunity to distance himself. It seems to be the limit. Xiaoxia, the last blow. Dragon dive. Wutong commanded. Roar. The wounded Xiaoxia forced himself to roar at Articuno, and the bright blue aura enveloped Xiaoxia. The blue energy formed a dragon shape, and Xiaoxia rushed towards Articuno with amazing momentum. Swoosh! Orange-yellow energy appeared on Articuno's body and hit Xiaoxia. The next second, Xiaoxia fell from the air, and had lost his ability to fight. Articuno also slowly fell to the ground. It didn't look very good, but it should still have the strength to continue fighting. You did a good job, Xiaoxia. Wutong was not surprised by Xiaoxia's failure and calmly took Xiaoxia back. You should know that Xiaoxia is less than 1 year old at most, and the Articuno in front of him left a legend in the snow mountain 1200 years ago. Wutong is very satisfied with Xiaoxia for being able to fight to this extent. P.S. Just in case, let me explain that Xiaoxia must not win here, otherwise there will be problems with his combat effectiveness. After all, this Articuno is also a 1000-year-old bird, and in the animation, it can suppress the blizzard of the snow mountain with its own will, so it cannot be an opponent that Xiaoxia can defeat at this stage. Sorry, Articuno, my Xiaoxia has a misunderstanding, Wutong said to Articuno. Sure. Articuno looked at him unhappily. You said it was a misunderstanding, so what? Wutong had no choice but to use his ultimate move, picked up Xiaobai, and put him in front of Articuno's face. Canna? Xiaobai tilted his head and looked at Articuno curiously. Sure. You are playing dirty, you little brat. Articuno called to Wutong. Wutong didn't care and began to tell Articuno why Xiaoxia misunderstood. After hearing Wutong's explanation, Articuno's face turned green. It was an old man over 1200 years old. How could it do such a thing? No wonder the cherries had looked like it wanted to fight it to the death. Sorry, I will explain it to it later, and thank you for saving my Xiaobai, Wutong said. After that, a bright green light appeared on Wutong's body, and Wutong used the power of Changpan to treat Articuno. Feeling that his injuries were recovering, Articuno calmed down. This time, it could only be said that it was a misunderstanding caused by various coincidences. Pooley. Seeing the battle over, Jigglypuff ran out, and it felt that it was its turn to play. Sure. Seeing Jigglypuff running out, Articuno shouted. This guy, the culprit who almost ruined its reputation, actually wanted to sing. Question mark? Articuno didn't hesitate at all, and a freezing beam hit Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff turned into an ice ball again, and then Articuno flapped its wings and hit Jigglypuff ice ball directly out. Seeing Jigglypuff ice ball rolling down the mountain, Articuno breathed a sigh of relief. Wutong didn't know what to say for a moment, and could only wish Jigglypuff a good journey. After treating Articuno's injuries, Wutong simply built a fire in the cave and set up a tent. Seeing Wutong's actions, Articuno was speechless. What's going on? This guy wanted to stay after running into his house and fighting? I really hate Pokémon trainers who have no sense of boundaries. Wutong, who was well prepared, released Xiaoxia again. He was supposed to go to the Pokémon Center for treatment, but after the battle between Xiaoxia and Articuno, it was completely dark outside. It was a bit dangerous to go down the mountain at night, so Wutong decided to stay at Articuno's place for one night. After treating Xiaoxia's injuries, Xiaoxia woke up. When he woke up, Xiaoxia saw Articuno lying on the side and immediately bared his teeth. Okay, stop baring your teeth. Why are you like a dog? Articuno didn't do anything. You misunderstood. Wutong patted Xiaoxia's head and said. After Wutong and Xiaobai explained together, Xiaoxia also knew that he had misunderstood and looked at Articuno with an embarrassed face. Sure, Articuno turned his head aside as he looked at Xiaoxia, who was smiling awkwardly, indicating that he was too lazy to pay attention to this guy. Seeing that the misunderstanding was resolved, Wutong simply released all his Pokémon and began to prepare dinner. After all, he didn't have lunch yet, and he started running around looking for Xiaobai, and he was already very hungry. After Xiaoxia and Xiaogi came out, they were very happy to see Xiaobai was found. They turned around and saw Xiaoxia who had evolved, and both guys were stunned. What's going on? We agreed to be a team of 3 little ones. Why did you grow up first? Xiaoxia scratched his head awkwardly and didn't know how to explain. Articuno, who was lying on the side, felt a headache when he saw Wutong calling out a group of Pokémon again. Isn't this his home? However, after Wutong prepared dinner and bribed him with delicious food, Articuno didn't care. Isn't it just a place to stay? Just borrow it casually. There is not much else at home, but there is a lot of space. Wutong was not polite, of course. The next day, he went to the Pokémon Center to give Xiaoxia a thorough recovery and then went back to Articuno. Such a good sparring partner, of course, could not be let go. Wutong decided to stay with Articuno during this White Snow Mountain training. In the next week, under the temptation of Wutong's food and deception and Xiaobe's cuteness, Articuno completely fell. Articuno completely became the sparring partner of Wutong's Pokémon and had to fight Xiaoxia 3 times a day. But Xiaoxia never won once and was not as oppressive as the first time he fought with Articuno. As for the reason, it was also very simple. At that time, Xiaoxia had an anger amplification, and Articuno was indeed a little confused at the beginning, allowing Xiaoxia to take the initiative and eat a few attacks, and his condition was not very good. Now Articuno is in good condition, Xiaoxia has lost the anger buff, and Xiaoxia is no match for Articuno. However, Xiaoxia's progress is also very significant. He has fully adapted to the evolved form and is more flexible when flying. Wutong felt that Xiaoxia would be able to take him flying if he practiced more. Chapter 241. The weather was very hot, but the weather was very hot. On the top of the snow mountain, Wutong rode on Xiaoxia's back with a serious look. Xiaoxia, come on, you can do it this time. Wutong said to Xiaoxia. Roar. He nodded and shouted in response. Then, Xiaoxia jumped forward and jumped off the snow mountain. Xiaoxia. Flap your wings. Flap hard. Help. Help. The next second Wutong's miserable howl appeared. Swoosh. An ice blue figure rushed towards Xiaoxia and Wutong, who jumped off the snow mountain. In the cave of Articuno, Articuno grabbed Wutong with its claws and flew back to the cave, followed by Xiaoxia, who looked embarrassed. Wutong was put on the ground by Articuno, and Wutong couldn't help but sigh. Obviously, his own fireball is much stronger than Xiaoxia's old spray, but there are always problems when flying by himself. Obviously, it is fine when it flies by itself, but as long as it takes people, it seems to forget how to fly and has all kinds of problems. It seems that it will take some time to practice riding fireball everywhere. Of course, if Wutong is really anxious, he can also buy a flying skill learning machine, so that fireball can directly take Wutong to fly. Skills such as flying, surfing, diving, rock climbing, waterfall climbing, etc. can actually achieve the same effect mainly through training. However, learning these skills can help Pokémon skip the training process and directly achieve the desired effect, just like turning on the simple mode. Unfortunately, Wutong is now training in the snow mountain, and there is no place to buy a flying skill learning machine, so he can only try to let Fireball take him to fly through training. It's just that the result is not good. Okay, Xiaoxia, it's okay, I just need to continue to exercise. Wutong touched Xiaoxia's head to comfort it and said. Raw. Xiaoxia called softly. Thank you too, Articuno, you saved me many times. Wutong sighed again. There is no way. It is too dangerous to practice flying without a safety officer. The onion soldier is definitely not able to do it. It is not easy for it to fly with 2 onions, let alone take Wutong and say goodbye to the sky. So I can only ask Articuno for help. Anyway, this guy eats and sleeps every day during this period, and the only exercise every day is to fight with Wutong's Pokémon. The whole bird is rounder. So Wutong has no psychological burden to ask Articuno for help. Well, I'm going to leave today, so, Xiaoxia, this is your last chance. Wutong stretched and said. Roar. After hearing Wutong's words, Xiaoxia regained his spirit and roared. Sure. Articuno shouted disdainfully. Wutong's other Pokémon were also released and began to cheer. Well, let's get started. Onion Soldier, come and help. Wutong rolled up his sleeves and said. Gap. Onion Soldier also picked up the onion blade for cooking and was ready to help at any time. After setting the table, Wutong took out sufficient ingredients and started cooking directly. Xiaoho and Articuno stood on both sides of the table, looking at each other provocatively. As various double portions of food were placed on the table, Articuno and Xiaoho also started to act. Both Pokémon entered the mode of eating crazy food, madly pouring rice into their mouths. Wutong and Onion Soldier did not stop, and kept making various dishes. The other Pokémon on the side were already accustomed to it. Obviously, this was not the first time that Xiaoho and Articuno competed. As time went on, Xiaoho and Articuno's speed gradually slowed down, but both Pokémon stared at each other and tried hard to stuff food into their mouths. Raw. Blue-haired bird, if you can't do it anymore, don't try to hold on. Xiaoho shouted at Articuno while chewing his food. Standing behind Wutong, it was not used to acting as Wutong's bodyguard after being released. Crystal Rock Snake yawned and seemed not very interested in this fierce battle. In the end, Articuno still won. Xiaoho, whose belly was already round, lay on the ground, but still looked at Articuno unconvinced. What a pity, it seems that you can't complete your revenge before leaving. Wutong stopped and said. Raw Xiaoho simply pretended to be salted fish and collapsed there without moving. Sure? Articuno only realized at this time that Wutong was really leaving. Doesn't that mean it can't eat the food made by Wutong every day? Articuno suddenly fell into deep thought. What should he do in the next few days? By the way, Articuno, I prepared some energy cubes for you. Although they are not as delicious as freshly made food, you should like them too. Wutong took out a big box and said. Sure. Articuno was moved to tears. It was so good. By the way, we have known each other for such a long time. How about giving me a few of your feathers as a testimony of friendship? Wutong said with a dagger in his hand. Sure. Articuno nodded happily, turned around and pulled tail feathers for Wutong. Ditto's transformation form +1. After saying goodbye to Articuno, Wutong left the snow mountain and continued his journey to Xiaozhi city. After 2 days of uneventful travel, Wutong finally encountered a situation again. In an unknown forest, Wutong encountered a thick white fog in a certain area. Under the interference of the white fog, Wutong's visibility dropped to a very low level. The mobile phone Rotom, which served as a navigation, also seemed to be disturbed by the white fog and temporarily lost its navigation function. Sure enough, the performance of this generation of mobile phones Rotom is not very good. It is not a solution to stay in the fog all the time. Wutong can only try to leave the range of the white fog first. Without the help of navigation, Wutong can only rely on himself. He only hopes that the old man, the god of Lost, can take a rest and not favor Wutong 24 hours a day. Just as Wutong was wandering around looking for a way to leave the white fog, the weeds on the ground behind him twisted unnaturally twice. But Wutong didn't notice this at all and continued to walk around. After walking for a while, Wutong was still in the white fog with no sign of going out. The white fog was still thick, and it was unknown when it would dissipate. Wutong suddenly felt a headache. Xiaoho couldn't take him flying now. Even if he called Xiaoho out to let it fly out of the range of the white fog, it would be useless. After all, the routes that can be advanced in the air and on the ground are completely different. As for Ditto, its ability to carry people is only a little better than Xiaoho. It can barely fly up and then fall down. Do we have to wait here for the fog to dissipate? This luck is too bad. Wutong said to himself helplessly. At this time, Wutong felt something wrapped around his ankle, and then a huge force appeared, dragging Wutong in one direction. Wutong immediately reached for the Pokeball on his waist, but before he could touch the Pokeball, he was entangled by another thing. Wutong lost the ability to resist, and Wutong used his superpowers to call the Dream Demon. The Dream Demon felt Wutong's call and flew out of the shadow. Seeing Wutong's condition, he found that he was tied up tightly by unknown vines. Without time to hesitate, the Dream Demon used magic flames to burn the vines to help Wutong escape. Who knew that before the vines on Wutong were burned, another vine rushed out, tied to the Dream Demon, and dragged them in one direction. I don't know how far they were dragged, but Wutong and the Dream Demon were finally dragged out of the range of the white fog. Wutong finally saw who had kidnapped it. A girl with short green hair and a long green dress stood beside two strong Bulbasaur. The vines that bound Wutong and Dream Demon were extended from the two Bulbasaur. Have you rescued them? The girl's soft voice sounded. Wutong suddenly felt his body lighten, and the vines wrapped around his body were loosened. Wutong immediately jumped up, pulled back a distance, picked up a Pokeball, and looked at the girl and the two Bulbasaur in front of him with vigilance. The Dream Demon, who was also put down, also floated beside Wutong, and looked at the guy in front of him with the same vigilance as Wutong. I'm sorry to take you out of the white fog in this way, but before that, please allow me to welcome you to my courtyard, the girl said softly. At this time, Wutong also found that in behind the girl was a huge fence gate, and behind the gate was a garden that stretched as far as the eye could see. Chapter 242. After a long time, the two sides of the river were in chaos. Following the girl, Wutong walked in the garden. At this time, the misunderstanding had been resolved. The forest where the white fog trapped Wutong was located was a dangerous area called the Fog Forest. It was actually not dangerous, because the forest was often covered with thick white fog, so it was named the Fog Forest. Generally, as long as there is a flying Pokémon, it is easy to get out of the white fog. Even if there is no Pokémon, just wait for the white fog to dissipate and get out of this area as soon as possible. The danger is that the time for the white fog in this area to dissipate is uncertain. If you are lucky, it may dissipate in 1 or 2 hours, and if you are unlucky, it may continue to be covered with white fog for 1 or 2 weeks. The girl who looked confused and had two Bulbasaur in front of Wutong was named Xiaozhi, and she was the manager of the garden under Wutong's feet. She was also responsible for rescuing trainers who were lost in the white fog. However, Xiaozhi, who also did not have a flying Pokémon, had a unique way of rescuing people. That was to rely on the vine whips of the two Bulbasaur around her to directly drag the lost trainer out. Xiaozhi's two Bulbasaur were gifted and might not be very strong in combat, but both Bulbasaur had vine whips that were much longer than ordinary Bulbasaur. As for how to determine the specific location of the lost trainer, Xiaozhi said that she could only tell Wutong that it was by relying on the flowers and plants on the ground. The specific method was a secret skill of their family, and they could not reveal too much to Wutong. Wutong nodded to show that he understood that this kind of unique skill would definitely not be easily passed on, which was normal. After walking for a while with Xiaozhi, Wutong saw a huge and old courtyard. The walls and sculptures of the courtyard were all covered with vines. But this was not the point. The real point was that Wutong saw countless Bulbasaur. Wutong felt inexplicably familiar with the scene in front of him. If these Bulbasaur were replaced by Charizard, wouldn't it be a replica of Charizard Valley? Question mark? Xiaozhi, is this the Bulbasaur courtyard? Wutong asked Xiaozhi hurriedly. Yes, that's right. This is the Bulbasaur courtyard. Xiaozhi had nothing to hide and answered softly. No wonder there are so many Bulbasaur here. I didn't expect them to come here. By the way, come out, little frog, and see your people. Wutong said and released the little frog. After being released, the little frog looked around curiously and then found that there were a lot of Bulbasaur doing their own things in front of him. Your Bulbasaur looks very different. Seeing the little frog called out by Wutong, Xiaozhi's eyes lit up and she no longer looked confused. It's okay, my little frog is just a different color, Wutong said modestly. On the other side, after the little frog was released, it was very excited to see so many of its kind, and ran directly to a nearby Bulbasaur, and poked it with a vine. Banner? The Bulbasaur, who was poked by the little frog with a vine, turned around in confusion, and looked at the little frog. Dana, the little frog called out energetically, as if to say hello. Banner? Bulbasaur looked at the little frog, then turned his head to look at himself and other Bulbasaur, as if wondering why the little guy in front of him was a different color. Will this kid cause trouble? Wutong said with a headache. It's okay. Although the Venusaur courtyard is a holy place for cultivation like Charizard Valley and Blastoise Strait, the way Venusaur cultivates is different from Charizard and Blastoise, so the Venusaur here generally don't fight much and are very friendly, Xiaozhi said. The way of cultivation is different? Wutong said a little puzzled. I don't know how the Venusaur in the Venusaur courtyard cultivate, but these Venusaur do look very friendly. After all, the Venusaur that was disturbed by the little frog was not angry, but also played with the little frog with a vine whip. Wutong? What a coincidence, you are here too. A voice suddenly came. Wutong turned his head and looked. It was an acquaintance. Chapter 243. The young man walked towards Wutong with dark purple hair, a laptop in his hand and a giant mantis beside him. Long time no see, Shingo, I didn't expect to see you here. Wutong waved his hand and said hello. Do you two know each other? What a coincidence. Shingo was also rescued from the white fog by me yesterday. Ye see you, I said. You too? Wutong said in surprise. Yes, so you too? Shingo nodded and replied. Then the two guys came together and whispered something. Ye see you, I tilted her head strangely, not knowing what the two people were talking about secretly. After a brief exchange, Wutong and Shingo both confirmed that the other party was tied to the Venusaur garden in the same way as themselves. After confirming their rise, they were kidnapped friends who had the same experience. You know, being tied up by those two Venusaur and dragged all the way back from the ground. That feeling can be said to be very frustrating. Wutong almost thought that he had encountered a tentacle monster with poor eyesight who mistook him for a magical girl or an exorcist ninja and wanted to kill him. But looking at Xiaoxi's appearance, it was obvious that she was not aware of this at all. After having an acquaintance, Wutong was finally able to communicate normally. Although Xiaoxi was not the kind of person who was very cold and didn't talk to you at all, she always looked confused, making people feel that she might fall asleep at any time. This caused Wutong to not dare to talk to her, a little afraid of disturbing her rest. Now that he met Shingo, Wutong, who was a bit chatty, could finally speak freely, which was really touching. Under the leadership of Xiaoxi, Wutong and Shingo came to the lounge. As for the little frog, the Bulbasaur here are all very friendly, so let it play freely. Since you two know each other, there is no need for me to be here. Shingo has been here for a day. If you have any questions, just ask him. I have to go out to see other Bulbasaur. Xiaoxi took the two to the lounge and prepared to leave. I know. I will ask Shingo if I have any questions. I won't bother you. Wutong nodded and replied. Xiaoxi hummed and left. How did Xiaoxi tie you back? Shingo asked Wutong after seeing Xiaoxi leave. It's because of the white fog. The coverage area is very large, and my navigation map is also affected and has no effect. Wutong said helplessly. I remember you have a crow head. Why don't you just fly out? Shingo asked curiously. Alas, my crow head is not with me now. I wanted to see if I could get out, but I was suddenly tied up by vines. My Pokémon wanted to save me, but was tied back together. Wutong said helplessly. Well, it's exactly the same as what happened to me. Although Xiaoxi is kind, this method is really frustrating. Shingo said helplessly. What about you? Why are you here? I was planning to challenge the Shallow Onion Gym in Shallow Onion City. Wutong asked. Then our destination is the same. I also wanted to challenge the Shallow Onion Gym, but I encountered the white fog and was tied in. Shingo replied. But why are you still here? There was no white fog when I first entered this forest. Why didn't you leave at that time? Wutong asked. At first, I just wanted to help Xiaoxi take care of Bulbasaur and Bulbasaur. After all, she helped me, but later it was because of this guy. Come out, Gray. Shingo said and threw a Pokeball. Then a Bulbasaur appeared beside Shingo. This bud looks like a female Bulbasaur, and it looks like it's been well cultivated. Did you just capture this little guy in the Bulbasaur garden? Wutong looked at Bulbasaur and said. Rather than capture, it's better to say that Gray took the initiative to follow me. According to Xiaoxi, the Bulbasaur here will choose a trainer to follow, but generally they will not choose a trainer after evolving. Gray is a surprise. Shingo stroked Bulbasaur's head and said, choose a trainer yourself? After hearing what Shingo said, Wutong was a little moved, of course not for himself. After all, he already had a little frog. Wutong was thinking about whether to trick his good brothers over, not to let him. They wanted to experience the feeling of being tied up, just to let them try their luck, and see if they can take a Bulbasaur away. That's right, it's completely good intentions, and it has nothing to do with anything like being tied up, recording, black history, social death, etc. Yes, nothing to do with it. Seeing Wutong's expression gradually become evil, Shingo couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Although I don't know what you are thinking, the Bulbasaur here are very strong. If you want to do something bad, forget it, Shingo advised. Hey, how could I want to do something bad? I'm a serious person. I just want to let my friend come over and try their luck, Wutong said righteously. That should be difficult. This is also quite difficult. The Bulbasaur here are particularly picky, and the more you take the initiative to come here to take a Bulbasaur away, the harder it is to be selected, Shingo said with a spread of his hands. Dana Bulbasaur nodded and called out in cooperation. Thank you, human. It's your honor to be selected by me. It doesn't matter. I'm here to try my luck. By the way, I said before that the way Bulbasaur practice here is different. Do you know more about it? Wutong asked curiously. Well, I saw some in this Bulbasaur courtyard. Although there are battles, they are all for training combat skills. The Bulbasaur here mainly rely on sunbathing and rooting to become stronger, Shingo replied. Sunbathing and rooting? Wutong was stunned after hearing what Shingo said. Did he completely regard himself as a plant? Wait a minute, it shouldn't be that simple. I felt that the flowers and other plants in this courtyard were inexplicably lush before, and there was fog next to it, but the sun in this place was so good. Wutong stroked his chin and fell into thought. It seems that this Bulbasaur courtyard is a bit unique. There must be some special ingredients in the soil here. The sunlight may be related to the geographical location or magnetic field. In short, there must be a reason why the Bulbasaur courtyard was built here, even if it is next to the dangerous white fog forest. However, it is worthy of being the training holy land of the first three families. Each Charizard Valley has its own characteristics. I wonder what it will be like in the Blastoise Strait. Wutong's curiosity was aroused at once. If there is a chance, he must go to the Blastoise Strait to take a look. Hey Wutong, what's wrong with you? Seeing Wutong suddenly start to be dazed, Shingo called. Sorry, I suddenly remembered something to write. By the way, do you want to have a Pokémon battle? After all, you look like you have grown a lot, right? Wutong suggested. After all, he had been optimistic about Shingo before, thinking that Shingo had great potential, and he was a trainer of different styles from him, Shinji, Xiaomei, and Xiaoming. If he did not disappoint Wutong's expectations, Wutong thought it would not be impossible to let him join their night tea party. Although at the beginning he was just simply chatting and drinking tea with Shinji, Xiaomei and Xiaoming, after getting familiar with them normally in the evening. But now Wutong thinks it would be good to invite more rivals with good character, strength and potential. It is easier for excellent trainers to grow together, isn't it? Why not just form a rival group? When enough rivals are gathered, challenge Xiaoxi together and let him understand the horror of the rival group. Wutong began to think about it unconsciously. Fighting? Of course, I'd love to. My bra also misses your Beedrill. Shingo agreed without hesitation when he heard Wutong's invitation to fight. In fact, even if Wutong didn't mention it, he would take the initiative to challenge Wutong. Although it was Wutong who made him sober through the battle, he lost and he definitely wanted to get back at the place. Then it's good now. It just so happens that I also want to exercise. You should know where I can fight, right? Wutong stood up and stretched his waist and said, come with me. Although I have only been here for one day, I'm still quite familiar with it. Shingo also stood up and said. The two left the lounge and returned to the courtyard. After walking for a while, they came to a place where there were relatively few Bulbasaur. However, the buildings here were somewhat dilapidated. This is where Bulbasaur usually fight, but Bulbasaur are usually busy basking in the sun and taking root, so they rarely fight here. Shingo said, in that case, let's do it here. Let me think about it. How about the rules of 3v3? You shouldn't have only two Pokémon, Bray and Gray, right? Wutong walked to a distance from Shingo and said, of course not, 3v3 is no problem, so my first player is it. Go, Gray. Shingo replied. Dana. Bulbasaur walked in front of Shingo and called out. In that case, I'll take it. Go, Xiaobei. Wutong looked at the Bulbasaur in front of Shingo and sent out his first Pokémon. Gray is Shingo's new Pokémon after all, and Shingo's own command ability is not bad, and other personalities must master the data after capturing new Pokémon. So at this time, this Bulbasaur will not be too strong in Shingo's hands, but it will not be weak either, which is just right for Xiaobai to train. Kana. Xiaobai, who is slimmer than the average Charmander, appeared in front of Wutong and called out to the Bulbasaur opposite. Wutong found that he had no good solution for Xiaobai's body shape. At first, he thought that Xiaobai's slimness was due to poor nutrition absorption. Wutong also specially strengthened Xiaobai's nutrition intake, but Xiaobai, who had a bulging belly at every meal, still had no muscles. Later, Wutong studied it and found that it was Xiaobai's flash ability that made it give up physical attack and comprehensively strengthen its special attack ability. So Xiaobai has always been a slim figure, and those nutrients have been converted into energy and stored in its body. It has to be said that Xiaobai and Xiaohu are like the two extremes of the Charmander family, one pursuing violent physical attack, and the other pursuing extreme special attack. Even the colors are opposite, but fortunately these did not affect the relationship between Xiaohu and Xiaobai, and also saved Wutong from the need to serve as a family relationship assistant. This Charmander? Sure enough, all your Pokémon are very rare. Shingo exclaimed after seeing Haku. Just lucky, Haku, the sun is strong today, let's have a good fight. Wutong said, looking at the dazzling sun in the sky. Kana. Haku called out, fully bathing in the sun, and a faint orange glow appeared around him. The power of the sun? Gray, don't give it a chance, Vine Whip. Shingo is worthy of being a database trainer, and he saw Haku's characteristics at a glance. Dana. Two Vine Whips stretched out from both sides of the flower bag on the back of Bulbasaur and whipped Haku. Haku, dodge, and then use sparks. Wutong commanded. Kana. Haku immediately started running after hearing Wutong's command, dodging the Vine Whip whipped by Bulbasaur. A flame appeared in his mouth, and a mouthful of blue sparks spit out at Bulbasaur. Gray, use the Vine Whip to disperse it. Shingo commanded. Bulbasaur's Vine Whip was waving wildly in front of him, breaking the flames, and the wind extinguished all the broken flames. There were some burn marks on Bulbasaur's Vine Whip, but the marks were very small, and not easy to detect. Xiaobai, if the sparks don't work, spray the flames. Wutong saw that Xiaobai's sparks didn't work, and directly upgraded to a higher level. Kana. Xiaobai opened his mouth wide and shot out a blue column of fire. Although Xiaobai had just learned to spray flames a few days ago, he was still full of momentum. Gray, get out of the way. Shingo commanded. Dana Bulbasaur jumped to the side to avoid the spray flames shot by Xiaobai. Xiaobai's spray flames didn't hit Bulbasaur and hit the wall behind Bulbasaur, leaving a small burn mark on the wall. Xiaobai, keep spraying flames. Wutong didn't care. He hid. If he could dodge once or twice, could he dodge 3 or 4 times? Xiaobai shot out another blue flame. This time, Bulbasaur didn't dodge and was hit directly by Xiaobai's jet flame. The place where Bulbasaur was hit by Xiaobai's jet flame showed scorch marks and looked like it was in a burnt state. Gray, photosynthesis. Shingo commanded when he saw Bulbasaur was hurt. Dana. Bulbasaur looked at the sun in the sky, and a burst of green appeared on its body. This is not a turn-based game. Xiaobai, another jet flame. Wutong had no intention of changing his tactics. It was good enough. Bulbasaur, who was still photosynthesizing, had no way to dodge, and was hit by Xiaobai's jet flame again. Although photosynthesis was used to recover some of the injuries, Bulbasaur was already in a very bad state after being hurt by 2 jet flames in a row. Come back, Gray, go, Bray. Shingo found that his Bulbasaur could not take Haku for the time being, so he immediately exchanged it. The giant claw mantis appeared in front of Shingo, glanced at Haku, and then hooked its claws at Wutong, as if telling Wutong to exchange for someone who could fight. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244. The old man was very angry. Wutong was happy to see the look of the giant mantis. He hadn't seen the giant mantis for a while, and it had learned to act cool. Wutong didn't care. Pokémon always had their own personalities, and it was true that Xiaoxia was no match for the giant mantis. Even if the giant mantis was 4 times weak to fire, what could it do? Rayquaza was 4 times weak to ice. You can find an Articuno, Regisaur something to show off to it, and see if it needs to give you a finishing touch. Your Blay has changed a lot, and it has a very strong personality now, Wutong said, after taking Xiaoxia back. After all, Xiaoxia's solar power has been activated. Now Xiaoxia can only activate the characteristics actively, and cannot be controlled at will. If you keep it outside, it will keep losing stamina, so it's better to put it back in the Pokeball first. After all, I have experienced many battles, Shingo said with a bit of embarrassment. Although my Beedrill is not around, I still have a good opponent for you, Onion Soldier. Leave it to you, Wutong said and sent out Dirty Duck. Dirty Duck appeared, glanced at the opposite giant claw mantis and nodded. It was an opponent that could fight. Give enough respect to excellent opponents, so Onion Soldier directly pulled out 2 onion blades from his back. It looks a bit like Onion Duck. Sure enough, your Pokémon always makes people full of questions. Shingo didn't know when he had turned on the computer and started editing something. You don't still have the habit of fighting while reading information? Wutong frowned and asked, after seeing Shingo's actions. Don't worry, I've changed a long time ago, but it's rare to meet you, so I can't help but want to collect your information, Shingo said openly. Wutong's eyes twitched when he heard Shingo's words. This guy's personality changed a lot after being educated. So are we going to fight or not? Wutong asked helplessly. Why did he start to collect information in the middle of the fight? Fight, of course. How can I know your information if I don't fight? Let's start. Don't worry, I will definitely fight well. Shingo sat cross-legged on the ground with a notebook on his knees and said, well, okay. The green soldier sword dance. Wutong said. Huh. The green soldier was also a little confused, but he still started the sword dance. Holding 2 green blades, the green soldier danced radio gymnastics. Bray, we also use sword dance, Shingo commanded. Scare. The giant claw mantis hugged itself with both arms and began to rotate on the spot. Neither the green soldier nor the giant claw mantis stopped each other, and each completed the sword dance to strengthen itself. TSK, this kind of battle feels a bit strange, like acting. Onion Ranger, never mind, go say hello. Dance and swing wildly, Wutong commanded. The Onion Ranger, who received the command, rushed directly to the giant claw mantis, and the 2 onion blades were entangled with black mist. Ley mines, metal claws, Shingo commanded. Shock. The 2 huge claws of the giant claw mantis appeared with a metallic luster, and then rushed towards the Onion Ranger. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the Onion Ranger and the giant claw mantis began to attack, but the Onion Ranger was obviously more suppressive. The strength and speed are very high, and the attack power of the green onion is very strong, which is very different from the great onion duck. Seeing that his giant claw mantis was suppressed, Shingo was not in a hurry, but began to record the data of the Onion Ranger. This guy is addicted to collecting information. Onion Ranger. See through. Continuous slash. Wutong commanded when he saw Shingo's excited look. The green onion soldier's eyes flashed, and he dodged one of the giant mantis's pincers with his side, then raised the green onion blade in his hand, and opened the other pincer of the giant mantis. Then the green onion soldier held the 2 green onion blades with his wings, and began to swing the green onion blades at a high speed with a residual image. At this time, the giant mantis had no space and time to dodge, and was directly hit by the green onion soldier's continuous slash. The effect of continuous slashes is that each one is more painful than the last one. Even the giant mantis with double insect resistance showed a painful look after such continuous attacks. Bray, shadow clone. Shingo also saw the problem and hurriedly commanded. Scare. The giant mantis flashed, and 10 giant mantises appeared and surrounded the green onion soldier. It's not that easy. 2 sword style, rhinoceros return. Wutong was sure that he would not let the giant mantis escape the attack and directly commanded. The green onion soldier's 2 green onion blades rotated, and the green onion blades returned. Grip, iron gray covered the wings to the onion blade, and then the body rotated in place, bringing up a violent airflow. The clones of the giant claw mantis were all broken up in an instant, and the real body of the giant claw mantis was also revealed. Continuous slash. X2 Wutong and Shingo shouted at the same time. The onion soldier and the giant claw mantis started to attack again. Wutong chose to slash very simply, because the effect of continuous slash was still there, and it was very objective, even if the damage was halved, if he continued to chop. Shingo felt that there was no way to escape, so he changed another way, using continuous slash to fight continuous slash. Ley mines, move at high speed. Although the giant claw mantis temporarily resisted the continuous slash of the onion soldier, the onion soldier had already stacked the continuous slash damage for a while. So the giant claw mantis was suppressed again, and Shingo began to look for a way to break the situation. In his memory, the speed of the great onion duck was not excellent. Although the black duck in front of him was not the great onion duck, it looked very similar. It should be a subspecies or a mutated evolution, so the speed should not be much stronger. Then speed is the advantage of him, and the giant claw mantis. After receiving the command, the giant claw mantis suddenly increased its speed, and began to attack around the green onion soldier. The giant claw mantis began to suppress the green onion soldier in the opposite direction. Green onion soldier, see through. Wutong commanded calmly. The green onion soldier's eyes flashed again, and the green onion blade stabbed out at a tricky angle, stabbing the giant claw mantis's joint position. To block the giant claw mantis's attack. Giant claw mantis. Pull away. Shingo shouted hurriedly. Scare. The giant claw mantis was about to jump back after hearing the command. Can't let it go. Lightning flash. Wutong commanded. Gap. The green onion soldier chased the giant claw mantis with a burst of white light. 2 swords flow. 2 cuts. Wutong said. 2 parallel white lights flashed, and the green onion soldier had passed by the giant claw mantis, and appeared behind it. The next second, the giant mantis fell forward, and fell to the ground. Gap. The 2 green blades of the green soldier spun, and shredded green onions, with a lonely expression on his face like a master. Chapter 246. The evolutionary light faded, and the whole body was still pure white. The flame on the tail became deeper, the inner flame was dark blue, and the outer flame was sea blue. There seemed to be a little light in the pupils of Ruby. The body was longer and thinner than the average fire dinosaur, and it was one step closer to the dragon Agi. Raw Xiaobai, who had evolved successfully, roared, but the voice did not have much deterrence, but had a kind of ethereal feeling. She is worthy of being my daughter, a fairy dragon with a fairy spirit. Wutong thought to himself. You've worked hard, Xiaobai, come back and rest. Wutong said and took Xiaobai back. Your Charmeleon's flame is a bit strange, and the burn rate is very high. No, it should be said that all skills can actually have a burning effect. This is beyond the scope of common sense. Shingo took back the Bulbasaur, and walked to Wutong and said, this is also normal. My Xiaobai looks unusual. Wutong shrugged and said, after testing and research, Wutong roughly determined that Xiaobai's flash power is related to the temperature of the flame. The temperature of all Xiaobai's flame skills is much higher than that of the fire Pokémon of the same level, and at the same time, it can make all special attack skills have a burning effect. The probability of skills that already have a burning effect will be significantly increased. It can be said that it is a very practical and powerful flash power. Moreover, Xiaobai's own direction is also to go towards special attack specialization. The body is getting thinner and slender, and there are basically no physical attack skills. It must be working hard to be a special attacker. That's right, your Xiaobai does look very unusual. Shingo nodded in agreement. I thought the 3 little ones would disband after Xiaoho evolved, but now Xiaobai has evolved and replaced Xiaoho as one of the new 3 little ones. However, Xiaogi and Xiao should also be about to evolve, and now they only need an opportunity. You two are here. The white mist will dissipate quickly today. If you want to leave, you can do it now. I came over and said at this time. Then I'll take my leave first. Shingo, do you want to go with me? Wutong asked Shingo. No, I still want to train Grey here. Shingo shook his head and refused. Well, I look forward to meeting you at the Silver Conference, but remember not to be eliminated too early. Wutong teased. Don't worry, I will definitely show up in front of you. Shingo waved his hand and said without minding. After losing to Wutong, Shingo's personality really changed a lot. Then I'll leave first. Thank you, Yusui. I'll go get my little frog back and leave. Wutong said to Yusui. Your Bulbasaur is still where it was just now. Bulbasaur like it very much. Yusui said. Wutong nodded to show that he understood. After saying goodbye to Shingo and Yusui, Wutong returned to the entrance of Bulbasaur's garden. When he came to the entrance of Bulbasaur's garden, Wutong found that all the Bulbasaur who had been lazily basking in the sun and resting before were gathered together. Through the gaps between the Bulbasaur, Wutong saw that it was his little frog that was surrounded in the middle. What happened? Wutong walked up curiously. Squeezing into the middle of the Bulbasaur, Wutong saw that this group of Bulbasaur seemed to be instructing his little frog to learn something. The little frog in the middle of a group of Bulbasaur had 2 vines on both sides of the flower bud on its back and inserted into the ground. From time to time, emerald green energy was transmitted into the ground along the vines, and the flowers and plants near the little frog became more lush. Dana seeing Wutong coming back, Xiao shouted happily, as if he wanted to show something, and exerted a lot of energy. The ground in front of Xiao broke, and small saplings suddenly grew forward in a straight line. What kind of child version of crazy plants is this? Wutong said with a bit of laughter. Even this long sapling is not as damaging as Xiao's flying leaf blade. But this is also a good start, paving the way for Xiao to learn crazy plants in the future. Chapter 247. The little frog was born in a big way, and the little frog was born in a big way. It's amazing. Okay, little frog, we are going to set off. Wutong still praised. After all, praise can make Pokémon more advanced. After hearing what Wutong said, little frog walked to Wutong and tapped the Pokéball with a vine whip to take himself back. Banner? The Bulbasaur near XN was a little surprised to see that little frog had returned to the Pokéball by himself, but since the little guy had left, there was no need to get together. The Bulbasaur all walked back slowly and continued to bask in the sun. After leaving the Bulbasaur courtyard, Wutong saw that there was indeed no white fog outside, so he took out the mobile phone. Rotom, see if the navigation function has been restored. Let's continue to go to Xiaozhi City. Wutong said. Received. Trying to navigate Lotto navigation function has returned to normal Lotto. Target Xiaozhi City. Navigation starts Lotto. Rotom mobile flew up and searched and said. Very good. Let's go. Wutong said. At this time, Wutong wanted to leave here as soon as possible. He didn't want to play the bondage play again. After leaving the range of the Mist Forest, Wutong felt much more at ease. He asked Rotom Mobile to change the destination and prepared to go to the nearest Pokémon Center to rest first. Under the navigation of Rotom Mobile, before sunset, Wutong came to a clear pond. There was a Pokémon Center on the other side of the pond. We have arrived at the destination. New Jade Pocket. Lotto. Rotom Mobile shook his body and said. New Jade Pocket? This is a health resort for water Pokémon, but I remember that Miss Joy here seems to hate water Pokémon. Wutong stroked his chin and muttered to himself after hearing what Rotom Mobile said. At this time, the water surface in front of Wutong began to ripple, and a person dressed like an astronaut walked out of the pond. A wild astronaut appeared. Wutong couldn't help but say, "Huh, what are you talking about? I'm Joy from the New Jade Pond, not an astronaut." The astronaut walked to the shore and his upper body split open, revealing Miss Joy inside. TSK, it turns out to be Miss Joy. Wutong said disappointedly. Huh. Backslash. Miss Joy looked at Wutong with a puzzled look. Sorry, I'm a traveling trainer. My name is Wutong, and I want to restore my Pokémon. Wutong said to Miss Joy. I understand, then follow me. Miss Joy said, and took Wutong to the Pokémon Center on the other side of the pond. When they arrived at the Pokémon Center of Zinaiu Pond, they saw all kinds of advanced treatment equipment. 3 busy Jigglypuffs and water Pokémon who were receiving treatment. Leave your Pokémon to me, I will check and treat them well. Miss Joy said to Wutong. Then I'll leave it to you. By the way, one of my Pokémon is Stottle, which is in this Pokéball. Wutong said to Miss Joy while holding a Pokéball. Stottle? Question mark? Wait, where is my work clothes? Miss Joy panicked immediately after hearing what Wutong said. Miss Joy, you are wearing your work clothes. Wutong pointed to Miss Joy's lower body and said, yes, please wait a moment. Miss Joy said as she put on her work clothes again and transformed into an astronaut again. Looking at Miss Joy's panic, Wutong felt that this astronaut Miss Joy really hated water-type Pokémon. Okay, now you can leave it to me. The Pokémon in the new Jade Pool is the best place to treat water-type Pokémon. I will definitely make your Squirtle healthy. Miss Joy regained her composure after turning into an astronaut mode. Well, then I'll leave it to you, Miss Joy. Wutong handed all the Pokeballs to Astronaut Joy and said, a song, a ZHU, a Mary, come and help me get them. Astronaut Joy said. Lucky X33 Jigglypuffs came over and took away some Pokeballs and followed Astronaut Joy into the treatment room. Seeing Astronaut Joy and the 3 Jigglypuffs leave, Wutong said to his shadow, do you want to check together? Sleeping every day without exercising is not good for your health. Dream the Dream Demon showed his head from the shadow of the phoenix tree, shook his head and shouted, okay, you don't want to if you want to, forget it. Wutong didn't intend to force the Dream Demon. Anyway, this guy didn't need to fight under normal circumstances. Even if he needed its help, he would help to hypnotize. Dream the Dream Demon called again and returned to the shadow. There was no need to check anything. Just being with Wutong was enough. After the Dream Demon returned to the shadow, Wutong, who had nothing to do, wandered around the new Jade Pokémon Center. In the divided water tanks, various water Pokémon were receiving treatment. Although Astronaut Joy hated water Pokémon, she had to say that she was a competent doctor and all water Pokémon received good treatment. Although these water Pokémon who were receiving treatment had bandages wrapped around different parts of their bodies, they all looked very energetic. Just as Wutong was observing these Pokémon who were recuperating and wanted to see if he could learn something secretly, Wutong felt a vibration in his pocket. Xiaozhi? Wutong took out the Pokémon Investigator's communicator and saw that it showed Xiaozhi's number. Hello, Master. Help. Xiaozhi's cry for help came from the communicator. What's wrong? Where are you now? Wutong asked with a frown. I'm at the port of Xiaozhi City. I need you. Master. Don't come over. Xiaozhi said and hung up the call. What happened to this guy? Damn, he really causes trouble for people. Wutong said to himself while looking at the hung up communicator. Wutong, your Pokémon has recovered. Astronaut Joy came out pushing a cart with Wutong's 8 Pokéballs on it. Thank you, Miss Joy. Wutong said and took back his Pokéball. I originally wanted to let the turtle recuperate here, but it seems that I can only wait for the next opportunity to bring Swampert with me. Then I'll take my leave, Miss Joy. Wutong said and ran out of the Pokémon Center. Have a good trip. Astronaut Joy waved goodbye. After running out of the Pokémon Center, Wutong turned around and went to the back of the Pokémon Center, took out the items for disguise, and Wutong began to disguise at high speed. Wutong's shadow also wanted to expand around, and a motorcycle slowly floated out. Pokémon Trainee Investigator, Xiaotong is online. Rotom, target Xiaozhi City Port. Wutong said. Understood. Target Xiaozhi City Port. Navigation starts. Rotom. The mobile phone Rotom consciously inserted into the groove on the motorcycle and replied. There was a roar of the motorcycle, and Wutong rode out on the motorcycle. Strange, where does the sound come from? In the Pokémon Center, Miss Joy, who had taken off her work clothes, said in confusion. In Xiaozhi City, on the beach by the port, the embarrassed Xiaozhi and her mother Kaylee were panting and looking at the man in front of them. A burly man with a golden hedgehog head and wearing a military green combat uniform was looking at Xiaozhi with his arms folded. A Raichu beside him was staring at Kaylee with a trace of electric light. Is it not good at this level? That's really disappointing. Boy Mazishi said to Xiaozhi. I'm fine. And my master will be here soon. He is much stronger than me. And I'm a girl. Don't call me boy. Call me girl. Xiaozhi gritted his teeth and replied. No, no, no. I call all weak children boy. You are not as good as a little guy I trained more than a year ago. At least he quickly adapted to my special training. Masashi shook his head and said, damn, this is different from what we agreed. Xiaoxi said unhappily, as if he had been deceived. Okay, the break is over, boy, it's time to continue training. Masashi ignored Xiaoxi's complaints and said, HMPH, just what I want, super strength, go ahead. Xiaoxi said, Raichu, continue, this time use all your strength. Masashi said to Raichu with a wild smile. Raichu also smiled, with electric light flashing on his body, and walked towards Xiaoxi and Guili. Xiaoxi and Guili saw Raichu coming, and left and started running. Raichu didn't care about Xiaoxi and Guili running around. The electric current on his body was released wantonly, and the electric shock hit Xiaoxi and Guili around him, as if controlling their range of movement. While Xiaoxi and Guili tried their best to dodge, time kept passing, and Wutong was also trying to rush here. Until the moon was hanging high in the sky, Xiaoxi and Guili used up their last bit of strength, and had no energy left to dodge Raichu's electric shock. Just when he was about to be hit by Raichu's lightning, a voice sounded along with the roar of the engine. Iron Warrior, Spirit Blade. A silver figure rushed in front of Xiaoxi, and blocked the electric shock. The next second, a motorcycle fell from the sky, did a beautiful tailspin, and stopped next to Xiaoxi. Pokémon Trainee Investigator, Wutong is here. Next is the moment of social death. Chapter 248. The whole day, the sun was shining brightly. The full moon was in the sky, and under the silvery moonlight, Wutong, wearing a black motorcycle suit on the upper body, slim black jeans on the lower body, and Martin boots on his feet, stepped off the motorcycle in a chic manner. He took off his helmet, to reveal a silver white wig, and his red eyes looked at the burly man standing in the dark opposite. Fake. All fake. Do you know what crime it is to attack the search officer of the Alliance? It doesn't matter if you don't know. Anyway, you will know soon. Wutong said calmly. The Iron Warrior stood behind Wutong, holding the pink blade combination on his two arms in his hands, ready to attack at any time. Master so cool. Xiaoxi and Guili, who were protected by Wutong, held their faces with their hands in the same posture, and looked at Wutong's back with stars in their eyes. Is this another Pokémon trainee investigator who has been in the limelight recently? Let me think. Yes, it's the silver demon cat corresponding to the golden rabid dog. Masashi said with interest. Golden rabid dog. Wutong felt that the voice of the burly man opposite was somewhat familiar, but the man's words made him temporarily ignore this familiar feeling. If Wutong was given another chance, he would definitely ride a motorcycle and run away as soon as he heard this voice. Xiaoxi saw Wutong's inquiring eyes and scratched his head shyly and laughed. Silver demon cat? Wutong pointed at himself uncertainly after seeing Xiaoxi's reaction and asked. Yeah. Xiaoxi nodded frantically, indicating that it was you, the master. Which bastard came up with this nickname? I'm going to kill him. Even though he was furious, Wutong's professionalism still made him remember to hide his identity. Well, it's because Master and I destroyed several Rocket Team bases recently, and we fought against one of the 4 generals, and were remembered by the Rocket Team and several larger poacher organizations. As for this nickname, it was given by King Kona, and then spread. Xiaoxi quickly pulled Wutong, who was in a violent state, and explained carefully. Oh, Kona, cough, King Kona gave it to me, then it's okay. Wutong calmed down immediately after hearing that the nickname was given by Kona. It's not because of anything else, it's just a simple coward. What can I do if I can't beat him? Besides, Aunt Kona is not very cunning. If you don't believe me, ask Adu why he is still one of the 4 heavenly kings after so many years. Damn, this matter can't be let go. Wutong is ready to go back and make another note of Adu in the little grudge book. Adu. HMPH, since you're here, let me test whether the kitten's claws are sharp or not. Raichu, 100,000 volts. Masashi directly commanded Raichu to start the attack. QIU. Thunder flashed on Raichu's body, and a strong electric current hit Wutong. Iron Warrior, Spirit Blade. Wutong commanded. The Iron Warrior received the command and rushed forward. The double-headed sword in his hand rotated back and forth, and the blue light covered it to block the 100,000 volts shot by Raichu. Million-ton heavy punch. Marzishi's fighting style was as straightforward as ever. White light appeared on Raichu's claws, and a heavy punch hit the Iron Warrior. Iron Warrior, magic shine. Wutong commanded. The Iron Warrior held the double-headed sword horizontally in front of him, and a shining light appeared in the center, and a beam of light shot towards Raichu. That, Master, he is the special training instructor that Mr. Adu found for me, not an enemy. Xiaozhi said weakly when Lei Qiu and Taiwaz were fighting fiercely. It was at this time that the shining light of magic illuminated Marzishi, who was standing in the dark. Fuck. After hearing Xiaozhi's words and seeing Marzishi with his arms around him, Wutong fell into a state of confusion. Degreed egg. Not bad little wildcat. I admit that you are better than the dog over there. If I train you, I will definitely be happier. Marzishi said, and walked towards Wutong and Xiaozhi. Don't come over here. Wutong saw that Marzishi actually wanted to come over and immediately turned into Bujingan and shouted, ha, /. X2 seeing Wutong's condition, Marzishi and Xiaozhi were stunned, not understanding what had happened to Wutong, who was fine just now. Wutong didn't have time to care whether Marzishi and Xiaozhi were confused or not. He just wanted to avoid this social death. Panicked Wutong began to look around to find a way to escape. Deg. Master, what's wrong with you? Xiaozhi stood up and asked Wutong by pressing his shoulder when he saw Wutong's panic. Damn it, you bastard actually plotted against me. Wutong realized that he was called by Xiaozhi and grabbed Xiaozhi's hand on his shoulder. Turning around, twisting his waist, exerting force, a beautiful shoulder throw was completed and Xiaozhi was thrown directly on the beach. Master, why? Xiaozhi, who was thrown on the beach, asked incomprehensibly. This shoulder throw? It's Xiaoxi's usual move. Have you been specially trained by Xiaoxi? If you haven't been thrown by her hundreds of times, you can't use it so perfectly. Marzishi said strangely, after seeing Wutong's shoulder throw. Wutong trembled. No, he accidentally used the shoulder throw. Who is Xiaoxi? I don't know her. It must be your illusion, uncle. Can't you learn the shoulder throw by practicing? Wutong said, looking away. Oh. Come to think of it, there seems to be only one guy who dares to call me uncle in front of me. Marzishi continued. Ha, uncle, you are really joking. What's so strange about calling an uncle uncle? Wutong still firmly denied it. As long as he didn't admit it, no one would recognize it. I didn't expect you to have such a hobby. You are so excited after not seeing you for a year. You changed your gender? Don't you think so? Wutong. Marzishi said. Wutong, who is that? I don't know. I'm Xianatong, the trainee investigator of Pokémon. Wutong said with a stiff face. As soon as Wutong finished speaking, a flash of light flashed from the direction of Marzishi. Degrees, Wutong turned around in shock and found that Marzishi had taken a camera in his hand. It was obvious that the light just now was emitted by the camera in Marzishi's hand. I think many people will be interested in this photo, right? Marzishi waved the camera in his hand and said, sorry, Instructor Marzishi, I'm Wutong. Wutong immediately obeyed the arrangement of the heart. Well, now tell me why you have become like this. I don't remember that the guy I trained has such a strange hobby. Marzishi said. Got it. Instructor Marzishi. Wutong immediately explained the process of becoming a Pokémon trainee investigator honestly. Of course, he still concealed the part that should be concealed. Ha. I didn't expect that you have such a rich experience during the time I didn't see you. If there is a reason, forget it. Marzishi put away the camera and said loudly. Thank you very much, Instructor Marzishi. But, Instructor Marzishi, why do you carry a camera with you? Wutong asked in confusion. Oh, Adu told me to bring a camera, saying that it would be useful. Marzishi sold Adu without hesitation. Damn Dodo. I'll remember this grudge. Wutong gritted his teeth and thought secretly in his heart that sooner or later he would hang him up and beat him. Okay, although I didn't expect that the silver demon cat was you, it doesn't matter. I called you here because I need you to cooperate with me to train that dog. Marzishi said seriously. Please don't mention that nickname again. So what is my mission? Wutong asked. Then you have to ask that dog. I only know that our missions are different. It seems that we have to wait for her to wake up first. Masashi said as he looked at Xiaoxia lying on the ground. Huh? Wutong looked over in confusion, only to find that Xiaoxia, who was thrown over his shoulder on the beach, had lost consciousness. Hey, Xiaoxia, are you okay? Wake up. Hey. Wutong squatted down and grabbed Xiaoxia's collar and shook her back and forth, trying to wake her up. Do you really want her to wake up? Masashi said speechlessly when he saw Wutong's operation. Wutong stopped moving his hands and found that Xiaoxia, who had fainted because of fatigue and shoulder injury, had begun to foam at the mouth. Xiaoxia's mother monster trembled and looked at Wutong and Masashi. It felt like it saw two demons. Well, I'm just worried about her. It seems that she won't wake up for a while. I'll take her to the Pokémon Center to rest. Instructor Masashi, do you want to go with me? Wutong said with a little embarrassment. Pokémon Center? Come with me. I came here on my water flow. You can take her to the water flow to rest directly. Masashi said, taking back the Raichu and walking towards the pier. Shuliheo? I forgot that Instructor Masashi is also a rich man. Wutong, after taking back the Iron Warrior and carrying Xiaoxia, he followed Masashi. After walking 2 steps, Wutong remembered something and turned to the shivering Wheelie on the ground and said, come with us, your trainer needs to rest. Wheelie heard Wutong's call and wanted to refuse, but his trainer was still in his hands. In the end, he followed him. Following Masashi, he came to a ship at the dock. The ship in front of him was Masashi's Shulyu. Although it didn't look as luxurious as the Saint Anne, it was also a luxury cruise ship. After throwing Xiaoxia into an empty room, Wutong also found a room to rest. I have to say that it is really comfortable to follow the captain on the ship. You can live in any room you want. The next day, in the captain's room, Wutong, Masashi and Xiaoxia ate breakfast made by the chef on Shulyu. Wutong still maintained the Xianatang mode, but changed his clothes into the uniform of the Pokémon trainee investigator. Masashi, who already knew the reason for Wutong's disguise, didn't ask any more questions and ate breakfast with big mouthfuls. Open bracket. Xiaoxia, who was sitting opposite Wutong and Masashi, ate breakfast while looking at Wutong and Masashi with resentment. After all, it was because of them that Xiaoxia fell asleep all night and woke up during the day. In addition, she called Wutong to help, and it was true that she helped, and she helped Masashi. She still remembered that Masashi said before the training that the goal of this training was to make her faint. Okay, don't look at us with that look anymore. Tell me what the purpose of calling me here is. Logically, I shouldn't have anything to train you, right? Wutong asked. It's like this, Master. Mr. Adu hopes that you can teach me how to be more like a girl. If you can't teach me, dress me up like a lady, and then teach me how to dress up. Xiaoxia said honestly. Wutong responded, and then found something wrong. He could understand every word Xiaoxia said, but why couldn't he understand it after putting them together? Ha 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 ha. Adu really found you an interesting task, Masashi said, watching the fun. Wait a minute, what is this task? You know that I'm a man, right? And aren't you a woman? How else do you want to learn? Wutong asked questions continuously. I can't tell you the specific task. To put it simply, I need to attend a banquet with Mr. Adu as his female companion. Xiaoxia became excited as he spoke. Why you? Are there no other women among the investigators? Wutong asked speechlessly. You let Xiaoxia dress up as a man to attend the banquet, which is definitely the most popular Prince Charming among women, but you let her dress up as a woman, which is full of disobedience. Okay. Mr. Adu said that female investigators are very rare for various reasons. The female investigators who persisted are all very strong trainers and are very famous in the Dark Organization. They can't do this mission. Among the trainee investigators this time, I'm the only female. Xiaoxia scratched his head and said shyly. Wutong couldn't help but twitch his eyes when he saw Xiaoxia's shy look. Then can't you find a female investigator to teach you these? Isn't she much better than me? Wutong continued to ask. The reason is the same as above. There are too few female investigators, and they are all handling tasks. No one has time to teach me. Xiaoxia replied. Then why is it me? I'm also a trainee investigator. Okay. Wutong tried to make a final struggle. Mr. Adu said that your disguise skills are very powerful, second only to him, and you have a lot of time, so you are the most suitable person to do this. Xiaoxi said. Huh? Who gave him the confidence to say such a thing? No. Who said I'm idle? No, it's not right either. Anyway, it's too strange to give this task to me, isn't it? Wutong said angrily. Just Adu, the guy who put on the rocket team's clothes, and dared to say that he was in disguise. How dare he say that his disguise skills are second only to him? Ha 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 ha. I think it suits you very well, Woo. No, Xianatong, if I hadn't seen your shoulder throw, I would never have recognized it as you. Masashi said. That's right, Master, you are very good. Although a little worse than Mr. Adu. Xiaoxi said with a sunny smile. Handsome face, sunny smile, comfortable tone. If an ordinary woman saw Xiaoxi like this, she would definitely turn into a little fangirl. Hard. Wutong felt that his fist was already hard. He really wanted to now beat up the fangirl of Dodo in front of me, the muscle idiot who is watching the fun next to me, and the Dodo who is nowhere to be found. After a while of hardening his fist, Wutong sighed and accepted his fate. Glancing at Xiaoxi who looked expectant, Wutong felt a headache. Xiaoxi transformation plan? Leave this matter to brother Xiaoming. Why are you looking for him, bastard? Wait. Question mark? Is it because of the magenta suit he wore before? Question mark? Chapter 249. The two of them were very close, but the two of them were very close. In the department store in Asaji City, Wutong in Xianatong mode took Xiaoxi here to choose clothes. There was no way. It was definitely unrealistic to leave this kind of thing to Masashi. Wutong didn't want to expose her identity, so she could only take Xiaoxi to choose clothes in the form of Xianatong. But in the end, it was because of Xiaoxi, this guy, whose clothes were either men's or neutral style clothing, and there was not a single piece of clothing that looked like a girl. In addition, this head of golden short hair that looked like a prince, if she didn't get discovered immediately when she went with Adu to participate in the undercover mission, it would be strange. Otherwise, just let Adu wear women's clothes. Maybe it would be more reliable than turning Xiaoxi into a lady. Wutong felt that he had come up with a good idea. Hehe, I'll go to the banquet with Mr. Adu hehe. Backquote. Xiaoxi, who followed Wutong, turned into a pervert. No, a pervert, and smiled disgustingly. If it weren't for this handsome face, passers-by would probably call the police and call Miss Junsha. Wutong's forehead was bulging with veins, and he gave Xiaoxi a slap without hesitation. According to Wutong's personality, he would not hit a woman, but he really couldn't treat the guy in front of him with a handsome face and a perverted expression as a woman. Master, it hurts. After being hit on the head by Wutong, Xiaoxi recovered from his fantasy and said to Wutong, okay, you still know it hurts, and you don't look completely stupid. Don't forget your mission. I came here to pick clothes for you, not to let others watch your perverted expression. Wutong said with gritted teeth. I should have brought Masashi with me no matter what, so that there would be someone to embarrass me together. Of course I know. Isn't this what you are looking for with your master? Xiaoxi rubbed his head and said. Okay, let's go to that store and take a look. Let's prepare the clothes today. Wutong pointed to a clothing store and said. In fact, Wutong himself has a lot of women's clothes, but the size is wrong. Although considering that Wutong is in the growth period, the clothes prepared by Xingzi and Xiaoxi are one size larger, but it is still a little small for Xiaoxi. There is no way. Girls develop earlier than boys, and Xiaoxi is actually 2 years older than Wutong. More importantly, Xiaoxi is completely heading towards the direction of a Prince Charming. He is almost 15 years old, but he is already 170 centimeter tall. It is estimated that he will be over 1.8 meters tall. As for Wutong, it can only be said that the official height of Xiaoxi at the age of 10 is 1.4 meters. Note 1. Although Wutong has grown a lot taller after almost 2 years of traveling and physical exercise, he is only about 1.6 meters tall. Even with the help of the height increasing pad, when he transforms into Xianatong mode, he is still a little shorter than Xiaoxi. TSK, why are you so tall? Wutong looked at Xiaoxi, who was taller than him wearing the height increasing pad, and said unhappily, "Hey, is this my fault?" Xiaoxi said with a confused look on his face. Wutong ignored Xiaoxi and started to pick clothes with her. "Hello, is there anything I can help you with? We have clothes of all styles in our store, and the quality is guaranteed." A salesperson came over to greet Wutong and Xiaoxi when he saw them walk into the store. "No, I want to take a look myself." Wutong refused directly. "Okay, just call me if you need anything," the salesperson said tactfully and left. "Okay, pick one for yourself first," Wutong said to Xiaoxi. "I understand, master. I will not let you down," Xiaoxi said and started to choose clothes seriously. After a while, Xiaoxi chose his clothes and ran to Wutong. He compared himself with Wutong and looked at Wutong expectantly, expecting praise. Seeing Xiaoxi's look and looking at the clothes Xiaoxi chose, Wutong covered his forehead helplessly. Wutong didn't understand. He had obviously chosen a women's clothing store. Why did this guy make a men's style outfit from here, although it would be very handsome to wear it? Xiaoxi's aesthetics are still online, and his outfits are not bad, but they are only for men's clothing. "Do you remember what your mission is?" Wutong asked with a calm mind. "I know, become a qualified lady and then, hehe, and then, attend the banquet, backquote, hehe," Xiaoxi said. "Then can you tell me if the outfit you chose is a ladylike style?" Wutong continued to ask. "Men's clothing beauty?" Xiaoxi tilted his head and replied. "You still know it's men's clothing, bastard. How did you pick out men's clothing in a women's clothing store?" "No. Why are there men's clothing here?" Wutong said irritably. "Dear customer, is there anything you are not satisfied with? Your boyfriend seems to be choosing clothes seriously. If you are not satisfied with this style, can you let me choose it?" The salesperson just now came over again and said considerately. "First, I don't have a boyfriend. Second, this guy is a woman. Third, please find me a black long skirt that this guy can wear. The style should not be too fancy," Wutong said to the salesperson expressionlessly. Wutong was too tired to complain, and even too lazy to find clothes for Xiaoxi, so he handed them over to the salesperson directly. Anyway, black and white, such timeless and classic colors, are not easy to fail. Female, female? Question mark? "Okay, I know, I'm so sorry." The salesperson ran away embarrassedly after hearing Wutong's words. Xiaoxi on the side was honest and didn't dare to speak. After the salesperson brought a few clothes that met Wutong's requirements, Xiaoxi obediently turned into a changing doll and went to change clothes. After seeing the black long skirts that Xiaoxi tried on, Wutong said expressionlessly that he would pack them all. Of course, Xiaoxi paid for it himself and would get reimbursed later. As for why he didn't pick it again, it was because Xiaoxi was a very good clothes hanger. All the clothes look good. If you don't look at that handsome face, that is hard to tell whether he is male or female. As long as you look at his face, the sense of disobedience is immediately full. Wutong now understands how to transform Xiaoxi. The outfit is not the point at all. The point is the face. Wutong directly let Xiaoxi wear one of the clothes and took Xiaoxi, who had not worn women's clothes for a long time, back to the Shuliu. Xiaoxi's movements were very shy along the way, and he looked very uncomfortable. "Be more generous. What does it look like to be so timid?" Wutong said to Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi looked around like a boy who was forced to wear women's clothes, as if everyone was looking at her. "But, master, I'm really not used to wearing it like this," Xiaoxi said. "When I first wore women's clothes, I was more confident than you, holding my head high. Now I don't dare to walk normally. How can I go to the banquet?" Wutong said sternly. "Yes, master, I understand. I will definitely learn the spirit of shamelessness from you," Xiaoxi responded. "Well, not bad. Very energetic, huh? Question mark? Who are you saying is shameless?" Wutong gave Xiaoxi a slap and said unhappily. Back in Xiaoxi's room, Wutong took out a long golden wig and some other disguise tools and began to transform Xiaoxi. In fact, Xiaoxi's neutral and beautiful face should be popular with both men and women. but because of Xiaoxi's habits, it is more masculine, and what Wutong has to do is to strengthen Xiaoxi's feminine features. After being busy for more than half an hour, Wutong finally completed his masterpiece. Xiaoxi in front of him was wearing a golden wig and delicate light makeup on her face. Under Wutong's correction, she sat dignified on the chair with a black long skirt. As long as she didn't move or speak, she would be a lady full of temperament. Remember, talk less and be a dumb bride, understand? Looking at Xiaoxi, whose face and body finally matched without any sense of disobedience, Wutong warned. Xiaoxi covered her mouth and nodded to show that she understood. Oh, not bad. You are quite capable to transform the dog into this. Masashi walked in at this time and teased after seeing Xiaoxi's appearance. Oh, don't mention it, Uncle Masashi. If I can, I don't want to go through this again. Wutong sighed and said, ha 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 ha, if you have the ability, you should show it. By the way, Ada contacted me just now and asked me to tell you 2 news, 1 good news and 1 bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Masashi said to Wutong. Hear the bad news first. Wutong frowned and said, the bad news is that Ada encountered an emergency task and couldn't go to the banquet, which means that your work this time was in vain. Masashi spread his hands and said, no need to continue. This is obviously good news. Wutong said subconsciously. What? Mr. Ada can't come? Xiaoxi was shocked when he heard the news, and his whole body turned pale. This is indeed bad news for Xiaoxi. Then the good news is Wutong ignored Xiaoxi and asked. The bad news was so good, wouldn't the good news make people happier? The good news is that Ada decided to let you complete this task instead. As long as you complete it, you can become a formal Pokémon searcher in advance. Masashi said with a sly smile. Asshole. This is a bad news. Wutong roared in anger after hearing the news. At the same time, in a guest room of Shuliu, Ada was sitting in front of the video phone and contacting Kikuko. Is it really okay for us to do this? Ada said with some worry. It doesn't matter. Although Xiaotan has been working hard to become stronger, he lacks too much pressure, and this child has never encountered any setbacks. Although it will make him more confident, it will be very dangerous when he really fails. Kikuko said on crutches in the communicator screen. I know all this. I'm not worried that Wutong will be in danger. The main thing is that, if he knows that I did this on purpose, with his personality, he is likely to retaliate against me with some strange pranks. Ada said seriously with his arms folded in front of him. It seemed that he was thinking about how to prevent the pranks that Wutong might play on him in the future. After hearing what Ada said, Kikuko's hand on the crutch tilted, and she almost fell down. Forget it. As long as you are happy, you just need to follow them secretly. After all, it is rare for 2 good seedlings to emerge from the trainee investigators. That's it. I have something else to do. Kikuko felt that she could not continue to talk to Ada, otherwise her IQ might decrease. After quickly explaining, she hung up the call. I hope these 2 guys will not let me down. Now I'm increasingly short of manpower. Seeing Kikuko hang up the call, Ada said to himself. On the other side, Masashi looked at the one in front of him roaring angrily, and the other turned grey and desperate, shrugged his shoulders, and left this place of trouble. Anyway, his mission has been completed, and the rest is up to the investigators themselves. As for helping, Masashi will definitely not intervene. After all, this mission is obviously a test for these 2 trainee investigators. If I intervene, wouldn't it make this test meaningless? Wutong quickly regained his composure. Although he was obviously tricked by Ada this time, Wutong could also feel that this mission should be a test for him. After all, as long as he completes it, he can be directly promoted. This is a rare opportunity. Generally, trainee investigators rarely complete the promotion within a year. Okay, come back to your senses. There is no way to escape now. Tell me, what is the mission this time? Wutong asked. Yes, Master. Xiaoxi said weakly. This mission is not difficult. It is a mission of infiltration and investigation. 2 days later, a luxury cruise ship from the Kalos region will arrive at the port of Xiaozhi city. A dinner will be held on this luxury cruise ship, and some precious items from the Kalos region will be auctioned during the dinner. According to intelligence, Lambda, one of the 4 generals of Team Rocket, is likely to participate in this auction, and the specific purpose is unknown. So Wutong and Xiaoxi's mission is very simple, which is to sneak into the dinner and find Lambda's traces. If possible, it is best to stop what he is going to do. As for why not directly mobilize a large number of Pokémon searchers to directly surround the dinner and capture Lambda? First of all, there are not so many people. Secondly, the cadres of Team Rocket are not fools, and they will definitely determine the situation in advance. Besides, how could Team Rocket become the underground king of Kanto and Johto regions without its own intelligence system? If a large number of Pokémon searchers are dispatched, it is very likely that Lambda will give up the action. So this action can only be carried out in secret. In summary, Wutong can only go to this dinner with Xiaoxi. As for the identity issue when attending the dinner, Wutong looked at Xiaoxi, who was half a head taller than him, and sighed helplessly. Wutong can only say that this guy Adu definitely planned it in advance. Note 1, because it has nothing to do with the main text, it is written at the end. I just want to chat with you, and it doesn't take up the number of words in the main text. The main text is still over 4,000 words. When Benkui first watched the Pokémon animation, he always ignored the fact that Xiaoxi was only 10 years old. After all, in the style of the painting at the beginning, Xiaoxi was completely a teenager, and he didn't look like a 10-year-old kid at all. Take this as the premise. When opening a book, you always have to think about whether there is a heroine, who is the heroine, and so on. Sister Beike, Aunt Kona, etc. are actually good. Until Benkui discovered that Xiaoxi's official height is 140 centimeters around, Ice Cube gave up directly. It's impossible. The protagonist is the same age as Satoshi, and the height should be similar. After all, Satoshi's rivals are also about the same height as Satoshi. It's impossible that Satoshi, Xiaomei, and Shinji are all over 1.4 meters tall, and Wutong is 1.78 meters. That's too weird. Based on this, Beike's sister and Aunt Kona should be tall, at least more than 1.7 meters, right? When I thought of the male protagonist being 1.4 meters and the female protagonist being 1.7 meters, Ice Cube was numb. I can't think of any reason why Beike's sister and the others would like the male protagonist. Of course, it's not that our Wutong is not good. It's not just the height issue, the age difference is also very big. Beike's sister is probably in her 20s, she should be 1 or 2 years younger than Adu, and Aunt Kona is older. More than 10 years age difference. Even if you don't care about the law, you can't get over it psychologically. It's like which female college student would want to date an elementary school boy. There's no reason except for some special hobbies. So Benkui gave up directly. So for now, this book should be a route without a female protagonist. Even if there is a female protagonist in the future, it will be a single female protagonist. Maybe Benkui is too serious, but it does feel very strange. Anyway, Benkui knows this strange feeling, even if he doesn't want to point, so I decided to share it with everyone. That's it. Chapter 250. The first time, the second time. On the night 2 days after Xiaoxi's renovation plan, a luxury cruise ship named Chiruno arrived at the port terminal of Asaji City as scheduled. Wutong and Xiaoxi entered Chiruno in formal attire with a prepared admission ticket. Xiaoxi wore a decent silver grey casual suit, and his hair was styled with hairspray, with a sunny smile on his face. People who don't know will definitely think that Xiaoxi is a sunny nobleman. And half a step behind Xiaoxi, Wutong was wearing a black business suit, of course, wearing trousers instead of a skirt. His long silver-white hair was tied into a high ponytail, and he wore a pair of gold-rimmed plain glasses on his face. He had a serious expression, and followed closely half a step behind Xiaoxi. According to the original plan, Xiaoxi and Adu should play the role of a rich couple to attend the dinner. But the jerk Dodo said that he had a mission and couldn't come, and asked Wutong to attend the dinner with Xiaoxi in his place. Is this a joke? Question mark? Wutong will attend the dinner with Xiaoxi, so Wutong will definitely not wear men's clothes. Originally, the purpose of turning on Xianatong mode in women's clothes is to prevent people from associating Xianatong, the apprentice investigator of Pokémon, with him. It would be bad if someone found out the flaw and linked Wutong's original identity when he changed back to men's clothes. Therefore, Wutong can only dress up as Xiaoxi's female companion, but the problem is that Wutong really doesn't want to wear an evening dress, and women's clothes also have their limits. The clothes he usually wears when he dresses up as a woman are those that can cover up his male characteristics, but if he wears an evening dress, he will really be the same as Chun-Li played by Uncle Long. So Wutong thought about it and came up with a solution. Who stipulated that two people must be partners when attending a dinner. Wutong's current identity is the housekeeper of Mr. Xiaoxia, a rich young man. Obviously, this identity is very reasonable. Even if some people think it is unreasonable, it is reasonable. It is not for anything else, and it is definitely not, because Wutong does not want to wear an evening dress. When Wutong and Xiaoxi entered the banquet hall of He, a waiter secretly glanced at Wutong and Xiaoxi while placing food. "You came in with this identity? It's a pity." The waiter had a big back-combed red hair. It was Adu who sneaked in disguised. After entering the banquet hall, Xiaoxi's handsome face attracted the attention of many ladies, and many of the brave ones had already come over with wine glasses. Xiaoxi still had a sunny smile on his face when facing the ladies who came up to chat with him with ill intentions. He dealt with the ladies in front of him very honorably, but his eyes looked away from time to time, as if he was looking for something. The action is too obvious. There is no need to be so anxious. Being too impatient will only expose your flaws. A voice appeared in Xiaoxi's mind. Xiaoxi's smile remained unchanged, but her eyes were much more restrained. After the advanced communication, Xiaoxi already knew that her master had the superpower to communicate with the mind. Although communicating with humans with the mind consumes more energy, but as long as a call is not continuous for a long time, Wutong can also hold on. So Wutong and Xiaoxi discussed in advance that Wutong would directly communicate with the mind for some important or inconvenient things to say directly. After reminding Xiaoxi, Wutong stood behind Xiaoxi calmly, playing the role of a housekeeper. After Xiaoxi was reminded by his master, he simply did not look for Lambda, one of the 4 generals of the rocket team, and dealt with the ladies in front of him with peace of mind. It must be said that it was a pity that Xiaoxi did not become a gigolo. These ladies in front of him were coaxed by her and laughed sweetly, looking very happy. As time went by, more and more people came to the banquet hall, including men, women, young and old, tall and short, fat and thin. Judging from the style of their evening gowns, the people attending this dinner came from all over the country. Wutong stood beside Xiaoxi and ate the free food silently while secretly observing the people in the banquet hall, and became more and more curious about who was hosting this dinner. A burst of light music sounded, the lights in the banquet hall dimmed, and a spotlight came down and shone on a corner of the banquet hall. Under the illumination of the spotlight, a circular platform slowly rose, and a man walked onto the platform with a glass of wine in his hand. The man had a grey hedgehog head and wore a grey suit similar to his hair color, but strangely, this man was equipped with armor on his shoulders and forearms. The shape of the armor looks a bit like the shoulder armor and arm guards of Boscadora after its super evolution. Although he was wearing a strange outfit, the man had a peaceful look, like an old man who had cultivated himself for many years. But from the appearance, the man's age is definitely not very old, only about 30 years old. It is such a man full of contradictions that gives people a strange feeling everywhere. Dear old friends, and new friends who came for the first time today, I'm the captain of this ship, and also a wandering merchant. You can call me He. The man who called himself He raised his glass and introduced himself. Merchant He? Another person I haven't heard of. Wutong looked at He standing under the spotlight and talking freely and secretly thought in his heart, it's an honor for you all to come to my dinner. Old friends should already know that as a wandering merchant, I always collect some strange items. Whenever these items reach a certain number, I will hold such a dinner. The purpose is also very simple, which is to auction these strange things. He said the purpose of this dinner. Many guests who came for the first time showed a look of sudden enlightenment and immediately became expectant. After all, so many rich and powerful people are willing to cross regions to attend this auction dinner, which means that he must have something rare in his hands. And those guests who have attended several auction dinners can't help but laugh in their hearts when they see the excitement of these new guests. You know, he, a guy who calls himself a businessman, has a widely circulated nickname among them, Blackheart Monster Merchant. Why is he black-hearted? It is because of this auction dinner held irregularly, although he always collects some very rare items. But they are a minority after all, and the conditions for he to collect items are mysterious, so he often mixes in some worthless, but very impressive things. Of course, if it is just this, it is not enough to be called black-hearted. After all, you can't blame others for gambling on luck. If you make a wrong bid, you can only blame yourself for bad luck and bad eyesight. The main reason why this guy is black-hearted is that when auctioning, you will encounter those items that everyone knows, but are very rare. These items seem to be very safe, but they are the easiest to be deceived, because they always have some strange problems that cause them to lose their original functions or values. And this black-hearted weird merchant he will not mention the problems of these items at all when auctioning, and still auction them at their original value. Sometimes he will even raise the price when he is in a good mood. This has led to many people who choose these items for safety reasons being deceived. As for why he is a weird merchant, it is because he is obviously a businessman, but he often gives some trainers items for free. He has given away many items from small Pokeballs to evolution stones to rare Pokémon eggs. According to Chiruno, he just has high hopes for those trainers, and investing in potential trainers is also a kind of business. In summary, Chiruno is a strange businessman, but not a businessman that people hate, which is why so many rich and powerful people are willing to come to his auction dinner across regions. Okay, now the time is almost up. Before the auction officially starts, let's play a game. Yes, old friends should be impatient, so, ready, go. Chiruno shouted after drinking the wine in his hand. As Chiruno's voice fell, the spotlight that was originally shining on Chiruno began to swing around irregularly. At the same time, a passionate melody sounded. HMM. Is this passing the flower? Wutong suddenly felt like he was back in elementary school. Could it be that whoever the light shines on will go up and perform a show? Just as Wutong was guessing, the music began to come to an end. When the music stopped, Wutong felt his eyes light up. Wutong, who was holding a banana and preparing to eat while watching the excitement, found that the spotlight finally fell on himself and Xiaozhi. Now he couldn't watch the excitement, so he could only let others watch the excitement. It seems that the first champion of tonight has appeared. It's a handsome boy and a beautiful lady. Then the rule tonight is doubles 2v2 doubles. Of course, you can send 2 Pokémon yourself. He shouted. Xiaozhi frowned and wanted to refuse. After all, she came to do a mission and didn't want to attract attention. Don't refuse, it's just a battle. Refusing will make people more suspicious. Wutong's voice wanted. Xiaozhi paused, smiled brightly again and said, it's really interesting. I'll take this game. Wutong put down the banana in his hand and stood behind Xiaozhi, looking like he was following the young master's instructions. Haha, that's great. The rules are the same as before. As long as you can defend for 5 rounds, you can fight me. As long as you win, I will have a good prize. Then, the carnival begins. He snapped his fingers after saying that. The banquet hall was lit up again, and the old guests standing in the center of the banquet hall took the initiative to walk to the side, and the new guests who didn't know what was going on were also taken out of the central area. After a space was vacated, the floor began to rise and deform, and a ring-style battlefield appeared in the center of the banquet hall. Let's go. Xiaozhi walked to the ring calmly with his hands in his pockets. Yes, young master. Wutong bowed his head slightly and responded, and followed Xiaozhi onto the ring. Try not to use your overly distinctive Pokémon. By the way, you should have captured new Pokémon, right? Wutong said through mental communication. After all, in his impression, Xiaozhi only had 3 Pokémon, a female monster with a flower on its head, Gardevoir that always carried a large rhizome, and a male beautiful flower. It was really too distinctive. Xiaozhi had no way to reply, so he answered Wutong directly with practical actions. Go, my baby. Xiaozhi took out a ball to catch a ball, put it to his mouth, kissed it lightly, and threw it out. Mika with an ethereal cry, the mysterious and elegant Pokémon appeared in front of Xiaozhi. It's Milotica. It's really beautiful. It seems that our champion this time is a good Pokémon trainer. He has come to the ring and acted as a referee. Wutong looked at Milotica's slightly short eyebrows and understood in his heart that it was indeed Xiaozhi's style. This is a male Milotica. Iron Warrior, prepare for battle. Wutong had already selected the players and directly arranged the Iron Warrior who had just been captured and almost no one had seen. The Iron Warrior stood there with an indifferent face. The sharp blades of his arms popped out and assembled together to form a double-headed sword in his hands, ready to fight. Oh. This beautiful lady actually released a Pokémon I have never seen before. It seems that today will be an interesting battle. He said happily after seeing Wutong release the Iron Warrior. After Wutong and Xiaozhi were ready, the guests under the ring were all eager to try. After all, in the Pokémon world, Pokémon battles are the most common and effective way of socializing, regardless of poverty or wealth, gender, age or youth. As long as you ask him if you want to have a Pokémon battle, 9 out of 10 times, this person will accept your invitation. It seems that everyone is eager to try, so who wants to be the first to challenge our champion? He said passionately. While the new guest was still thinking about how to run for the first challenger, the experienced old guest had already walked to the ring. Let's do the first game. A man in a gentleman's suit, holding a gentleman's cane, and wearing a monocle walked to the ring and said. Next to this gentleman was a beautiful woman in a red evening dress. Judging from their posture, they should be a couple or a couple. After seeing these two people, Wutong was also stunned, and then began to sigh that this world is really too small. Because the gentleman uncle and the lady in red dress in front of him were the two people who wanted to use ladder to exchange Pokémon with Wutong on the same dance, and were angered by Wutong. Unexpectedly, I met these two shameless guys again on the Hater Day. Wutong even thought that these two people went to various cruise ships to cheat. After all, the gentleman uncle and the lady in red dress in front of him even wore the same clothes as when they were on the same dance. It's impossible that they have several sets of exactly the same clothes, right? P.S. The black-hearted monster Shanghai was provided by our enthusiastic reader on Ordinary 303. Binkuoi slightly changed the basic information written by this reader. Although I don't know if this reader is still reading Binkuo's book, he is the first reader who is willing to write a minor role for Binkuoi, so he was arranged as a more important minor role, or it should be said that he is a supporting role. Although he appeared very late, I still hope that an Ordinary 303 will like it when he sees it. That's it. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.